And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. The question is, are you all back?
Damn it! I was gonna go
This
change my shirt again.
You lost your chance, man.
Damn it!
I see.
right,
I
so,
see Oprah's doing the shocker again.
Oh man, she's so happy. Look at her.
She is
Look at those
happy.
teeth.
she
Got a set of
is
teeth on her
definitely
right there.
doing shocker. I'm going to go ahead and...
Who's doing the shocker to her?
Stedman.
You think?
Yeah. You don't never know what they're into in the bedroom.
I think it was. I think it's P Diddy's mom.
Probably.
All right, cool. So while people are filing in, I'm just going to go ahead and grab this link and drop it in the Discord for those who fell asleep and don't know what's happening. Anybody that's watched our channel before, though, if they've watched us at all, they should figure out pretty quickly what happened.
There's going to be some people that miss out on these games, Wes. Makes me very sad.
They're definitely going to miss out on Metro.
Yeah.
But that's what the second chance drawing is for, though, honestly.
That's true. That is true.
All right, let's click into this. Let's click into that, and let's grab this link right here. Copy. And how many do we have in here right now? We've got 60. So we've brought about half. About half of the people have come over with us. The other half are still over there sitting napping.
They're like, where did they go? They were probably watching anime on a separate screen, and they got I forgot.
Yeah, something like that. Let's go into the Discord, virtual strangers, and go to announcements.
JPEG says, you know who else likes the shocker?
My mom!
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, she does.
She likes to give the shocker, too. Just kind of creepy like that. You like how Wes said they fell asleep? That's because he's ready to fall asleep. He's like, I'm looking forward to that 2.5 hour break.
I'm good.
I'm still trying to battle this 5 hour time difference I just had because I was in London for a week, so it's 5 hours difference there. So I'm still battling that.
All right, was it really cloudy? Like everybody always says, it's gloomy and
super. Yeah. This time of year in England is not super. I mean, England's beautiful and London's gorgeous. I love it there. Like even just the outskirts, like it's amazing. Do you know what's amazing? The town that Miles lives in, is freaking awesome. He lives just outside of a town called Reading, in just outside of London. Maybe like I don't know, probably like a 45 to 50 minute train ride.
Okay.
Outside of London, and it's a beautiful, like London's like a city, like it's almost like New York. Like when you're in the middle of London, you feel like you're in New York City. But literally where it could take you hours to drive out of the city when it's New York or like some of the bigger cities that we have in America, 40 minutes outside of London, like you feel like you're in the middle of the country and like you feel like you're in it's like old English, right? And like where he lives there's like super small, cool little like English towns. Just a super cool place, man. He's got a beautiful home, and he's doing it right out there, man. I love spending time with Miles out there and hanging out of his house and going to dinner. And we went and made our own gin roots.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We went to a gin distillery that's right near his house.
Yeah. Awesome. I heard you don't want to be around him. He tries to get you drunk. Kind of like
that's Todd.
And that's it's kind of like everybody always says, MASH does, and then MASH is like, no, that's them.
That's not me.
That's not you.
All right. What do you say we give away a few copies of Metro Awakening VR and get this show back on the road? Shall we? So, as I mentioned before, we have 3 copies to give away right now in the chat. We got 3 more copies to give away as part of the second chance drawing. So, if you're watching this later, all you got to do is leave a comment down below saying that you would like to enter the second chance drawing for Metro Awakening VR, and make sure you're subscribed. We're going to give away 3 more copies in 2 weeks. But for now, the first 3 people in the chat that can answer this question will win a copy on the platform of their choice. Platforms and regions are first come, first serve. Name the developer of the original Metro 2033 game that this entire franchise sprung forth from.
Oh, God. That's not Vertigo Games. Somebody guessed Vertigo Games in there.
Bunch of people trying to preemptively guess Vertigo Games.
Wes is on to your tricks. Yeah, Wes ain't going to get fooled again.
I didn't fool Zell. Zell knew what was up. Zell 2318 knew what was up from the very get-go. So congratulations, Zell. You won the first copy. Let's see who got the second one. Ace Gamer Cat with the number 2 win. And last but not least, Melchiah the Soul Reaving Game Cat. Melchiah Soul Reaving Game Cat. What platform do you think these winners are going to want to play on?
I'm guessing PlayStation. That's my guess, though. I don't know. I would imagine a good portion of the people that didn't say, you know what, I'm tired, I'm going to bed. They're game cats, dude. They're not going to ditch out on Brian's interview, or I guess segment. That would be blasphemous. And he's keeping a list.
First-person shooter video game titled Metro 2033 was created for Microsoft Windows and Xbox 360 gaming platforms. It was developed by 4A Games in Ukraine and published in March 2010 by THQ.
That was way before the Ukraine conflict.
I wouldn't say way before. It was about 4 years before, or 3 or 4 years before. 2010. We're talking about when it really started, right?
Oh yeah, no, I was just talking about when they just started sending tons of weapons over there.
Right. Yeah, that was fairly recently.
Yeah.
That's what we call Metro Endgame.
Yes, that's what we call filling the lines, the pockets of people that make weapons.
All right, cool. So we're back up to 70s. People are starting to figure it out. Let's see if we can continue the trend and get our numbers back up. I hate to move on without people being here, but we can't sit around all night waiting on them.
Well, at least we did it preemptive. We're not cutting it off right at 12 and stressing. Now we can just take our time, stretch this thing out to about 16 hours, right, Eric?
Well, let's go 24.
24.
We might as well go now. I mean, Wes is in so much trouble tomorrow morning because I'm going to be a waste of space, and then Natasha is going to kick his ass.
Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to immediately after this episode cut together a 3-hour supercut of Eric talking about stuff that has nothing to do with the awards that we're giving away.
That's probably the only chance you have getting out of this without getting your butt kicked.
Actually, you know what? Natasha already knows. I told her what this was and what was going to happen. She's the one that signed off on all those copies of Trombone Champ we gave away earlier. So
I have a 6 a.m. meeting with Jasmine. She's in Japan.
Oh my God.
Really? Do you need to go? Seriously?
No.
Do you need to just tap out? It's totally cool. It's totally cool. I understand if you need to.
Japan. How cool.
Yeah, she's been there for like 2 weeks.
That would be one place that I would love to go check out because I think the Japanese people are awesome.
Me too. And
summer.
the Cialis Award. Before we spend 10 minutes talking about how cool Japan is, let's talk about the Cialis Award, which is the award for the hardest VR game.
How come they're so happy?
They like a good challenge, Roots. They like challenging VR games. The dude likes a challenging VR game. The lady likes it when her man is happy, and they just love it. Look at the look on their face, just how much they love.
Oh yeah,
hard.
I would say, I would say that it's kicking in.
Anyway, you guys know the drill. In case someone's watching later and tuning into part 2 before part 1 for whatever reason, we've already discussed most of these games in part 1. So we're not going to spend a great deal of time doing 5-minute segments on each nominee. We've already talked through most of them. So we're just going to kind of go down the line here and talk about some of the most challenging VR games that we played this year. First of all, Legendary Tales. I don't think that there's been a game more nominated, maybe one or two, but not many games nominated more often than Legendary Tales, because it is such a well-rounded experience that checks off so many boxes, challenge included. This is a game that lets you play 1, 2, 3, or 4 players, and the game scales with you depending upon how many players are playing at any one given time. And over the dozens and dozens of hours of gameplay, it just gets more challenging and more challenging and more challenging. Legendary Tales is definitely worth the effort that it takes to progress.
Looper says he noped out on the last boss in Legendary Tales.
There you go. There you go. Well, if Looper's
Quitter.
quitting, if it's making Looper a quitter, then
It's got to be
then it's a
long
shitter.
and good. And speaking
You know
of
who loves
Cialis,
it long and good?
yeah, she does.
yeah, especially on Cialis.
Only on
Moving
Cialis.
along, the next nominee, Aka R, the Lamasoft / Atari retro arcade game. Roots, we almost just completely passed on this one because it was just so daunting, even just to get started with this game. It took a few attempts to get going with it, but after you get going with it, it's almost like learning to juggle. There's so many different things going on at the same time in this game. It's completely challenging, and one of the reasons I really enjoy it.
It's super hard. All I gotta say is get good, son. You know what I mean? Like, this is one of those games where you need to get good because it's definitely difficult.
Absolutely. The third nominee for Cialis Award for the hardest game, Thrasher. Eric, we've already talked about this game a few times. I think we've talked about how cool and how unique it is, and what how addicting it is. But I don't think we've spoken too much about just how damn challenging this thing is. You have to try and try again, and that's just to progress. That's not to even mention if you're trying to shoot for the leaderboards on this thing, which is a different story entirely.
Yeah, no, and we kind of touched on it a little bit. Like, just when you start to get comfortable in doing what you're doing, they throw like a new mechanic at you of how you have to get through these things. And again, it's almost like a puzzle game at that point of just trying to figure out like what's the best maneuver to get through that level. So I mean, they definitely challenge you in this game but that's one of the things I love about it. Like, if it was too easy, and it would be boring, and they definitely challenge you here.
Zeke in the chat says, I almost quit on the last boss on Arcane Age. I finally got him though. Same here, man. Like, I was so frustrated with that thing, and my arms were so tired from holding up the two-handed weapons that I took literally a day and a half break between attempts. And when I got back to it, by the end of my first attempt, my arm was already tired again, to the point where I ended up beating it with a one-handed weapon because I just couldn't hold my left arm up anymore.
Soft.
The game has been nerfed a little bit.
Oh, okay.
They've made the boss a little bit easier since I played it pre-launch, but not that much easier. Still a very challenging boss, so I totally understand. Philosic says, back on. Yes, sir. We are back on. We move on to the fourth nominee for the Cialis Award for the hardest VR game. Riven from Cyan Games. I don't think it's any secret how daunting and cryptic these puzzle games are from Cyan. But this is one of the legendary ones, one of the all-time greats in the eyes of puzzle enthusiasts everywhere, and no pushover. Even the easy puzzles, even the easy puzzles in this game are hard.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the harder puzzle games. All of their games are. They're puzzle games.
Yeah, absolutely. And that brings us to the winner of the 2024 Cialis Award, Swarm 2. Swarm 2. And I don't know if that's a good thing, a bad thing, or a combination of both, Roots. I talked to you earlier and Eric, we discussed this earlier, that one of the things I'm not so sure that I like about the second one is the way that they jumble things up and they change the order of the levels and the way that the enemies come in. I think one of the things I liked about Swarm 1 is the fact that every level is always exactly the same, so you can practice it and get better at it. Swarm 2 does not let you do that. They constantly keep things changing on you, so you just have to get good in general to progress in this game.
Yeah,
Very challenging.
I feel like the movement isn't as fluid as well, and that at least maybe because I didn't get used to it, but it definitely it says the same smooth grappling. Yeah, it's definitely harder. Radio Runt says hard.
Yeah. It's just different when you're not just going through like an arena and you have like all, because what happens is like the environment becomes as part of like the challenge, right? Like then it's not just trying to get out, like swing up as high as you can go, or into a different location. Like you're moving around a whole entire environment, so it makes it not as fast, I guess, or like feel as fast.
Yeah.
Then it almost feels like what was the one with the suction cups for hands? What was that one?
That was Jupiter.
The Russian one. Yeah, Jupitergrad. Then it starts to feel a little like Jupitergrad, which is like you're battling the environment trying to get through.
Our friend Natasha joining us in chat, Eric. Did you call her to try to get me in trouble?
I did not call her. I mean, I should have, because I'm definitely blaming you for the state that I'll be in tomorrow.
It's not my fault.
It is definitely
not my fault.
Eric just likes to ramble on, rant, and
that's not true.
Tell us what you really think about Sony, Eric.
No comment.
We move on to the award for the most innovative VR game / innovative VR gameplay. These are for the games that are unlike anything else that you've ever played before. And we had quite a good few examples of this in 2024, starting with the first nominee, Underdogs. Again, a game that flew very much under my radar all year long.
For some reason, I'm not seeing that in here. I don't know. Oh, no, that's a different. Well, I'll just keep going. I'll just try to find where innovative games are, because I'm not seeing it. I saw Rookie.
Did I skip a page? Did I skip a page? Is that what?
No, it's the right in there. I just I'm not sure where it's at. But you're in the right spot.
All right. Well, Eric, it's already been long enough since we talked about this. I can't remember if you said, did you try Underdogs?
Yeah, I loved it because we talked about it during like the music. I think we were talking about music soundtracks
That's
and how good it was and how gritty it was, and yeah, it's cool. Underdogs is amazing. Like and the one of the biggest things about it is the gameplay mechanic and the movement, and like what how it's not even just about, it's like how you move to the enemies, how you bring the enemies towards you, and then how you like damage them, and like how you combat and you fight them. It feels so intuitive and smooth. This is amazing.
Yeah, and then like I said, leveling up is a whole other challenge of its own, and you can be honest about it, or you can be underhanded, or anywhere in between. But with great risk comes great reward, but also can come great punishment if the wrong people find you out. And it's not just about whether you steal from the vendors or not. There are parts where you can go and like salvage for scrap, like junkyard type area on the map, and the longer you hang out there, the more likely you are to like get robbed or jumped or something bad happen to you. Like you can go hang out for a little while and always find something useful, but then after you find something useful, it asks you, do you want to stay here and keep going, or do you want to get the hell out of here? And a lot of time, if you don't take the choice to get the hell out of there, you end up regretting it. So very challenging game, very fun game, Underdogs.
Super Nintendo Charmers finally reminded me of the name of that movie I was comparing it to with Hugh Jackman. It was Real Steel.
Real Steel.
Yeah, somebody said that.
Have you seen that one, Wes?
Real Steel? It sounds like something my mom would love to watch.
You know who loves Real Steel?
Oh yeah, she does. Yeah, no, it's got Hugh Jackman in it, and it was a good movie.
It's really good.
Did we lose the whole segment, Roots, or just that
Yeah,
one?
I'm not sure where it's at, but I just got to find the Mental Health Singer thing. We might as well go to that one. I just don't know.
Let me what's the next thing that you have on your list? Did you lose the page or just that one award category?
No, I just don't know where that whole thing is not there. I don't know where it's at. So we'll just you just went to, we're now at Mental Health Singer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you don't have to sit and try to keep up by manually finding each one. What I'm asking is where will we get back on track in your list thing there?
Well, I mean, and we can. You want to skip this whole category? Is that what you're saying?
No, and what I'm saying, I'm just wondering, would it just be skipping one category, or would we be skipping
No,
two
just this
categories,
one, but
or
that's all right. I
skipping
like
three,
it's
or
if we just, as you're talking about
okay,
Mental Health Singer, I can
okay, that's what I was wondering.
I can be getting the next part ready, which is
okay,
what's it called?
okay, that's cool. I just didn't want you. I didn't want to have you like walking a tightrope for 20.
No, it's
straight
only
scenes
going
or
to be
anything
like
that.
it's not that bad.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the next nominee for most innovative gameplay, Metal Hellsinger VR. We talked a little bit about it earlier, about how the game forces you to play on beat. This isn't Pistol Whip, where they call it a rhythm shooter, but you can progress just fine through the game if you just go through blasting away and not even paying any attention to the music. If you try to do that in Metal Hellsinger VR, you're just going to take about this much energy off of the enemies, and then they're going to kill you. And the reason why is the amount of damage that you do is tied to your multiplier. You start at a 0 multiplier and it doubles 2, 4, 8, and then 16, and it tops out at 16. And that's when you really do your damage. At 16, you start really hurting the enemies. You unlock your special attack, your alt fire, so to speak, and again, it's a very unique way to incorporate rhythm into what essentially is a Doom shooter. Very smart, very innovative way that they come up with that gameplay mechanic, and a deserving nominee for most innovative game/gameplay. But I could say the same about our next nominee, Batman Arkham VR. Batman Arkham Shadow it's innovative in a great number of ways. That does a lot of things that we haven't seen before in VR. But Eric, I think chief among those is the way that they adapted what essentially would have been like a button masher beat 'em up on the flat screen into VR through gesture based combat. So it isn't like any other combat game you've ever played in VR, as the screen is prompting you and telling you, using your senses, so to speak, to tell you where the next attack is coming from, which basically after you get good and you get kind of the muscle memory of it down, basically tells you what kind of punch to throw or what kind of special attack to use. It's something unlike anything else I've ever seen in VR, and totally innovative and awesome.
It 100% is, and like I think we all mentioned this earlier. Like it makes you feel like a freaking badass almost immediately in this game, and I guess you could have a complaint of like it's like scripted, like what do they call them, like button time events, or like I'm talking about, like when
Quick time event.
Yeah, a quick time event, like when you hit a button and like it's telling you, but for me, it's like it depends on how you do it, and for me, the way it's done in VR is way better than like just hitting a button, in a flat game to a quick time event.
Yeah.
When you do it as a physical motion, it makes you feel like you're actually doing it. And even though, but it's almost like it feels choreographed though. You know what I mean? So it's like again, it makes you feel like you're actually doing those movements. You're actually Batman. It brings you into it with an immersion that you can't find in a button press. And that's what's special about it. And Wes, I mean, if you want to talk about innovative movement and gameplay style, they did all of this with trying to cater to the masses and make sure there's no VR motion sickness. And some of the things they did in here were super smart and innovative the way they did it.
And that's not to mention, Roots, the whole other set of stealth mechanics that they give you here. It isn't always about running into a room full of bad guys and just beating the shit out of them. Sometimes these bad guys have guns and tasers and knives, and you have to find a more tactful way to take them all on. And the game provides you with a full suite of weapons and abilities and items and tactics to see your way through any kind of adverse situation.
Yeah, I thought it was super cool. It was stayed true to form for the flat game versions, where you like get up on the different statues and you fly from statue to statue and hang down and grab people. And I just thought that was super cool. Radio Runt says he'll never play Batman. This is a game he'll never play. He's just not. He says he's not into superhero games, and I'm like, dude, you're missing out. Like, it's not even about being a superhero. It's about, or not being into Batman. It's just the game itself is really good. But yeah.
I mean, yeah, to each their own, of course.
There's no spiders.
I know you're into great VR games, for one. Second of all, this isn't like your typical superhero, right? Like, you don't have like supernatural abilities. Like, you're not climbing walls like Spider-Man or flying through the air like Superman. This is you're playing a billionaire that has a bunch of money and buys gadgets and shit. And you're a detective. Half the time, you're not even fighting in this game. Like, I think that's something a lot of people don't really talk about. Is the half the game you're not even playing as Batman. I mean, you are technically, but you're playing undercover and doing detective work for literally half the game. So yeah, no, it's a great game. It's very innovative in how it approaches a bunch of different gameplay elements to adapt this very popular series from traditional gaming into VR in a way that's approachable for new gamers and old alike. We move on. Nominee number 4, Squingle. We talked about Squingle a little bit earlier. I'm not going to rave about it like I just did Batman for 5 minutes, but I'll just say that it's pretty interesting and innovative when you have a puzzle game that has you basically moving a ball through transparent tubes. And as much as Eric likes to liken them to intestines, isn't that what you said they were, Eric?
They look like, to me, they look like you're moving through the large intestine.
So if that's the large intestines, then what's the ball?
Oh, that's true. Maybe it's like I don't know.
Why are you sticking your hand in somebody's intestines? That's pretty
Yeah.
creepy, man.
And you get to literally become the ball. So what does that make you?
Right?
Oh God!
It reminds me. It reminds me of the South Park episode when the gerbil's trying to.
Yeah, exactly.
Lemmy Winks.
Yes, Lemmy Winks. Oh shit, that's it. That's funny.
It is funny, but I don't think these are intestines. I think that this is supposed to be symbolic of birth and rebirth.
Oh, you think it's a birth canal? Huh?
I think it's a birth canal. That's what I think.
And you're moving the baby through the.
Mm-hmm. That was my understanding of it, but I could be wrong. It could be. I could be full of shit, much like those intestines.
I thought it was like a transparent snake, and you were just like shifting snake eggs through it. I don't know.
That could be that too. Absolutely. Falosic said, I tried this, and it's cool. It is cool. You know, we joke a lot about Squingle because it's on so many different platforms, and it is so different. But it's super cool, man. It really is fun and addicting once you get started on it. And very, very unlike anything we've ever played. just like our winner for most unique or most innovative VR game for 2024, Thrasher. Again, we've already talked at length about Thrasher on more than a few occasions. But this game is constantly changing. It starts out very different from anything you ever played. It takes a while to get used to it. And then as soon as you do, it starts doing something totally different. And it continues going on and on and on. And Eric, while we were speculating about the last game having a baby in it, there's no question that the big bad guy in this game is literally like a baby or a fetus, right?
Yeah, it's a big baby for sure.
The big
Yeah,
baby,
yeah.
a big
Yep.
evil baby.
Who doesn't love evil babies?
Yeah.
Really. This game is awesome.
It-
I just
it
love this
is-
game. It's super cool. You know what I need to
Indeed
do
it
is
is.
next time we're together somewhere, whatever next show we're going to, probably GDC. I want you to try it in the Apple Vision Pro and just see it in that, because this game is like it's made for that headset.
Yeah, I'd seeing is going to be believing for me on the hand tracking thing.
It's so good. Like it shocked me how good it was. I wasn't prepared. And I wasn't prepared to see the difference between when you go from that to actual controllers, and you can actually feel that there is a lag when you do.
Yeah,
that.
well, it must be that the hand tracking on Apple Vision Pro is just way better than the hand
It's good.
tracking on Quest.
Yeah, it's really good.
Hey, there's the baby.
Shades of Grey Matter says, neat to see Thrasher getting so much love. It looks pretty cool. It is pretty cool, and it is the winner of the Most Innovative VR Gameplay Award. Congratulations, Thrasher. Let's give away a game, not Thrasher. Let's do something a little bit different. Let's give away a game that's not from 2024.
Ooh.
Or at least not from our nomination window. I can't remember. This game may have come out in December. But this will definitely be a next year nominee, if anything. No, we don't have many of these. We only have 2 to give away. So we're going to give away 1 live. And we're going to give away 1 in the second chance drawing in 2 weeks. So if you're interested in winning a copy of Action Hero, leave a comment down below and say that you would like to enter to win the second chance drawing for it. Make sure that you're subscribed, and we're going to give another one away in a couple of weeks. But for right now, tell me which VR company published Action Hero, and you will win a copy of it. This is Action Hero. This is the latest take on the super hot mechanic, although this one is a very different take, as it puts you in a lot of different film scenarios, having you relive as a stuntman a lot of familiar movie tropes. A lot of people have said that this is a really good, really fun game, and the best super hot clone that we've had maybe ever.
Super Nintendo Chalmers with a $5 donation or super chat says, do we post separate comments for each game in the second chance just list all the ones we missed?
One comment with all the games in it, and that'll do. No, it would take forever for me to work through all the comments if everyone did an individual comment for every game.
But that'd be good for engagement. Let me ask you one question, Wes. What are the odds that people will list games that we didn't even talk about, don't have to give away?
That only happens 100% of the time. People
that's
don't
it?
even watch. People don't even watch. I guarantee you that people will enter for Behemoth. People are going to enter for the Alien game. All
Room
of these
VR.
games the Room VR. Guaranteed it's going to happen. It happens every year. People don't even watch, and they enter the second chance giveaway.
I think MASH needs to give away a couple copies of Room VR this year.
I think how many did we give away that one year? Was there like 5 of them? Like, holy crap.
A lot. There's more than 5. I think you might have given away 10.
But the funny thing
something.
is we kept giving them away because that kid wanted to win one, and he kept
No,
not
couldn't
winning
win.
it.
I'm like, fuck it. I'm
So
just
you
giving
just
them
did, you just ended up buying him one so we could move on from it.
I miss that kid.
Yeah, me too. Was your brother like brothers or something, right? In the chat.
His name was like Josh something. I don't remember what his last name was.
Good call.
Don.
That was a long time ago. Don.
I miss Don.
You say Don? Yeah.
Yeah.
Who doesn't? Miss Don.
Classy guy.
Just a PSVR2 enthusiast. Congratulations. You have won a copy of Action Hero on MetaQuest. I think this is a MetaQuest exclusive, if I'm not mistaken. So I probably should have said that beforehand. But if you don't have a MetaQuest PSVR2 enthusiast, just tell us and we'll cancel it out and give it to someone else. But if not, you have just won a copy of Action Hero.
So he does have a quest too.
congratulations.
So he's set.
Awesome. Beautiful. Beautiful. People say it's a good game, Eric. I haven't played it yet. Have you?
I did play it a little bit in Gamescom. I did the demo that they had because they had a booth right next to us, and yeah, I got the chance to play it there. It was cool. I have not played it since it's been released, so definitely looking to get back into it.
Congratulations, PSVR2 enthusiasts. You just won a Quest game.
Nice.
Let's move on. Now we're getting down to the nitty gritty now. We're starting to get into some of the more prestigious awards on our list, and we're starting to talk about the studios of the year. We have 3 different awards to recognize studios on the 3 different tiers of studios that you can be within the VR industry. You know, AAA studios not withstanding. But we start with the newbies, the rookie studio of the year. We used to have a special name for the newbie award or something like that. We just call it rookie of the year now. This is for the best new VR studio. The studio that had not launched anything last year, but launched a game this year, but launched an awesome game this year and made a splash in the industry. That's what this is for. Taking our first steps, learning to walk like this beautiful young child on the screen here. Anyway, we had some really good first efforts this year. First of all, we had Meadow Studios, who brought to us the early access shooter Heartshot.
Ooh.
And Roots Heartshot was a game that made a lot of noise when it first hit Steam, but we haven't heard a lot of people say much about this in the second half of the year, have we?
No, I just and every time I see the name, I think of GT trying to pronounce it, or the way
Yeah.
weird way he would say it. But yeah, no, I haven't heard anybody talk about this game since it first came out.
But excellent VR shooter in development. We should be getting ready to get a new level for that, I would think, by now. It's been a while since it launched, so maybe this is one we'll revisit early in 2025. The next nominee for Rookie VR Studio of the Year, Noctis, which brought us Overdark. I'm not sure how long this studio has been around in terms of traditional games, but Overdark being their first VR offering, Eric, certainly an impressive one for a new VR studio.
Yeah, and look, we talked about, in Brian's segment, they've been at it for a long time. So it's not like it was a rookie studio threw something out there and we're like, oh, we're done, we'll see you out. I remember checking this game out years ago at Gamescom, like probably 2 or 3 years ago. At Gamescom. So they've been working on it for a long time, and they did a really good job when they finally got it out there. And we've talked about they pivoted a few times, and made right decisions, and and they kind of knocked it out of the park.
Here, absolutely. Nominee number 3, Wrecked Games, who brought over Stilt, which was a fun and addictive game, which launched concurrently across all platforms, if I'm not mistaken. I know it's on all platforms. I think it launched concurrently across all platforms. A bit of a surprise title, one that we kind of didn't see coming, but a title that a lot of people got on well with this year, especially our PSVR gamers really enjoyed Stilt. So well done, Wrecked Games. Nominee number 4, Meat Space Interactive. This is the one-man team that brought us Vendetta Forever, which, as we've spoken about a few times during this episode, is another very unique take on arcade time manipulation shooter, um, with a ton of levels and a ton of polish. And I'm sure, obviously, a lot of that polish is thanks to the publisher in Dreams in this case. But a great game and a great first effort from Meat Space Interactive. But that brings us to our winner, Eric, and maybe we might be biased here a little bit, but that doesn't make us any less deserving of this W. I don't think any first time studio made half of the impact. See what I did there? Half of the impact that Flat to VR Studios made this year, not only in launching Trombone Champ Unflattened, but in the unreleased games that we announced and the unreleased games that we're about to announce.
Yeah, and this is super cool. And again, I wasn't here for this voting. I don't even remember if I voted. I think I told you to abstain me again, just in case. So I'll say right up front, thank you to the community for doing that and voting us in there. It's definitely super special, and we're very proud of what we were able to do this past year. And while we technically only launched one game, what we have working and what we have going on, and what we stand for as a development studio, and what we're planning to do for the VR community moving forward, I think is special. And I think we're trying to do things a little bit differently, and we are. There's something going around here. I think we're trying to hold on to this saying, like, we're a studio made up of gamers for gamers, right? Like, I mean, that's
Right.
that's what we are. Like, we play as many games as anybody else out there, and there's a lot of development studios out there that make VR games. They could care less about the actual VR game. Like, they like making games, but they could care less about playing games. And that's just not us. We care about the industry. We care about gaming. We want to make games that we want to play. And yeah, I think we announced a lot of really cool things in our rookie year. I think we made some waves. We're gonna shake things up a little bit, and you're not kidding. Like, what we have cooking and what we will announce this year is going to shock. And it's not hyperbole. I'm telling you right now, what we will announce this year will shock the VR game industry and the flat game industry. What we will be announcing in 2025 and what we have coming in 2025 and 2026.
Word.
Now, people
Can't
are
lie,
asking
folks.
if you're going to announce a one title by the end of the stream. Just for yeah,
no.
Yes, we are. It's called Flat Out VR. It's
There
coming,
you go. And
it's coming in the near future. Yeah, RoboQuest.
RoboQuest.
Yeah.
RoboQuest.
I'm so excited for RoboQuest, by the way. Like, I just can't tell you guys how much I love this game. It's so good. And we have, what we have working on now, Wes, which I don't even know if you know yet. We finally have multiplayer working.
Ooh.
So you can get in there right now and play in multiplayer, which is sick.
Nice.
Might have to do that.
Shades of Grey says, "Stop, Eric. I can only get so hard." You know who hates it when you can only get so hard?
Was this the Cialis award again?
Yeah, we're back to
Cialis
Cialis
all
again.
over again. Uh-oh. We're almost back up to our 100 plus concurrent viewers.
Nice.
Nice.
Just about 10 more or 12 more, and we'll be back up to the number of viewers we had when we switched over.
Looper says,
we got one of our Flat to VR members in the chat now too, Sergey Galkin, who is he's one of our designers in the chat.
Nice. Looper says we're at 17. My mom's now.
That's it.
17.
That's it.
We're
I know we're slacking.
We move along to the Indie VR Studio of the Year, and I guess I should give a little bit of explanation with this. We understand that all of these VR studios are indie VR studios. So when we say Indie VR Studio of the Year, we're talking about the smaller studios. So, like, even though, Fast Travel Games and Perp Games and InDreams and all of these studios are technically indie studios, that's not who we're talking about. Okay, when we say indie, we're talking about the smaller studios, the ones that don't have such a big team, the ones that don't have years and years of catalog to point at. Those are who we're talking about when we're talking about the Indie VR Studio of the Year. Super Nintendo Chalmers, $5 US donation. Can you tell us, will Flat to VR be loyal to PSVR 2 with all your ports, or is that on Sony too?
Our plan is to support the players and the platform. We are not going there for Sony. I'm going there for you guys. Like, I say I mean I as the studio. Like, we as a studio we are going to commit to every game that we possibly can. We will be bringing it to Sony and PlayStation VR 2 to support the gamers there. There is an avid audience there that wants to play games, and they want to play some of the best games. And if you continue to support us and buy the games that we put there, we will 100% bring every game there.
You're here. She's saying, don't wait for a sale. Buy it.
Don't
now.
wait for a sale. Although, coming up soon, Trombone Champ will be on sale. PlayStation VR 2. Hang on.
Nice.
Well, there you go. I didn't say that the other day,
Sneak
even though
peek.
I wanted to.
I know.
You heard it
Sneak
here.
peek. There you go. It's going to be very soon.
Yeah. It's about to go on sale. So, yeah, keep an eye out for that. Yep. Indie VR Studio of the Year. These are the smaller studios, and you can't get any less Hamzas than just one Hamza. Underdogs Studio brought us Racket NX. Also, this year brought us Underdogs. And I don't know, Eric, you might know, is this just a one-man deal here? Is it just one Hamza, or does Hamza have some other people working with him?
Yeah, no, they have a good team. I'm not sure how many there are, but it's definitely a team there. They made Racket NX, I think, was one of their biggest games that they did early on. But they've done some good stuff, and I've met at Gamescom this past fall. I did meet, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4. I met like 4 of them there. We had a meeting at the Gamescom booth, and I don't know how many developers they have, but just in like some of their leadership, I think I met like 4 of them.
Oh, nice. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Definitely made a little bit of noise with Underdogs. Probably not as much as it should have, deserved to, but an excellent game. Next, we have Caveman Studio, the developers behind the inimitable Contractors Showdown / Exfil. I don't think there were many small teams that had quite the impact on VR gaming this year that Caveman Studio did with their Contractors game. They're just completely shaking things up and deserve the recognition. Next, we have X Real Games with their excellent military shooter Zero Caliber 2, which came out this past year. Getting their studio back on the right track and back in our good graces after their previous game was a bit of a shit show. But Zero Caliber 2, an excellent game, the winner of our Co-op Game of the Year award, and one of the best military shooters that you can play right now on Quest 3. Then we come to the Binary Mill, which came from quiet obscurity back onto the scene in a big way this year with Into Black, which was a community favorite of ours, a game that's pretty much been universally praised, and a game that was just announced to be coming to PlayStation VR 2 in the near future. Yeah, we have raved about this game since the moment we went live some 10 hours ago, and I have a feeling we're going to rave about it a little bit more before we go home.
Wes, what was the other game they made? Binary Mill. That name sounds.
They
familiar.
made a bunch of games.
Yeah,
they made one. They made one not too long
racing
ago, like a
game.
robot game, didn't they? Wasn't there?
So they made. They started with Gun Club,
Right.
and then they made Rush VR, the wingsuit
Yep.
game. Then they made Mini Motor Racing X,
Motor Racing. That's it.
the kart racer, and
Yeah.
then they made Resist, which was Spider-Man with guns.
Right. Yep. They're a good team.
Every game is completely different from the last, right?
I like that. Yeah.
And I've actually talked about this a lot, kind of privately with a few people. I don't think Binary Mill is going to be in this category next year. I think that this is the title that moves the Binary Mill up the chain a little bit, and I think next year we're talking about them with the Fast Travels and with the with the In Dreams, because I feel like they have the catalog now to back that up. So
I agree.
another solid studio with another solid release, Cortopia Studio, which brought us the excellent Escaping Wonderland, which just won our award for Best Immersive Storytelling. I want to say Cortopia Studio did something else other than these two games. Can anyone remember what else they did?
It sounds familiar.
They did the Out of Hand.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yep, they did the Out of Hand, the first Down the Rabbit Hole, and then this one.
Cool. So yeah, good year for Cortopia Studio. Excellent release. They continue to get better like most of these games on this list. But there can only be one winner, ladies and gentlemen, and I think we have a very deserving winner here with Urban Wolf Games. Our friend BJ, who was in the chat earlier and was so gracious to donate a bunch of South Korean won to the cause.
You know who
but
loves
this
BJ?
is the
Sorry, I had to get another mile in there. We're way behind.
Oh, she does. She's good at it.
But this is the developer of Legendary Tales, and we all knew that Legendary Tales had potential since we played it in early access. I don't think any of us expected it to come out as polished and as excellent as it actually ended up coming out, and I know that none of us were expecting it to show up on PlayStation VR the way that it did. Like nobody even knew this was in development for PSVR2 until we had that state of play, and this was in the state of play, and just out of nowhere, all of the sudden, PCVR gamers are like, Legendary Tales isn't dead, and PSVR gamers were like, what the hell is Legendary Tales? And it was a fun time explaining to them what they all had to look forward to, and even at that, I didn't even expect to get what we actually ended up getting. They made me look really good because I put this game over pretty hard just based on what I'd played in early access. And when it came out, it was even better than I even could have ever expected. So congratulations to Urban Wolf Games. Thank you to BJ again. BJ showed up 3 or 4 hours ago, and he already knew that he had won. I sent him a message the other day telling him, you guys won the Indie Video Studio of the Year. Congratulations on a great year. But he showed up like 3 or 4 hours ago, and I had to be the one to tell him, like, hey, dude, not even close. You can just go
Gonna be
back
a
to
while.
bed. It's
See you in
going to
about
be a
5
little
hours.
while before we get to yours. I told him 3. He's going to give us about 3 hours and come back, and we'll be ready to announce your award.
Just
but,
one
thank you
pant
again.
says you guys are still live.
No, this is
Oh, yeah.
recorded.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We are live. We're live right now. We'll be not live in just a few short minutes, but then we'll be live again after that. All right. So yeah, Urban Wolf Games, Indie VR Studio of the Year. Congratulations, Urban Wolf. And before we get to the overall VR Studio / Publisher of the Year, let's bring Oprah back in for a minute because our friend BJ is not only generous with the currency, he is also generous with the giveaway keys, which is why we're about to give away 2 PSVR 2 keys for Legendary Tales right now, and then we're going to give another one away in the second chance drawing. We do have North America keys, and we have EU keys. First come, first serve on the region, as always. Yes, okay, so all right, so let's do this. First 2 people in our chat to answer this question will win a copy of Legendary Tales on PlayStation VR 2. And the question is, this game is developed by Urban Wolf Games. What country is Urban Wolf Games based in?
I know, because he came in and he talked about it.
He did. I talked about it
And
just
Wes
a
said
minute
it
ago.
about 10 times.
Did he really?
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you what. He was the one that turned me on to the fact that my background is actually accurate. Because everyone's like, dude, it's way past New Year. He's like, no, it's the new year, Lunar New Year. Like tonight.
Yeah.
How could I have known?
What kind of
That's why we did it on the Tonight.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
what kind of communists do we have in our chat, guys, that no one recognizes South Korea as independence? It's all one Korea to these people.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll take it. We'll accept it. The answer is South Korea. There are two Koreas. There's a North one and a South one. Unless you ask Kim Jong-un.
Which one's better? I guess it
I don't
depends
know.
on who you ask.
Which one's better, North Dakota or South Dakota?
Yeah, that's true. Well, you know what's funny is when he came in, he didn't say it's 6 a.m. or it's the morning in South Korea. He said it's morning in Korea. Like, he didn't differentiate either. He just said Korea.
He meant the real Korea, the good Korea.
The real Korea.
The only Korea.
Well, I'll tell you what. I can tell you which one I would want to live in. It wouldn't be up north. That's for damn sure.
I don't know, man. They have some cool haircuts up there.
That's true. That's true. And you can really get starved to death up there pretty well.
So we got Shades of Gray Matter and Pant. Just one.
Oh, my
Pant.
God. Just one Pant comes sliding in, says, hey, you guys are still live, and then immediately wins a game. How awesome is that?
And how awesome of a game to win.
Yes.
Like this is a $55 retail price game. This ain't no chump change game here. This is a legit epic multiplayer campaign.
Flippy Nugget says, damn it, I don't think he's happy about Pants sliding in. He wanted to win. He's like, you son of a gun.
Well, all you got to do if you want to win a copy of Legendary Tales is go down, leave a comment, says, I would like to win the second chance giveaway, or enter the second chance giveaway for Legendary Tales. Then you look, you make sure you're subscribed, come back in 2 weeks, and maybe you will win a copy of Legendary Tales.
Yes, and please, for the love of God, actually follow up. How many times have we had somebody win, and then we never hear back from them, and then we give it away to somebody else?
Times.
And then they immediately, within a day, they're like, hey, where's my game? Sorry, dude, your game's gone. You know, we tried to get a hold of you 2 weeks. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, sometimes that happens. But I really don't mind it so much, because that always happens with the people who aren't watching the shows. These are just people who came in just to try to win games, and then and then they forget all about it, rather than meeting us on Discord or whatever, because they don't belong to the Discord.
Yeah. I'd rather somebody from the community get it. I agree.
Exactly.
It's a good point.
Exactly. All right, cool. Back to our Studio of the Year. So this is Studio of the Year, but isn't just about development. When we get to this level, we're talking about the whole package. We're talking about development. We're talking about publishing. We're talking about all of the services that these big VR studios can offer. And these are the best of the best, the elite of the elite in 2024 VR. First of all, Fast Travel Games launched Vampire the Masquerade Justice, launched Mannequin, published Black Forge, published Project Demigod, published Band Space, and published Into the Radius on PlayStation VR2. Eric, that's a pretty damn impressive lineup for one fucking year in one company, right?
It's a lot of work, man. Like, that's a lot of work. I mean, like, you know, they're published, most of them, but like that publishing, like I think we talked about earlier, there's a lot of different things that can go into publishing. There can be development help, there can be, you know, game design help, there's marketing, and there's advertising, and then you have to run all the back ends and like do all the press releases, and like there's so many things that you have to do as a large studio that's publishing games. That's just it's just daunting. Like, and we do it with a huge company, like. And, you know, thankfully, Fast Travel has a really good company, and there are a lot of really talented people over there. But, man, that is a good lineup they did this year.
Yeah. Launched 2 games, published 4 more, announced The Midnight Walk, again, another publishing project for them. And then the game we just gave away, Action Hero. That's Fast Travel, too.
You got me hyped for that Midnight Walk, Wes.
Dude, it looks so cool.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. We move along to the next nominee, Perp Games. Perp Games did a lot this year, primarily as a publisher. Madison VR, we all know about that one, right? Happy Funland, we've talked about a couple of times as well. And a game that often gets forgotten under the shadow of those two is Vertigo 2. All three of those games come from Perp Games this year. And that sounds like a pretty damn solid year for a VR company. I think this was the year that Perp Games moved up from that indie studio category into play with the big boys because of these heavyweight releases that they brought to the market this year. When you're talking about Madison and Vertigo 2, those two games alone, you're talking about two of the very best games in the VR catalog. That's a pretty big W in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Next, perennial nominee and former winner of this award, In Dreams. In Dreams, while they had maybe a slower year than they typically would have, still had a very busy year as they brought Fracked to Quest this year. They published Vendetta Forever. They brought Frenzies into early access, and they published Sushi Ben. So maybe we didn't have that one big blockbuster release from In Dreams like we typically do. But if they had that, if they had their one big release like a Synapse was last year or Phantom Covert Ops from years past, then maybe we would be talking about In Dreams as the winner of this award as opposed to a nominee. Anyways, we move along to the next studio. The next nominee for Studio of the Year only had one game on its credit this year. But when we're talking about Camouflage, if that one game is Batman Arkham Shadow, then I think you absolutely had an excellent year. When you publish or when you develop a genre-defining game, one of the best games that has ever been released for a VR platform, then you absolutely deserve to be considered one of the studios of the year. And I feel like, again, this is another studio that kind of graduated this year. Not that they haven't always been great. We've had other great releases from them before with Iron Man VR and Republic. But I feel like this game, Batman Arkham Shadow, put them on another level. But there can only be one winner. And Eric, I think it would be stupid to announce any other studio as the studio of the year in 2024 other than Vertigo Games. We're talking about Arizona Sunshine 2. We're talking about Arizona Sunshine Remake. We're talking about Metro VR Awakening. We're talking about a studio that just the last time that Sony released their monthly sales reports, they had 3 out of the top 5 in sales on PSVR 2. 3 out of the top 5. That never happened. Nobody ever has 2 out of the top 10. They had 3 out of the top 5. And not only that, but as we are about to mention in the next pre-recorded segment, they had the top-selling new release on PSVR 2 in all of 2024 with Arizona Sunshine 2. Vertigo Games stepped up and claimed their fucking crown this year, in my opinion.
I couldn't agree more. Like, this one is almost a no-brainer. Like, I mean, I guess Camouflage is like in there just because Batman's such a Batman, right. But like, sure, volume and like quality of games. I mean, you got to go Vertigo. Like, you know, we talked about them earlier, and just saying like, they did it right. They do it right. Like, and they haven't always. Like, Vertigo has had their ups and downs too. But like when studios figure their shit out, and really start doing a good job with these things, like it's, you can see that they can be super powerful in the space, and they have a formula now. They've done it with a few things. Like, they found something that works. Like, that's why you see After the Fall feels a lot like this, and then Metro feels a lot like that, and like they use the tried and true, and they work it and make it their own, and that's why they've done really, really well. And then they did it a lot with a lot of numbers this year.
Roots, I think Eric's just hit the nail on the head here. I think that they were a pioneering studio in VR with Arizona Sunshine, but obviously still kind of learning as they went. They continued to learn on it with all of the DLC and stuff that they put out. But with After the Fall and that 2 to 3 year, I would say a solid 2 years of post launch support for it, I think Vertigo Games kind of really cut their teeth as developers and really came into their own. And then after they developed those and honed those skills on After the Fall, they went to work. Arizona Sunshine 2, Arizona Sunshine Remake, Metro VR Awakening. They're developing these games, not publishing them. And they're all next level in terms of production value and overall polish. They really did hit a new level this year as a studio.
Yeah, and they, at least to me, they proved to me that they take pride in what they do. They want to make a good game great, and they will support their games. They're going to go back and make them even better. Take new mechanics from After the Fall and put them into Arizona Sunshine 2, and put that into Arizona Sunshine Remake, and it's just it's amazing.
You're here. Very deserving winner. And let's be clear, Vertigo Games has been boss for a while. But in recent years, they've been making their presence more known as a publisher. They published a lot of well-known games over the last 2 years. This year, they kind of moved past all of that and really stepped up as a developer. And yeah, they definitely deserve to win this award, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in the years to come. I guarantee it.
Xbox Game Studio says they started watching the stream in Australia at 7 a.m. It's now 5:20 p.m. That's crazy.
They also say that these are the GOATs of VR content.
I say you're the GOAT for being here that long.
Yeah.
And watching us that whole time. That's crazy.
For real, you're the GOAT. But we have a lot. Like I said, we're at 97 now. But before we switched over, the whole 9.5 hour stream, we never dipped under 100. Our community is fucking awesome. And we're getting ready to go back over 100 probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes.
I want to see it in 5 minutes. Let's do it. Come on, guys.
Let's
go
do
get
it.
some friends. Bring some people in.
You know who hates it when it's done in 5 minutes?
Dude, at least 15, she says.
All right. We move on. Now we're getting down to it. We're starting to talk about some of our overall games of the year now. Like I said, we're getting into some of the heavy hitter awards. And this is an award. This next one is one that when we started doing these shows back in 2019 and 2020, we used to have this award right at the very end of the show with all of the other games of the year. And that is the early access game of the year, because oftentimes some of the funnest games that you can play in VR are not fully launched yet. They're early access games. So we think that this award deserves a lot of respect, because these are the games that we could be talking about as Game of the Year contenders next year or the year after, right? Depending on how well they come out through the rest of development. But they're already solid, or else they wouldn't be nominated for this award. Again, most of these we've already talked about, but actually, no, I take that back. Most of these we haven't talked about. So we'll get a few lines on a couple of these. 2 of them I haven't even played yet. But we already talked about Heartshot. We talked about that one a minute ago with the rookie VR studios of the year. But this, again, a very solid VR shooter, kind of patterned after Half-Life, with a real retro edge to it. A very popular early access title that came out early in 2024. Next, Bootstrap Island. And there was Eric, I was going to play a pirate game recently. I had 2 to choose from. I ended up choosing Pirates VR Jolly Roger. I haven't played Bootstrap Island yet. Please tell me I made the wrong decision.
I haven't played either one of them, so I don't know. That's a good question.
You haven't played Bootstrap Island? This was in the home of XR. I thought you would have played it for sure.
Yeah, no, I was really, really busy there. So I was only a couple of things I was able to try there. So and it just wasn't one of them, unfortunately. But yeah, a lot of people said cool things about it, but yeah, I never played it.
I like the
Super
thumbnail.
says I made the right choice.
There you go.
Pirates VR Jolly Roger must have been the way to go.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, fair enough. I know. I agree, Eric. I heard good things about Bootstrap Island as well. I heard it was hard though. Like it's a survival game essentially,
Okay.
and so that might be why maybe it didn't resonate with Looper or some other people. It's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, it's hardcore survival, no tutorial, no objectives. Figure everything out yourself. What Looper says.
You know what it looks like, Roots? You remember that pirate game that we played in alpha from that studio in Colorado Springs all those years ago?
Yeah, I do.
That's what Bootstrap Island looks like, to the point where I thought that it might be the same game. Turns out it's not, but I thought that it could be.
Yeah, definitely. Whatever happened to that studio? Are they still out here creeping around in Colorado Springs?
I wish I could remember what their name is so I could look
Reach
about.
out?
The game didn't even have I don't even think the game had a title when we played it. I think it was just Pirate Game or something, Yeah, everyone's saying that Bootstrap Island, that you're just going to be lost and wondering what the fuck to do. So
Okay,
that
fantastic.
it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a bad game. It just means they need to develop a tutorial. It's an early access game, right? So yeah, I'm not ready to write it off yet. It certainly looks like it's got some pretty good production value. So maybe they pull it together, give people a proper tutorial, and put some story in there, and then everybody gets happy about it all of a sudden. I don't know, but you know what is a good early access title? Convergence. Probably a title that we should have talked about in the best ongoing support, because Roots, were you around when we played this one earlier in the year?
We played this. I remember us talking about it. I can't remember exactly what the type of game. It was similar to another game we've played, right?
Similar to Into the Radius.
Okay.
It was one of those stalker clone type games. This is the game that rose from the ashes of that other game that the name I don't remember. Of course, I don't remember it, but the game got shut down for being too similar to Metro before Metro got announced. And the cancellation of the original game that I'm thinking of was the kind of thing that tipped us off and let us know that there was a Metro game coming. But he had to shut down before it being too similar to Metro, so he did. And from the ashes of that game, they built
Paradox of Hope. That's what it was.
Paradox of Hope. That's it. From the ashes of Paradox of Hope, Convergence was built, and it was cool in its early iteration. It had I think 2 levels or something like that. But this guy's been busy this year. He continues to update it with big content updates and polish, and yeah, a deserving nominee for early access game of the year. Virtual Reality Gamer says yes, Convergence is shaping up nicely. Indeed it is. But then we move on to Zona Origin. Here's another one that I haven't played yet. It's on the list because Looper nominated it. But I looked at it and checked it out on his recommendation. I didn't play it, but I looked into it, and this looks really cool. This looks like it has a pretty wide variety of different gameplay elements into again, another one of these kind of post-apocalyptic survival shooter games, and does a few unique things as well. So while I can't really speak on it specifically, again, because I haven't played it, it definitely looks like something I want to try out. And the fact that it's in early access really bodes well for it, because it looks pretty good already. I don't think you played this, did you, Eric?
I did not, no, unfortunately. I should have checked it out. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it looks really cool. All right. So here we are for down to the winner for early access game of the year, and this is a game that has already, what was it? They've already made, I think, $3 million on this game, just selling early access copies of it.
Yeah,
and rightfully so. Into the Radius 2. Into the Radius 2 is our early access game of the year. Again, Eric, I played this one right out the gate as soon as they launched it on the Steam, and it was a lot of fun. Obviously, early days on this one, they still have a lot to build out in it, but I am confident that they're going to get there. And for what it's worth, for your money, they actually give you a pretty good chunk of game here that's really fun to play.
Yeah, I mean, again, this studio knows what they're doing. Like, they did such a good job with the original, and they did a great job with this second part. And if you're going to launch in the early access, this is the way you do it. Like, they did a really good job of like figuring out what they can put in here now that makes it at least compelling enough to keep people in here and make it worth being in there without having it be a janky mess where it's too hard to do. So, yeah, if you're gonna do that, launch in the early access is the way to do it.
Absolutely. Roots, Into the Radius 2, promising a much bigger, much better version of what was already one of the better games in the VR catalog. And you can see it. The early access launch of Into the Radius 2 on day one is better than Into the Radius 1 was 18 months in the early access. So they're starting off, it's like they're starting off with 2 years of development behind them, just based on the experience that they gained building the original game.
Yeah, and it's a early access game you can get and feel confident that the developers are going to finish the game and make it really good because that's what they do. So definitely not a risk at all. Where sometimes you get early access, you never know.
So yeah, I would say that out of all of these early access games, this is the one that you can't miss with. This is the one I would feel confident in telling people that they can go ahead and invest their money in. I think that maybe it'll take a year, maybe it'll take 2 years, but I'm pretty confident that this is going to turn out to be an excellent, excellent game. All right. And we are back to Oprah once again. And we're back to our old habits of giving away award winners. But we're going to do it a little bit different this time. We're going to shake things up and put the power in your hands as viewers. Although it looks like we just lost about 20 viewers, Roots. Where did they all go?
I don't know. That's left. Crazy. Maybe
Yeah,
to bed.
Well, they came right back. They bounced right back up. All right. YouTube taking a shit on us. Good, because you're not going to want to miss out on this, because we're going to give away 4 keys right now. 2 live and then 2 second chance. And you're going to have your choice here of either Into the Radius 1 on PSVR 2 or Into the Radius 2 on Steam. Obviously, Into the Radius 2 is not on PlayStation VR. So we can only give that one away on Steam. And then Into the Radius 1 is on Steam, but it's been on Steam for years. It's new on PlayStation VR 2. So we have, again, the new releases from Into the Radius. We have Into the Radius 1 on PSVR 2, Into the Radius 2 on Steam, first come, first serve on platform, on region, and the first 2 people in the chat to answer this question gets your pick of that mess of Into the Radius games that I just spouted off. And the question is this: which popular flat game does Into the Radius take its inspiration from? Its obvious inspiration from. First 2 people that can tell me that will win a copy of either Into the Radius 1 on PSVR or Into the Radius 2 on Steam. All right, Corporate Zombie coming through with number 1. Zombie, and then Johnny C. Johnny C coming away with the second copy.
David Run says, I didn't know that. It was not obvious to me. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how much you know games and that type of stuff. I only know that because I'm not a big Stalker fan as far as the games. So
I'm not either, but anytime you ever hear anybody talk about Into the Radius, all they talk about is how it's Stalker in VR.
Stalkerish. You know who is a stalker, Wes?
My mom!
Yeah, she's a bad one.
She's so bad about that.
She's very bad.
So, congratulations, Corporate Zombie. Congratulations, Johnny C. We got 2 more copies we're going to give away in 2 weeks. Just leave a comment down below that says that you would either like to enter to win Into the Radius 1 on PSVR, or you would like to win Into the Radius 2 on Steam, or you could say both. You want to enter to win both? Just make sure you're subscribed, and we're going to give away the ones that aren't claimed in 2 weeks.
Didn't Stalker 2 just come out recently, right? The sequel?
Yeah, and it's an Unreal game. Turns out it's way too resource heavy for anyone to be able to play with the Unreal Injector just yet.
Without a 5090. Yeah, there you go.
By the way, why don't we take a look at that now that we're thinking about it? Let's see if we got any more donations here. Last we checked, we were at $800, I think. Now at $820, thanks to another donation from Grandpa Barbecuer. I think it's the 3rd donation from Grandpa Barbecuer. So thank you, Grandpa, for the continued support. And then let's take a look at PayPal. Yeah, we had another PayPal donation too. Let me just bring PayPal up. All right. Nice. So we've had 2 PayPal donations tonight. Salvador, we already called out. Thank you again, Salvador, for the $30. We also, since the last time we checked, got a $50 donation from Alfredo Lara.
Nice.
Who says, who sends the message, get that 5090, Wes.
Absolutely.
So with this $80 plus the $820, that is in the Buy Me a Coffee account, we are now at $900 even. We are $100 away from our goal and securing our 5090 when it launches in 3 days. Hopefully, if I can get one, which I won't be able to get one.
No,
I want to try.
You're going to
try.
You should talk to Radio Runt, see if he can get you in on his. He's got that insider.
He can only get one. We already talked about
well,
this.
Oh, and is he getting one? That what his plan is?
Yeah.
Why not? Why not just let you get it?
Yeah.
Come on, Radio Runt. Why are you just being so selfish, bro?
What are you gonna do with it? What are you gonna do with it anyway?
Yeah, you're not even gonna play Batman. I guess you can't.
Yeah,
play
he's
Batman.
just gonna get it and tell us.
He doesn't even game, does he?
He's just gonna get it and tell us about all the games he's not gonna play on it.
He's gonna tell us about all the horror games he's not gonna play.
Come on, man.
I'm just pulling your leg out, Radio Runt. Anyway, thank you all for Alfredo Lara. Thank you for Grandpa Barbecue, the Game Cat. Thank you for the support. We have now over doubled what my initial total was in donations, and that's pretty incredible.
That is incredible.
Thank you, everyone. I assumed that we would get some donations. I did not expect that we would put on $500 during the episode. Thank you so much.
I don't trust anybody that wouldn't play Batman. It's
Yeah,
like, do you have a soul?
I agree.
Like, what is wrong with you? Radio Runt.
He wouldn't play the Demio battles either.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Shades of Grey Matter says I should wait a week or two just in case the card has issues with VR.
You might not get a card then.
If the card, right, exactly. I'm not going to be able to get one anyway, but if I am able to get one, and it has issues with VR, I'll have 2 options. One, wait until the drivers get updated and it doesn't have issues with VR anymore, which probably won't be long, knowing NVIDIA. They're pretty good about updating their drivers. But in the worst case scenario where it looks like it's not going to be able to play VR for a while, I'll just take my $2,000 graphics card and sell it for $2,500 in about a day on Facebook,
Right.
and wait until then. I guess wait until they fix it or another better card comes out.
Yeah, if you weren't getting the Founders Edition, that's about what you would need. About, I was reading 2,800 is they figure will be the average for the partner cards or whatever. You know, the ones
2,800.
Yeah, the ones that are overclocked and all those.
We have a new goal, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go. There you go.
Our goal has now moved to $1,800.
There you go. Just double it. You're good.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got 2 more award categories to give, and then another giveaway, and then we're gonna go away for a 2.5-hour pre-recorded segment.
It's 3 a.m. We're going to go away for a 3-hour segment. It's going to be 6 a.m.
Yeah. You're not coming back, are you?
I don't know if I can. I'll try. Let's see how I literally going to have
you don't
to
have
to work.
It's cool.
I'm just going to, by the time when we come back, we're going to have to start to, I'm going to have to start to go to work. We'll have to see. Well, we'll get there and we'll see what happens.
I thought you were a part of the show. Mash, like, I got to do my job, dude.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is like, I don't even mind not sleeping. I actually have to work.
I'm going to take a nap. We're going away for 2 hours. I'm 100%.
I may have to do that. I may have to do that too.
Yeah, I'm going to take a 2-hour nap while
set
we're,
like
while we're
5
away.
alarms because I need to take a nap too.
Yeah, I totally will. I'll be back for sure, but I am going to sleep while I'm away. There's no doubt about that. But I get it, Eric. You've got stuff to. I got to work too, but I don't have to work at 6 a.m. I've got to work at like 10 a.m. So, yeah. So I totally get it, man. Go take care of your business. Get some sleep. You've been a trooper hanging in this long.
We're rocking this.
Anyway, let's not waste any more time and get into the surprise of the year. This was the category you mentioned that would be a good thing if we had earlier, Eric. The surprise of the year.
It's a surprise that we did the category for Eric,
right?
Yeah, surprise.
These things surprise me.
All but one of these titles we've already talked about. So again, we're not going to sit here and blow about any of them. Nominee number 1, Underdogs. We've already talked about it a few times. Flew in completely under the radar. So much so that I didn't even play it on launch. I didn't even play it till about a month ago. And turns out that it's really good. And ask anyone that's played it, and all 5 of them will tell you that it's really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Next, surprise of the year, Witchblood. Witchblood came out on Quest this year, and that was surprising enough. The even bigger surprise is that this game's been in VR for about 5 years, and I didn't even know about it on Oculus Rift many, many years ago. But it's a super high quality game, side-scrolling Metroidvania. Great game. Hopefully we would maybe want to see this come to other platforms one day, but I think this might even be a Oculus Studios title, like produced by Oculus Studios. So we may never see this on another platform. But it's really good, and hopefully more people learn about it and play it. Surprise of the year number 3, Vendetta Forever. I feel like this game has been nominated for the last 10 categories that we talked about, so I don't need to go on again and tell people what this game is. It's good. It's awesome. It's fast-paced. It's fun, and completely off the radar. This game came from SideQuest. This was a SideQuest game forever before InDreams picked it up, polished it out, and finished it, and made it into what it is. Excellent title. Highly recommended. So we come to the 4th nominee, and this one we have yet to talk about, so I'll spend just a minute talking about Subside. Subside first came onto our radar early in the year as a playable demo on Steam. Since then, not only has that playable demo launched with a ton of very fully realized levels, but it's also been ported to PlayStation VR, where it has put forth a very awesome port that I think even was pro optimized for the 10 people that bought PS5 Pro consoles. Eric, completely off the radar. This one didn't even know anything about it. Didn't even, have even hear about a whisper of this game. And then all of a sudden, that demo comes out, and everyone's talking about it, right?
Yeah, I was in the same boat. Like, the demo is what like really got me like seeing what was going on. I think I don't remember what was it. It was either PD or maybe Gamertag caught the demo early, and that's like the first time I saw it, and I was like blown away by like the physics and what it looked like and what it was doing. And then, we were hopeful that they come. It didn't ship just as a tech demo in basic, and it didn't. There's definitely more depth than that. It's maybe not the most full-blown game in the world, but it's definitely better than some out there. And I think this is one of the most gorgeous looking games you've ever played. The swimming is fantastic. There's a lot of cool things going on here. It's got a little depth to it.
It's a beautiful tech demo. No, I'm just kidding.
Very beautiful.
It's a swimming
Roots
sim.
Yeah.
It is. It's a coin picker upper sim.
Yeah.
Roots, talk about a surprise. This game is brought to us by a dude. One dude.
Hey, dude.
Brought this beautifully realized world into existence. And it isn't just graphics. Like, graphics obviously are a big part of it. But we're talking about physics here, fluid physics, which isn't something that's easy to replicate in or out of VR. It's we can say what we want about it as a game, but it is a technical achievement. I don't think there's any denying that.
Right, absolutely. And Looper says you're not kidding, Roots. That's what it is. Yeah, I actually kind of thought that until last night. Apparently there's way more to this thing than I thought. And stay tuned for the next recorded segment to find out what I'm talking about. But yeah, no, I definitely I need to get in there and put more time into it and check it out, because I don't think I put enough time into it that I probably should.
Brian gave this a 9.5 out of 10, or maybe a 10 out of 10. Like, I couldn't believe it. I was dumbfounded. I'm not trying to throw shade at Brian or anything, but it's a beautiful, beautiful game. It is a game, technically. A game. It's definitely not a tech demo the way that Kayak VR was a tech demo. There are gameplay elements here. It is an exploration game, is what it is. And you have to progress to unlock the map, or else you'll drown trying to explore it.
I don't want to drown.
I don't either. You better find some coins, bro, and some keys.
Yep.
Well, that's how real life works, right? If you want to breathe
9.
better underwater, you find coins. And then
Looper says it was 9. 9 out of 10.
That's correct. I mean, that's
Bryan
amazing.
Paul. Yeah. It's an incredible score. For one of the biggest surprises of the year, Subside. But definitely no bigger surprise for me this year, without a shadow of a doubt, than Into Black. And this is a game we've been gushing over for 10.5 to 11 hours now, just as it's been nominated over and over and over and over again for all of these different awards. It would have won those awards if it hadn't already won this one. We voted on this one first, so this is the one that it won, surprise of the year. And again, I don't want to rehash this game. We've went on to great detail about what this game is and what makes it so great. It's one of these games that's good at everything that it does, and it does a lot. And again, coming from the binary mill, pretty much out of nowhere. I mean, they didn't stealth drop it, but they showed us a trailer, and then they launched the game within 2 months of showing us the trailer.
It's so crazy.
Like, textbook VR launch, and they knew it was good from the beginning. Like, I contacted these guys after I saw the trailer, and I was like, hey, this looks pretty cool. And they opened right up and told me about the game. They told me all about it, and I was like, really? It's got drop in and drop out co-op, but really it's got all of this progression. It's got the story campaign that takes 8 to 10, 12 hours to play through. Really. And so they weren't shy about sharing about this game right from the get-go. And it turns out everything that they told me pre-launch about this game turned out to be true. And you did hear it here first if you're a subscriber. We broke some news on this thing pretty early on. And when a game comes out that's this good, it makes us look good after we break the news, you know.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see some new sales numbers on this and see how they did. Like
Yeah,
stealth dropping. I wonder if stealth dropping like that can have its own like.
Well, they did again. They didn't stealth drop. They didn't stealth
Yeah,
drop it.
they kind of
They
did.
put a trailer up.
Yeah, I mean, but beyond dropping a trailer that 90% of the people didn't pick up. You know, they didn't do it like normal, like we would tell most people to do it. So I'm just wondering how it works. So, because sometimes you can do these things and it can kind of go viral on you, and it can make, if you get lucky, it can work out. I would be curious. Like, I hope this game did really well, like, because it's a good game that most people should be, pretty much everybody should be playing. I just would love to see some sales numbers. See what it looks like.
Well, Meta broke our back our way to back engineer those, so we'll probably never see them. But yeah, hopefully it did well. It deserves to do well.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, 2024 surprise of the year, Into Black. All right, now we're getting down to it. We're getting into the games of the year. We just did early access game of the year. We're getting ready to go into a segment with Bryan Paul where we're going to talk about the PSVR2 game of the year. When we come back from that, we're going to talk about the MetaQuest game of the year. But before we go to that, we're going to talk about the indie game of the year. And we use the indie game very much in the same way that we used it for the studios. We're just talking about a game that's smaller budget game from one of the smaller studios. Essentially, the indie game of the year is the way for us to recognize the games that maybe would be the game of the year if it weren't for big budget first party productions like Batman, like Asgard's Wrath, like Resident Evil 4, like Madison. All of these big popular titles these are the games that win game of the year every year. So how do we reconcile that with some of these smaller titles that really can't compete, even though they're a lot of ways just as fun? Well, we do that by having the indie game of the year category. So that's what this category is all about. And again, a lot of familiar titles on here that we've already talked about at length, starting once again with Underdogs. I feel like this has been nominated for like 7 out of the last 10 awards we've talked about. So you guys know what we think about Underdogs. It's an excellent game. Moving on to Legendary Tales. Great indie game. Great indie game that we hold in very high esteem here from the Indie Studio of the Year. The nominee for Indie Game of the Year. Makes sense to me. Moving on to Max Mustard, the platformer of the year, the timely release of the year. I mean, God, people had blue balls so bad for Astrobot when this game came out, and it benefited from it greatly, I would assume, on the PlayStation platform at least. Excellent game, deserving nominee. And then we go to Zero Caliber 2. Another game that we have been gushing about all day long, about how great the co-op campaign is, how challenging the game is, how much variety that there is in the weapons and the environments. Another great Quest-only release, or at least for now, Quest-only release. Fifth nominee, and a very close second place for Contractors Showdown Exfil. We've been glazing this one all day too, for basically being two great competitive shooter games in one package for one price from a small team that deserves all the credit in the world. So, with all of those great games not winning Indie VR Game of the Year, what possibly could have won Indie Game of the Year. Of course, again, we are talking one more time about Into Black from the Binary Mill. Yes, that's right, folks. One of only a handful of titles that won more than one award just because the game was that undeniable. Why did this not win Co-op Game of the Year? Because not only did it win Surprise of the Year, it won Indie VR Game of the Year. Because Roots, it's just that damn good.
Yeah, it is just that good. It's good in every way, and it's probably my favorite co-op of the year, for sure. And they just did everything right. There's not really anything I can say about this game that I didn't enjoy. And from the very moment I went in, it exceeded expectations in every category, whether it was graphics, music, depth of gameplay, the jank free. It's just it was a joy to play. Good job, Binary.
What about those? What about those zero gravity levels when you go through the Stargate and you can just jump for a fucking 200 feet in the air? Wasn't that so fun?
Yeah. It just like I said, I couldn't believe how good it looked. When I first got in there, I was like, wow, this looks amazing. And how many times do we go into games and you see something that looks amazing, and then you start to move around and you're like, oh yeah, there's the jank I was expecting. Oh, there's the lack of gameplay I was expecting. I just didn't have that experience. I we played several hours, and I left thinking, wow, this game is amazing. I want to go back in. So yeah, they did an amazing job.
You can make a lot of platforms in this game too. Like a lot. A lot.
Yeah, you can almost bug the game out and trap people. I had a lot of fun in that part, just fucking around at the end of that one stream. We stopped the stream and we all just started messing with each other, and that was pretty fun.
It was awesome. Eric, you know who else is into black?
Ooh, there's a couple options here. I was gonna say Oprah. We're doing another giveaway.
Oprah.
Yeah.
Well, there she is. Actually,
There
we
you go.
are. It is time for us to give away another title. Unfortunately, we do not have any keys for Into Black. Not that we didn't ask, but we don't have any keys for Into Black. So we've got the next best thing. We have 8 keys. 8 keys for Arizona Sunshine 2. We're going to give away 4 in the chat. We're going to give away 4 more in the second chance drawing. So if you'd like to win a copy of Arizona Sunshine 2, leave a comment down below that says you'd like to enter the second chance drawing for Arizona Sunshine 2. Make sure you're subscribed, and we're going to give away 4 more of these in 2 weeks' time. But we're going to give away 4 of them right now. First 4 people in our chat to answer the following question will win a copy of Arizona Sunshine 2, platform and region of your choice, but first come, first serve on those. We've got a little bit of everything, but we don't have a lot of everything. So it's first come, first serve on the platforms and the regions. All right. Arizona Sunshine 2 is the sequel to Arizona Sunshine, the classic zombie VR shooter game from the early days of VR. 2017, I think this game came out. Maybe 2016. Anyway, the game's lead protagonist that you play as, I don't even remember what your name is, but what I do remember is the name that your character gave the zombies. First 4 people in the chat that can tell us what we call the zombies in Arizona Sunshine will win a copy of Arizona Sunshine 2 on the platform and region of their choice.
It's already up. There's already well over 4.
Yeah. People are down to win this one, huh? Yeah, so we've got just a PSVR 2 enthusiast, which already won one, but like I said, if we'll let you win twice, but you have to pick one. So when we talk on Discord, just the PSVR2 enthusiast, you'll have to choose one of these games. You can't win twice, but we will put you down as a winner here, so you get your choice
Pant
of the two
also
games.
voted a second time.
Yeah, same goes for you, Pant. If you're a winner, I haven't verified that yet, but if you're a winner, Pant, you can only win once. You can win twice, but you only get one prize. Yeah, so just a PSVR2 enthusiast. My first winner. You can only win once live. I mean,
Right.
you guys can still enter the second chance drawing and win again. You just can't win multiple prizes live. So just a PSVR2 enthusiast. One, the first one, Pant, was the second one. Yeah, same goes for you, Pant. You'll have to choose between this and the other title.
He's
that you won.
Pant says I prefer Legendary Tales, so we can just choose somebody else on this
All right,
list today.
we'll just go ahead and drop Pant then. Drop your pants.
No, just one Pant.
Just drop one of your pants. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Chatty will be number 2 then in Pant's stead. Congratulations, Chatty. You just won a copy of Arizona Sunshine 2. Boognish66. I think Boognish66 wins a game every year when we do these episodes.
Oh, deserves it.
This year's
Always here.
Absolutely. Always here. That's right. Boognish66. And last but not least, Woovane. Woovane has won Arizona Sunshine 2.
How cool is it that everybody's winning these games right now, and then they're going to get to go straight into watching the best recorded segment? Not that AJ's wasn't amazing, but we're talking Bryan Paul here. And
and Eric. Eric wasn't part of the AJ
that's
segment.
true. That is very true.
I know.
All right. So just the PSVR2 enthusiast, Chatty, Boognish66, Woovang all won a copy of Arizona Sunshine 2, courtesy of our friends at Vertigo Games. Congratulations, all you all.
How crazy is it that Chrome
wait a minute. Just a PSVR2 enthusiast has declined.
Okay.
And says that they would rather have the copy of Trombone Champ that they won earlier.
Okay, so then what does that give?
That's fair enough. So we're going to go to the next one past Woovane, which is Garfield.
Yeah.
The lasagna loving game cat. So
I was going to say, how crazy is it that Chrome Colossus says, wow, I thought I was actually a fan of Bryan Paul, but I'm close to crashing. Oh, wait, no. I mean, thought I'd be able to stay up for the Bryan Paul stuff, but I'm close to crashing. Pretty much just reading between the lines there. How can you call yourself a fan of the PSVR without parole, and you're thinking
we have
about
an exclusive 2.5 hour segment. This segment,
it's really good.
This segment is literally the length of a typical VR podcast. It's like we're just starting a new podcast.
It's a freshie. Just grab a Coke, grab some caffeine, grab some Adderall, whatever you need. Get through the day. Stay away.
And it's going to culminate with the revelation of what the PSVR Game of the Year 2024 is. Will Bryan agree with our Game of the Year? Will he staunchly disagree?
That's true.
What will it be? Will it be Vertigo 2? Will it be Resident Evil 4? Will it be Madison? No one knows. Could be Ghost, or no, can't be that. Never mind. I was looking at the wrong paper.
Somebody said, who is it? What kind of game cat sleeps at night, right?
Me. I'm about to.
Well, that's the thing. I'm giving you crap, Chrome Colossus, but I'm like daydreaming of going to sleep here for a little bit.
I actually feel pretty good. I'm going to lay down and try to go to sleep because I feel like I need to do that with this time, right? I need to spend my time wisely.
Right.
But I actually feel all right. I
You
could power
actually,
through.
yeah, I was
and
gonna say you look
finish it.
good too for that little amount of sleep you've been getting. You look like you're pretty with it still.
I did
you-
sleep a little bit. I slept a few hours last night, but I slept it right here in this chair with my
I see
chin
what
on my
Eric's
chest.
doing as your boss. He's like, you actually look pretty spry. Like you got a good long day tomorrow. Today.
Yeah, I've got a day ahead of me, that's for sure. But I don't have Eric's day ahead of me, so.
It's gonna be a
what-
beast.
You're gonna get through it. No
Eric,
problem.
do you need to tell people bye?
Yeah, I'm going to just in case because I think it's just I'm looking at the time wise now. It's 3:05. By the time
It'll
we come
be-
back, I'll literally just be having to get into this meeting with Jasmine, and she's been gone for 2 weeks. We have some major decisions that we have to make this week before I actually go away for a few days for vacation. So,
Yep. So
this one's
yeah.
one I can't
Well,
skip, unfortunately.
Thank you for hanging in there, Eric. For what it's worth, everyone, Eric's votes were tallied in with everyone else's. Him not being here to announce with us doesn't mean he didn't have the same amount of influence on who won the awards. And I think you could probably guess who won most of them already if you haven't looked.
I did just take a quick look just so I could see it all the way out, and I can tell you this: everyone from this point on, I agree with 100%.
Yeah, although I got to say the PSVR 2 segment was the category was not easy to decide this year. It was close. It was a close vote, and I think I voted against the way that it actually ended up going. I think I voted the other way with it. Although I'm not terribly upset. I certainly can see why the game that won.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that's where I am too. Like, you couldn't. You have an argument for any of these games that you're going to see coming up, and that's what happens when you get to this part of the territory of the voting. Like, there's some strong things in here that you're like, you know what, I can't be that mad if that one won, even though maybe I didn't vote for it. But yeah, all the ones that are coming out were deserving.
It came down to blows, Eric. You should have been in there. People were
I've
throwing chairs
been there
and
with
shit.
me, and you almost came down the blows. Going
No,
these things, man. We're all
I've-
passionate about our opinions. I love it.
I've seen me and you almost getting in an argument. You and Wes. It's there was really
the common
actually,
denominator in these damn things.
I was gonna say actually it was pretty tame this year, to be honest. But I also wasn't feeling the best, so I was kind of quiet, a lot more quiet than I normally would be.
I mean, I think it's good to know that we really put a lot of time, effort, and passion into these things. It's not just a go through the motions thing. Like everybody, Wes puts a ton of work, Bruce puts a ton of work, but all the people individually. I mean, there's good, deep discussions about these things. They're not just get them, throw your votes in and get them done. I mean, literally, we are all very, very passionate about every one of these topics and every one of these winners.
Yeah. Agreed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You were 9th, Technoglitch. Technoglitch says he was the third one to say Fred. Not on my screen, bro. You were 9th.
Oh, yeah,
And this is what we said at the top. It always puts yours up as soon as you hit enter, but it doesn't count until it gets to the internet and gets to my computer.
That's true. I think tech is probably the reason why we have to clarify that every year. We're like, tech, it doesn't matter what you see on your screen. You got the second chance, bro. You know you're gonna win one. You got this.
He Tech already won one anyway, right? Like he's trying to win his second one now.
Oh, I was gonna say we still have 2 games to give away.
Oh yes, we do. And just so you all know, we're about to cut away to a segment with Bryan Paul where we have 2 giveaways. So I guess I can't sleep. I have to stay up and see who wins these giveaways. I have to be watching it. But when we come back, not only are we going to name the games of the year, but we're going to give away the games of the year. So stay tuned for that, ladies and gentlemen. You're not going to want to miss it.
Hell yeah.
And I promise I'm going to stay away from my mouse, so you'll be able to see the entirety of this clip without me skipping backwards to to read loop something. So
anyway, thank you for hanging in there, Eric. Go try to get a couple hours of sleep before your meeting, and we will talk to you at the stand up in about 8 hours.
And
right?
hang out with your wife. You know,
Yeah, maybe.
you haven't seen her for weeks, and yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, thank you guys for holding this for me and waiting for me to be here. Wes, you guys could have moved it and done it on another time, and you thought it was important enough for me to be here, and I appreciate that. And thank you, everybody, donated tonight, and yeah, thanks.
Wouldn't be
I
the
had a
same
blast
without
being
you.
here, man. Yeah, I love it, man. Couldn't miss
And
it.
Shiva Playing Video Games says, great show, guys, in West. Just so you know, no confusion here. We've got about 3 hours of show left.
Yeah,
The show's not over. We're cutting away to a pre-recorded segment we recorded yesterday. It's going to take about 2.5 hours to get through that. When we come back, we've got about a half hour of show left where we will name the games of the year and then take it home. But until then, goodbye, Eric. We'll see you very soon. And everyone else, stay right where you're at. Don't go anywhere. The best is yet to come.
And I wanted to say before we go, I do see your comment. Super Galaxy Godstar says, "Can you see my comments?" So yes, I see them, and we appreciate you, and enjoy the Bryan Paul segment.
Super Galaxy Godstar. I don't think I do see that.
Do you really
Where
not?
do you see that
It's
at?
right above the Shiva Playing video games, where he
Oh,
said,
yeah, there it is. Can you guys? I do see it now. I didn't see it before, but I do now. Thank you for pointing it out.
yeah, you're in the. We see it. I don't know why you're feeling left out, but we appreciate you.
EFYT just now joining from the UK. UK's waking up just in time for the very best part of the show.
Yes, this is the best part.
Best giveaways.
Yep.
Best talk. Anyway, you all check it out. We'll be back in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We got the best yet to come. Well, here we are back once again for our annual visit from our good friend Bryan Paul over on our sister channel. I guess, is it the sister channel, Brian? I guess it is, right?
Yeah, that's how it works.
The big sister.
Twisted Sister.
Just as sister, yeah.
Twisted Sister is the answer.
Anyway, yeah, thanks for joining us yet again, Brian. I think this has been like 3 or 4 years now in a row that you've come over here to talk about the year in PlayStation VR with us. And
That's the
as
definition
usual,
of a slow learner.
right. One of these days you'll figure it out. Nobody watches this. Nobody watches this anyway. But no, I mean, 2024, a very interesting year for VR and for PSVR especially. I think this was kind of the year, Brian, that we all everyone's kind of coming to terms now and settling in and kind of understanding and realizing what PSVR 2 and PSVR this generation is going to be, largely a platform that's being carried by third parties. But with that said, that's not such a bad thing, right? Especially over the latter half of the year. We got a lot of great releases on PSVR 2, and it's still almost too much to play, right?
Yeah, for sure. The number of games that are just sitting in my backlog that I haven't reviewed yet, that I haven't even done a Bryan bite on, that there are games that I haven't even started. I mean, so we are, we're in pretty deep, but you're right. Sony's not doing a lot on their part, outside of, paying a couple AAA studios to bring their games over. But I mean, other than that, like the PlayStation 5 itself, like flat screen gaming, we're heavily relying on third parties, but third parties are better than they've ever been in VR, as far as I'm concerned. I think it's easy to kind of look back and be like, "Oh, we had it so good on PSVR 1," and then you say, well, by comparison, I think we're doing much better this generation.
I do too, and for me, I know that we all scream about first party, and we want, I screamed about first party and why they're not supporting it, but I think if you don't have a healthy third party and second party, ecosystem, I think you're doomed to fail. You cannot survive on first party alone, and PlayStation and Sony, they're not meta, and they're not going to fund every game out there to support that platform. That's just not going to happen. So the only way that it survives is to have good, strong third-party support.
And sometimes that actually happens organically out of Sony just saying we're not going to do a whole bunch. So that absolutely actually feeds into the third-party developers having to say, well, we'll support it. And then all of a sudden you see more and more games go there. And for me, and I can tell you from experience, I'm not going to tell you the numbers, but like when we put Trombone Champ to PlayStation this fall, for us, we just want to support the platform. You know what I mean? We're gamers. We're a studio that's made up of gamers. We were going to support the platform no matter what. To be honest with you, I didn't think we were going to make a ton of money. Like I wasn't if we broke even, I'm happy. If we break even, I'm happy. We support the platform. We support the players. And we were pleasantly surprised. We did a lot better than we did, to the point where every developer now should look to the platform to actually make good money there. It's not just like, oh, let's put it there because, we want to support. Let's put it there because it's actually a viable platform. And that's due to the healthy third party developer ecosystem right now, not the first party.
It's a story that we've been seeing again and again all year long. From Max Mustard to Encircled to the Cube VR developers, they're all coming out in mass and saying, "Hey, this is a place where you can sell your game. This is a place where, we're selling better here than Quest. We're selling better here than Steam." And so it's a smaller install base, but it's a more, I don't want to say more passionate, because I don't want to put down like any other headset users. It's that, because there's lots of passionate Quest users, but we definitely buy more games than other platforms. They're saying that there's like 15, 20 million Quest 2s out there and probably a couple million Quest 3s. And at best, we're probably looking at 2 million PSVR 2s, and we're still buying more games than they are in Quest. So I think it's a pretty good sign, man. I think it's a pretty good sign.
And not only that, the third-party support certainly, I'm sure, has a lot to do with the recent growth of the user base. But they're finally starting to put the headset on sale, making a more reasonable price, which I think the price was a lot of the criticism in the early days of the thing getting launched. The price was a big kind of sticking point for a lot of people, and now that you can pick the thing up for $350 at times, and the fact roots that it supports PCVR as well now, I think that we could see something similar to like what we saw with PSVR 1, where the thing, kind of grows slowly but steady, right? It continues to grow and grow throughout the all the way up until the end of the generation.
Yeah, it's the best display too, as visually, colors and everything. It's definitely the OLED is amazing on PC as well as PlayStation. So yeah, it gives it more value for sure.
Anyway, we're gonna have plenty of time to talk about PlayStation VR. That obviously is why we have Bryan here, as always. But we have some other awards that we want to talk about before we get to that. So why don't we just go ahead and start off by talking about the first one of those. And this is an oldie but a goodie, the Bob Ross Award. This is the award for Best Art Direction and Graphics. Eric, we always need to be very explicit about that this isn't just a graphics award, right? This isn't about which game is the most photoreal, although, that's considered as well. But this game is more about art direction, or at least just as much about the art direction of a game as the actual graphics. It's about a game looking good, not necessarily always looking realistic.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we could go back to like some of the great 8-bit stuff, you know what I mean? Like, Garage Collective, and some of the games that they have, like, which is to me, that's like an art style, like, or a game like Compound, you know what I mean? Those are art styles for me. I mean, just because they're not, like, I don't need Kayak VR in everything I do, right? And if you give me something that's just super cool, like, give me cell shaded. I love cell shaded. Like, I mean, there's games out there, like Borderlands is one of the best games I've ever played. Like, is it photorealistic? No. But it's probably one of the most beautiful games I've ever played. And, for me, I'm like, give me art style, give me cool, especially with the PlayStation headset, give me color. I'm all about that. So yeah, for me, it doesn't have to be photorealistic all the time. I think we're actually seeing now, guys, that like how many games are successful and not being for like we're seeing games that like it's not about graphics anymore. It's about gameplay. It's about I mean you can have the best looking game in the world, but if there's nothing there to play, it's not that good. So for me, it's like if you give me a cool art style, it doesn't need to be photorealistic, and then you give me great gameplay, I'm all about it. But
it's a game,
there's so many
right?
different.
The gameplay has to be, I think, is number one. So who cares if it looks good if this game sucks?
Well, it's a total package, and you know, with VR gaming specifically, it's about being immersed in the game, right? It's about feeling that presence, and I think we've learned in recent years, especially in the Quest generation, that you don't always have to have a photorealistic environment to feel present in the environment. Just a reminder to everyone that these categories, the nominees list, have been narrowed down in the interest of time. We're really trying not to go 14 hours this year. So even though this particular category had like a dozen nominees, we're trying to hold each one of these award categories down to like 5 or 6. So there was a lot of great looking games that were put up to the vote when we met with the patrons last month and decided who the winners were. But Brian, kind of going back before we get into the nominees, kind of going back to what Eric was touching on, you can have like a distinctive art style and really generate some beautiful worlds without everything looking like it was ripped right out of a photograph book. And one of the nominees that we didn't list here but was definitely nominated for this game is a great example of that, and that was Cube VR, which came to PlayStation VR this past year. And I think that that's a perfect example of how you can even take pixel art, but kind of look at it standing back and take in the whole big picture and see some very beautiful visuals, especially in the PSVR headset.
Yeah, Cube is. I mean, I think that's most of the reason to play Cube, honestly. You get in there and just kind of take it all in and absorb, the day-night cycle and the northern lights and the draw distance, and it just all looks really great. I mean, talk about a developer that went overboard resolution-wise. I think like all the textures in that game are like rendered at 8K, and I was like, the headset's not even 8K. What are we doing? Like, it's just like really went overboard to make sure that it looked ridiculously good, and it does. So yeah. Art direction, I think art direction is like more important, or art style is more important than, as you guys were saying, like photorealism. Something like Synapse, just really resonates when you think about something like this. It's like practically a black and white game with these streaks of neon, and it's like, man, that's a memorable looking game, right? You don't look back and think of that game and think of the reprojection or how unrealistic the environments looked. You think of like how cool it looked, and I like that.
Yeah, absolutely, and specifically with Cube, did that get pro enhanced as well?
It probably did.
I was thinking that it did, but I'm wondering what that means. If it was already being rendered out at 8K, what are they going to render it out at 16K for pro users?
Yeah, I'm trying to think if that was one that I did a comparison video on. And there's so many. With the Pro, no, we don't need to talk much about the Pro right now, but with the Pro, like there's a lot of things that are already in super high resolution that got like a 10% boost in resolution. You're like, I don't know, man. I'm 45 years old. My eyes are not good enough to pick up on a 10% increase in resolution when it's already being super sampled, like at 150% or something like that. I mean, so yeah, but Cube looks beautiful no matter what you do.
All right, so let's get into these nominees, and again, these are the top best of the best nominees in terms of art direction and graphics in 2024, and we kick off with a PSVR exclusive Resident Evil 4 remake. And Eric, I know this is one of your favorite games, and historically, it's been one of your favorite games. Even the Quest version that came out a few months ago, or a few years ago rather. You were a big fan of, but this remake in particular was one beautiful game. And even though it did kind of take a step back from Village in terms of maybe some of the interactions and some of the VR adaptation elements, I think it took a pretty noticeable step forward in terms of graphics and art direction, because this game was absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I've played this game on like every platform. So
Right.
like I've seen it throughout the years. I played it on the GameCube when it came out. PlayStation, played through it completely on the Quest when that version came out, and I fell in love with it there. But to see it on the PlayStation platform and what that beauty is with those lenses, and like I don't know, it was like for me it was like one of those experiences that wraps me in. It's almost like every time I get into that game, it just wraps me in and pulls me into to everything that it is. It's like for me, it's one of those games. It's like almost the perfect game. Like if you're talking about games that like have it all, have the visuals and have like the mechanics and like have the story and then have gameplay and then graphics and beauty and then sound, which is another amazing thing in that game. So it's like one of those games that just it wraps me in every time, no matter how many times I play it. Like it wraps me in every time. And I think when this came out on PSVR 2 late last year, I think I beat it in like 2 or 3 days tops. Like it didn't take me long. Like, and I don't have a ton of time to like play through video games. I very rarely play anything all the way through. There was only a couple of games I did last year, and this was one that, like, again, I've played it and beaten it so many times, and I had to beat it again. Man, it was just like it was a new experience for me. It was like doing it all over again for the first time. That's how freaking good this game was, and I love Village. I think I think we voted Village Game of the Year the year it came out. Resident Evil 4 is better.
I don't know. That's a debate we can certainly have at some point, because I don't know I necessarily agree with that. But I will say that it's close. Roots, playing this on Quest, playing the original version of this game on Quest. Of course, like all Resident Evil games, it had its high points with the boss fights and stuff that were super cool and super immersive. But after playing it for like a little bit of time, um, I didn't really enjoy so much the backtracking and going through like some of the normal areas of the game on Quest. Um, because with all of the quick time events and the dated graphics and things like that, it just kind of felt repetitive and samey to me. But playing the remake, this version of the game, it just looks so much better, and I mean, it does a lot more than just look better. It plays better and is better in pretty much every way. But especially due to the art style and the graphics in this game, I felt way more immersed, even in the mundane minute to minute regular areas of the game, outside of the big super intense boss fights.
Yeah, no, I agree. It was just the Quest version was good for what it is, but it was just enough to get the job done. Whereas I think they went a lot more, not just in graphics, but like Eric, you were saying you thought that the implementation. I was saying this in the segment earlier with AJ, with the cloak and stuff, and just the way you interacted with the items and stuff was almost more VR than Resident Evil Village, and the way that they did it, right? And there's just things about this version that I just think that they took a lot of time and care to bring it into VR, and I think that's what made it so special.
Brian, all of that stuff aside, I think maybe one of the biggest improvements on this version of the game, if not the biggest improvements, were the way they depicted the iconic environments from the original game, and those iconic mini bosses and boss fights from the original, like taking on the beast on the other side of the church courtyard, or the scene where you're in the boat out in the middle of the lake. So much more immersive in this remake than it ever was before, and absolutely intense.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I know you probably want to talk about the bosses, but like the second you said the lake, all I can think about is how great it was just to cruise around on that boat. Like I wanted that to be the whole game. I wanted it to be Resident Evil boat, right? And just have it be like just you on a lake, but catch and release style. Because it was just it was so different. so different to be able to get in there and, you know, controlling the boat with the sense controllers and feeling like you're actually there and feeling the haptic feedback and the adaptive triggers and it all working really well together. Like, I mean, that's, you know, people talk about all sorts of things when it comes to PSVR 2, but I really do think that the haptics and adaptive triggers of the sense controllers are, you know, are really one of the biggest selling points. And more, that's what I'm remembering from games more than like the visual spectacle. With Resident Evil, the visual spectacle is so good that it allows you to forget it, right? Sometimes a game has a moment where it's like, oh man, this area is beautiful, and then you walk around and it's like, oh, kind of gray and boring. But like all of Resident Evil 4 is beautiful. So after 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, you just forget that you're looking at something so amazing. You're looking at a flat screen PlayStation 5 game in the headset, and it looks incredible. And so I think that's the best thing I can say about it, is that it allows you to forget that you're even blown away by the graphics, because you're constantly being blown away by them.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful, and I agree with you. Like, I was telling AJ earlier that this was the last game that I played in preparation for this episode, and I got pretty well hooked on it when I got back into it. And what I was basically doing is, especially during the lake part, as I had already unlocked the treasure map for it. So I literally, I went through that entire area, everywhere that I could dock, and got every little trinket and piece of treasure that you can get. And I probably spent an extra 2 hours in that area, just clearing it completely, killing all enemies, collecting all of the treasure, and really progressing as much as I possibly could before moving on to the next chapter.
Yeah, so great. It's so great.
Amazing. But we move along to another nominee. This one did not come to PlayStation VR yet. It very well could at some point in the future. But this is the remake of the classic iconic puzzle game from Cyan Worlds, Riven, the sequel to Myst. Eric, you know, there's been a lot said about the Cyan VR adaptations over the years, and the early ones like Abduction were a little bit rough, and then got updated over time to where they eventually became very good games. And then we went to Firmament and Myst, which were great games, but the VR implementation maybe wasn't as good as it could be. Myst specifically, you know, it originally came out on Quest and was so graphically. I mean, it looked all right. Then it got the update for PC and it looked a lot better. But here we had Riven come out. And for the first time, well, maybe not the first time, because Firmament had VR support, but it was a PC only game. But with Riven, here for the first time, we had a game that came out on PC and Quest concurrently as a flat game remake with VR support, all on day one. And it was a pretty big step forward for them, not only in terms of their VR interactions, which still admittedly have some ways to go, but especially the way the game looks graphically. I was a little bit concerned that maybe since they were concurrently developing this for Quest, that it might be a little bit watered down graphically the way Myst was, but that wasn't the case at all. This game came out and it was absolutely beautiful on day one. And you can tell that this studio in particular is finally starting to come to grips with VR development, and it really makes me excited for the future.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I mean, these aren't exactly my type of games, and like, and I know your disappointment with the earlier games, and for what these kind of games are, I think you have to, like, this is one of those games where it's not the other way around. Like, part of the look of the game and the beauty of the game is part of the whole package. Like, I think you need it for it to be as good as it is. Otherwise, it can get a little stiff and a little boring. So for me, like, you need to have those jaw-dropping things that you see in the game that make you go, holy shit, this is amazing, and it carries you through some of the puzzles. And like, you know, some parts of this game is just walking around and looking at everything, like, because it's not like, this isn't, you know, an action packed game that can pull you through with, you know, with shooting or with, you know, progression or anything like that. You have to have certain things in these types of games, you know, that kind of like get you through the whole experience. And for me, graphics is the biggest part of this, and that's why Myst did fall short a little bit, even though maybe it's probably the stronger game. I think Riven showed a little bit better just because the graphics hit home harder, and it did give you those like jaw-dropping moments that you didn't maybe get with the Quest version or some of the other versions early on with Myst.
Roots, I think that this is a great example of strength in both areas, right? Like it's a good looking game graphically. It's very detailed, almost photorealistic. I mean, it is photorealistic by VR standards, certainly. But I think it's just as strong in terms of the art direction, because there are some very iconic structures and environments in this game.
Yeah, I agree. Even just from the beginning, just the way that whole first opening area was super cool. And I would say that this actually probably could have, I guess, could be a good contender for this category. I was getting a little ahead of myself. Yeah, no, I thought that the art direction was very good, and that's why it's in this category. And it's fucking hard, man. I don't know. I'm not a big puzzler person, but it's definitely, the puzzles make you think. So
Yeah, it's very cryptic. And a lot of those in their own right lean heavily into like, you know, the puzzles are graphical in nature, right? There's a
Right.
lot of imagery and symbols that you have to pay very close attention to get the solution. Moving on to the third nominee, this is a game that I feel like art direction might be the biggest strength of it. Some people really enjoyed the game, others not so much. But Metro Awakening from Vertigo Games was a highly anticipated release this year. And I think for a game, Brian, that a lot of people were expecting to be, um, you know, a fun game to play in terms of like action and like stealth. I think what was maybe one of the more surprising things about this game is that the strengths, in my opinion, were storytelling and art direction here. I found this to be a very immersive title, and that was probably one of the things I really enjoyed about it the most.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't like the storytelling, then you were screwed for half of this experience,
Right.
because it turned into like a walking sim for half of it, and you know, as you just walked around and listened to people talk over the radio. But yeah, I mean, listen, I've called this Arizona Sunshine 3 on multiple occasions. This is definitely Vertigo's best game yet, or at least their best shooter yet, as far as I'm concerned. I know there's probably some differing opinions here because of all the After the Fall fans. But this is, I mean, I feel like they took what worked in Arizona Sunshine, and I do mean that in like all the mechanics, but in visually and everything, and they gave it a Metro coat of paint, and the Metro coat of paint just worked better for it. I think it just like gave it a more unique look than any of the Arizona Sunshine games ever got. And I actually played through Metro 2033 before playing Awakening, and I was just really pleasantly surprised to see how well everything translated over. You know, it's just like, I was like, oh yeah, no, I've been here before, and now I'm actually here, you know, rather than playing it on my PlayStation Portal on a little flat screen. I'm actually in this world. So I think that's what they killed about it, man. Like, they killed a sense of place, and mostly stayed very true to the place that fans were familiar with. It's a really nice looking game. Really nice.
Yeah. It
A lot of
feels
tunnels.
like it feels lived in, right? Like it feels
Yeah.
like a very lived in place. Again, immersion is kind of the name of the game here with this one, Eric. And I feel like they did a really great job on paying attention to a lot of like of the finer details graphically and arts wise, like you know, with the goggles fogging up, for example, or a lot of the gadgets and trinkets that you're interacting with having not only being interactive but having nice detail on them, and lights and wires hanging out of them and things like this. Um, Again, this as slow as it could be from time to time, I always found it to be rather engaging because I was immersed in the title from the very first moment, and a lot of that had to do with the art direction.
Yeah, no, for sure. And you know, a lot of times with these games like this, like I'm it's not that we like it's not that we like grade them harder, but when you have an indoor environment, it's easier to do, right? Like, so, you know, that's one of the reasons that, like, you know, any indoor game usually has a tendency to look better than others because you don't have to worry about draw distance, and as you know, things just are easier to do indoors or interior, you know, and what happens is sometimes it's harder to do actually an interior game because there's no jaw-dropping moments of, like, you know, Horizon Call the Mountain when you're looking down, you've seen these vast landscapes and you don't have those things. So what you have to do on the interiors is you have to make everything look almost perfect just to give you that sense. So while, you know, graphically, you know, working on the machine itself, it's a little bit easier. What you have to do to in attention to detail to give you those moments that'll still kind of like make you go, wow, that looks pretty impressive, is even harder, and you have to think about them, and like the lighting has to be perfect, the shadows have to be freaking perfect, the you know the baked in lighting has to be perfect, like the dynamic shadows have to be perfect, like everything has to stand out, and if you don't do it right, it'll look like wallpaper, and it'll have no depth to it. So you know, I know sometimes, like I said, we're like, oh, you know, it's easy, you know, for an indoor environment, like, but it's sometimes it's not. Like, you really have to think about what you're doing with it, and you have to put a lot more detail in it normally than you would in outdoor environments. So it's pretty impressive. Like, I feel like when you're and I've played a lot of the Metro games over the years. You feel like, and even the flat games, they do give you a sense of feel like you're in an apocalypse and you're living in tunnels. This absolutely gives you a feel like, more than any other Metro game that I've ever been into, and probably because it's got to be because it's virtual reality. I felt like I was living in that environment. Like you buy it, like you like, this is like a home. Like, you walk through some of these things, and just like the small details of what's in the environment and what they put in there, absolutely gives you a sense of being, you know, in the apocalypse, living in tunnels.
Yeah, and not to mention the you know, some of the cinema sequences that are associated with the story, and like the supernatural elements and the hallucination sequences, like all very well done, and pretty gripping.
The picture you have
Roots,
up on the screen here.
oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
I was gonna say the picture you have up on the screen here is all
I
like
know.
bathed in red,
Yeah,
and it is funny that, like, what I remember most of Metro is the lighting, and so many times you're just walking down a corridor and like the end of the tunnel is like bathed in blues or greens or whatever, and it's like just like there's like this mist that hangs in the air that allows everything to be saturated in these colors. It's just it's an art style that I feel like even though it's familiar, like I feel like I still haven't seen it before somehow. You know what I mean?
all baked
Mm,
lighting too. That was
mm,
kind of the impressive thing about it. Is
That's
like,
surprising.
you know, the uh, using dynamic shadows and real time lighting is like all the rage these days, but that wasn't really done here, with the exception of the flashlight that you're holding in your hand. All of the environmental stuff is just baked, but it's done so well that you really wouldn't even think that. Like, it looks good. Roots, this probably I don't remember exactly, but I would imagine this game um, was the one that I voted for in this. And obviously, we had a large panel this year. We had like 10 or 12 people in there voting with us this year. So I was kind of surprised that this didn't get more support. But I assumed that if it wasn't this game that was going to win out on votes, that it would instead be our next nominee that most people would have voted for. And it's easy to see why when you take a look at Subside, why this would not only be a nominee in this category for artwork and especially graphics, but a front runner, because this game not only delivers some of the best, you know, most photorealistic looking graphics that I've ever seen in VR, but it has an uncommon attention to detail that really allows you to, for lack of a better term, be immersed in the game. The way that this game uses particle effects to simulate the feeling of being underwater is pretty remarkable and something that I haven't seen in any other titles. And on top of all that, it was done by one guy.
Crazy.
Pretty incredible tech demo, this thing, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing is like so many people even said that like have fears of swimming pools or being underwater, like it triggered things in them, and that tells you a lot because that immersed them that much. I think that that's actually the biggest strength of this game is how photorealistic it is, and beautiful, and like you said, you would rather play this than kayak VR,
Oh, yeah.
which, and that's, that, I know that was the biggest thing that Eric was saying last year is like kayak VR is like, wasn't a big fan, right? This actually was kind of cool, it was definitely would have been a lot cooler if there was like engrossed in an actual, like a bunch of gameplay, but it is what it is. It's one person that made this amazing looking environment and made it so real that it triggered things in people that are afraid of swimming pools and afraid of water. I think that says a lot.
Brian, this title is 100% the kayak killer, because while kayak did put you in a very beautiful collection of environments and had you kind of just paddling around and soaking it all in, this game doesn't just allow you to go where you want from the beginning in it. You have to earn your way to see everything that this game has to offer, and that at times can be a very involved process of exploration and collection, right?
Yeah. Listen, all kayak taught me was that I don't like kayaking. Like that's my biggest problem with kayak is that I'm not very good at it. Right. I've been swimming my whole life. I'm pretty good at subside. I'm a pretty good swimmer. Not gonna lie. And so, but it did give me the opportunity to do things that I would never be able to do. This underwater cave system, where, at the beginning of the game, I think you only have like 30 seconds or 45 seconds of air. And so you get to this underwater cave system, and you'll reach a point where like the top of the cave starts sloping down, and so you see that like you're not going to be able to come up for air, and you've got to swim underwater and maneuver through these really tight spaces, like very, very tight spaces, all the while wondering like how much further you have to swim before you can come back up for air, and you're counting down the seconds, and it's very stressful sometimes. I actually don't agree with the tech demo label on this.
I know you don't, Brian. That's why I said it.
You knew I was going to say it. Yeah, absolutely. It was because I do think that this delivers something that it delivers something that virtual reality can express that flat screen gaming can't. Right? Yes, you could put this into on the flat screen and it would
Probably be
play
the worst
fine.
game ever on flat screen.
It might be, right? It might be, but that's why virtual reality is so cool, is because you get to do things, and just the experience of being there and the experience of doing these things can be the game. So like, I'm actually really glad that Subside is exactly what it is, and I hope that this one-person developer at A2D Software like keeps bringing DLC. I don't even care if it's paid DLC. Everyone says they want to go explore like a sunken pirate ship or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I wonder how much far they can take this. Can we go explore like the underwater city of Atlantis or something like that? Like, are they willing to go that fantastical with it? Because that's what I want from Subside. Now, don't get me wrong. I want them to take this formula eventually and like give me a gun in it, right? And give me other players to shoot.
Or a story. Or a story like Freediver did,
Absolutely. And so there's a lot of places you can go with this, but I'm so glad that this is where they started, because I just like the simplicity of it, and the exploration is just so satisfying. And I mean, I've got easily 8 hours in this game, and I still have a little bit more to go. And I just hope. And yes, I would have voted for this because it is photorealistic, and like photorealism isn't always important, but for this game, I think it was. I was blown away. Like people, anybody who's like complains about Mura on PSVR 2 has not played Subside on PSVR 2, right? This is one of the many games that shows. Not all games are plagued by that. This game is crystal clear. This is the definition of crystal clear on PSVR 2. Anybody who puts a headset on and plays this game will be blown away. Amazing.
Yeah, I was certainly blown away by it. And Eric, it isn't just the physics and the way they simulate being underwater, and it's not even the environments alone, which are beautiful. The rock formations, the outdoors, the plant life, but the wildlife, the fish and aquatic sea life in this game are also very realistic looking as well, and they behave as they should. It's just a very, very immersive experience, even in the initial very small training area. It just blows you away from the very first minute.
It does. The attention to detail in this game, like it's not even just like the overall picture of like how good the water looks or how good everything, but and how good the effects are. When you come up from out of the water, then you dive back down, but like the little things, like you just said, like the seagrass, the way the fish move, like the way that things shimmer, and kind of like have a buoyancy in the water, and like they had an attention to detail here that absolutely you have to have. And I'm probably I think I'm pretty much in the middle where like I don't like I'm with Bryan, like I'm not going to call this a tech demo, but it's not quite a game for me yet. Like it's close. Like it's like I think it's more than a tech demo. I guess saying it's a tech demo kind of maybe cheapens what it actually is a little bit, but it's not quite there yet. So like for me, that DLC that you're talking about, Bryan, like I think they need it. Like I think they need something here, because there is enough here to kind of carry me through, and then there's way more than kayak here. Like I kill kayak all the time just because like it's boring as shit for me. Like literally, kayak I can get in and go, oh wow, it's beautiful, and then I get back out. Like the only time I'm going into kayak is when I want to show somebody else kayak. Like I would never ever go into kayak by myself, not again. But I would go back into this game, and I have gone back into this game a couple different times just because I wanted to get a little bit farther. I wanted to open some things up. And, those are the things that you don't get out of kayak. There is progression here. There's something here to go along with the beauty. Like, again, we talked about this in the beginning. Beauty cannot carry you alone. Like VR games, it's not 5 years ago, where as long as you put a game in VR, doesn't matter anything else. As long as you put it in VR, it's going to be great. Well, guess what? Those days are over. You can't be lazy anymore as a developer. Like that's done. Okay, if you want to make a beautiful game, that's fine, but you have to put something along with it. And I think that they're really, really close with this game. So I think they have this gorgeous game, this beauty, this fine attention to detail that they put in here, and they're like that close. Add a couple more things, and like this is the stuff that we want to see in the future. Like I want to see this beauty with a full game, and I think they're on the right.
More
path.
like a story. Would you say it's more of an experience than a game?
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
progression.
I wouldn't call it like a swimming sim, though. I would call it more than a swimming sim. If you want to call it a walking sim or a swimming sim, I'd call it more than that, I think.
It's more of a game than Freediver was. Freediver was more of an experience, and sure there was exploration, and you had to like find certain items at times to find your way forward. But this game has legitimate progression in it, and I think that's what makes it a game. I called it a tech demo because I was just jabbing Bryan pretty much earlier. This is a game. It's not my favorite game in the world. Certainly, there are games I would rather play, but I certainly see the appeal to it, especially for people who are fans of pure exploration. Because once you get along, into the game a little bit, to some of these underwater like passages and stuff, that you can't make your way through it until you progress and get a certain amount of tolerance to being able to hold your breath, and certain tools to help you kind of swim a little bit more quickly. So like I said at the top, the game really opens up for you the more time that you put into it, and there's always something new to see. And again, it's absolutely beautiful, and I was a little bit shocked that this one didn't win, to be honest. So Roots, if Metro Awakening isn't the winner and Subside isn't the winner, what could be the winner, and I was absolutely surprised to see where most of the votes. It wasn't really even all that close, if I remember correctly. Most of the votes went to the winner, which was Happy Funland. Again,
Really?
this isn't a pure graphics award. This is about art direction. And think about the art direction in this game, and you'll start to understand a little bit. Because this is has a very unique art direction as a spoof, a take on Walt Disney World with a sinister twist to it. Um, and I don't know if Roots, I don't remember if you were around when I was playing through this, but it took me a while to make my way through this because I was stopping in like the gift shops and looking at all the little posters and t-shirts and all of the art that was hanging on the wall, and going through the Hall of Presidents and looking at the exhibits in there. And then you stop in that movie theater and I watched the whole movie that went up on it. This game has a very, very unique art style, and it's very well done for what this game is. So while I didn't get it at first, the more I thought about it, the more I kind of understood where people were coming from in getting behind this one.
Yeah, yeah. For somebody that I've been going to Disney since I was a kid, took my kids there. Um, I love Disney World. I love going there. I totally see it. I think I voted for this just because, like you said, everything that you said, it just, to me, it was like a bizarro world of Disney where you felt like you were at home, but everything was all fucked up. And you're like, man, I could totally see how they took so much inspiration. I think they did such a great job of just the artistic look of everything and just the feel. And I loved your playthrough of it. I think you streamed it on one of our episodes. And I mean,
I did
if
more
it
than
was
one.
like which game has the best combat, this ain't winning. The combat was shit. But it was the art direction, and I thought it was amazing. But I mean, it each one of the ones that we just talked about were different, completely different for reasons why they were on this list. And I just think that this was just a very unique. Let's put it this way: it's still on my list of games that I haven't taken off because I want to finish it because I haven't seen all of the different areas, and I thought it was super cool.
Yeah, every area very unique. And I wasn't someone. I've never been to Disney in my life, Brian, but I have always been, you know, a fan of theme parks and amusement parks. And you know how I love, games that have a spooky, like, horror twist to them. Um, but as I played through this game, and I absolutely loved it. Um, I would have loved it just as much as a walking sim. It was like
Yep.
Ruth said, it had nothing to do with like the combat and stuff like that. It was all 100% about taking in the environments and the atmosphere in this game for me. And one of the more unique titles that came out last year, and I feel like a bit of a hidden gem for most people today.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I might have actually enjoyed it more if it was a walking sim and just kind of delivered a story as I went and had a few jump scares, and because the combat was distracting, like distractingly bad at launch. And fortunately, they've cleaned it up and it's just regular bad instead of distractingly bad.
Right.
It's totally playable now, and it's just something you sort of just do. Yeah, no, listen. First of all, before I forget, Roots, you got to finish this game. I think the last 30 minutes of this game is the reason to play the entire thing.
Really?
Like it escalates. I'm right, Wes? The last 30 minutes, it like just turns it up to 11.
Well, I mean, I love the whole thing. Some of my favorite parts were actually kind of in the middle, like their take on Mr. Toad's Wild Ride was really cool, and then It's a Small World I thought was pretty cool. But yeah, the way that they kind of the last 30 or even maybe 45 minutes of the game, it kind of just goes off the rails, and the pacing picks up in a huge way. And yeah, I agree. If you've got any amount of time in this game at all, you probably want to just go ahead and pick it back up and finish it. It's not super long, and the end of the game is very memorable.
I'm definitely gonna do
Make sure
it.
you get
And I'll tell
make
you
sure
what,
you get your VR legs, man. It's because it's gonna be
it's a wild ride. Well, I'll tell you
Yeah.
what,
Yes, it
Brian.
is.
Like the combat was so bad in the beginning that every time I heard those robots coming, I was like, oh man, okay, I have to, waggle my thing around and just beat the crap out of these. I hated it. I hated it. So I'm glad that they, like you said, they made it to where it almost, you can just kill them in one shot with, I can't remember what it was that they
It
gave
was
you.
a camera.
Yeah,
It
the
was a
camera.
Yeah.
I just wish they would have just left it out completely, because it would have changed the whole pacing of it, and it would have been an amazing walking sim. But I'm glad that they gave that option.
Yeah.
Er-
Yeah.
Eric,
good.
I don't quite recall what your experience was in this game. Did you put very much time into it?
Yeah, when it came out, I mean, we played. I mean, because it was, I live right near Disney World. Me and my family go all the time. Like, we're big Disney people. We live here. We go probably 20 times a year. So, and I know all the lore and everything. So for me, that's the most cool part of this. Like seeing like a different spin on it, and like, little like nods to Disney here and there, like just even reading some of the stuff that's like in the gift shops, or reading some of the things that and some of just some of the things that I kind of know, just knowing some of the Disney stuff and Disney lore that maybe aren't like super like in your face, but it's like which is super cool. I'm a little shocked at this one, I gotta say. Like, so I wasn't there for the voting. I was traveling, so I didn't get a chance. But I sent all my votes in before. I don't even remember what I voted for. I think I probably voted for Resident Evil 4.
You did. You voted for Resident Evil 4 for everything.
Like this beating Resident Evil 4 is a fucking travesty, and I discontinue. I disown everybody that was in that voting. I'm like, how dare you? How dare you people? What the fuck is the matter with you? But I mean, I get it. Like, this is it. The atmosphere is cool here. Like, it does have definitely some very spooky, like, I don't know, it's like the whole swamp thing is just cool. I don't know, the whole aesthetic of the game is cool. It's not something I would have voted for this category. I like, literally when it came up and was that the winner, I'm like, what? Like, I didn't even, because I didn't know it was part of it. I don't even remember being part of it in the category. Like, so yeah, for me, it's like I probably had the same reaction that you said you did originally. Maybe if I put more thought into it, if I jump back into it again, I would be like, okay, let me just remember it and look a little bit more. But like, I don't remember coming out of this thing going, wow, that was the best visual experience I had this year.
Well, but see, that's the thing, is like when you look at the category and you're like, okay, it's the best visually it's best art direction and graphics. So like you saw it as graphics, and people that voted for this were looking at it more as art direction, and that's what's kind of the beauty of this the wording in this category is, there's so many different ways to look at it, at a game and what it is. And I feel like a lot of these games did visually look cool, but they weren't really the best art direction. So I looked at it as art direction. So I guess it's really, and other people must have as well, but I mean, I think Resident Evil could have been a very visually, it was amazing. And I think this is one of the things too, is like Wes was telling AJ before the last segment, the way we do our voting is we want to, if somebody's already won several awards, then we kind of will try to spread around awards, versus having everybody win the same thing. So that could have been a deciding factor as well.
Yeah, there's no point in having an award show with 40 different award categories and have 5 games win all of the awards. So we do encourage the voters to spread the love around, and if a game has already won like a big award or 2 before, then maybe pick something else. So that is definitely probably a factor here. But then again, it's not, as people will see as the show goes along. Brian, I forgot to mention, obviously this game for me is all about the vibe and the atmosphere. I forgot to mention what was probably my favorite part in the whole game was the bathroom. When you go in the bathroom and get injected with that syringe, and what ensues after that, the hallucination scene, is one of the coolest things I've ever experienced in VR. It's just so awesome.
It is really cool. It's really cool. I was thinking about if I would have voted for this game, and I don't think I would have for this category, but I would have voted for it if like the category was like best setting or coolest setting or most interesting environment. Like I feel like that's what this is for me. It's just a cool place to set a game. In West, like we talked so much leading up to the launch of this, saying, "Oh, this is if it's anything like Rush of Blood." But we get to get off of the roller coaster and go explore the rest of the park, then we're going to be pretty happy. And I think that's why we're both pretty happy, because the setting alone was really cool.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, certainly not what I would have expected as the winner, but I'm very happy that it was the winner, and glad that the game is getting some recognition here and love from our community. Have you played it yet? If not, it is your lucky day, because we have 4 PlayStation VR2 keys to give away right now. We're going to give 2 away live and 2 away in our second chance drawing. So if you're watching this after the fact, after the show's gone off the air, all you have to do is leave a comment down below. Make sure you're subscribed and leave a comment down below saying that you would like to enter the drawing for Happy Funland on PSVR 2. And in 2 weeks, we're going to draw 2 more winners. We've got 2 NA keys. We've got 2 EU keys. It's first come, first serve on the platforms. So we might have both of the NA or both of the EU keys go live right now, or we could have one of each. However that goes down is just how it goes down. But the first 2 people in the chat on my screen to answer this question will win a copy of PlayStation Happy Funland on PlayStation VR 2. And it's a
What's
very
Oprah's
simple...
boyfriend's name? Is that the question?
No, that is not the question.
Oh, that would be a good one.
That would be.
All right. So this game is it was rather, published by Perp Games. Name any other game that was published by Perp Games, and you will win a copy of Happy Funland 2 on PlayStation VR 2. Go.
Good one.
You know what it is, right? Eric? You know a couple.
Yeah, Stedman.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it. You can win a copy.
You're going to prison, and you're going to prison, and you're going to prison. All right. So congratulations to whoever got those. You just picked up one of the cooler experiences that came out in VR in 2024. So congrats, PSVR gamers. Let's move along to award number 2. And this is one that I know will be close to your heart, Brian, as it is to mine. This is the Nope Award. This is for the scariest VR game, or otherwise best horror game. But I think we typically try to promote this as the scariest game or experience in VR in 2024. Very short list of nominees this time around, and we start with the game we just spent quite a while talking about, Happy Funland. A great horror experience, maybe not the scariest game, although there probably is a few jump scares that might get some people, but a good horror game nonetheless, and a deserving nominee. And I think we'll just leave it at that. We've said enough about this game at this point, and move on to the next nominee, which was one of my biggest and most pleasant surprises of the year, Overdark. And Brian, we both kind of have this affection for indie horror games. So I think we were both expecting that we would enjoy this game. It doesn't take a lot to please us when it comes to horror games. But I, for one, was actually quite surprised at just how well done this game was. This is a game that was very much modeled after old school, like Resident Evil, Silent Hill type horror games. Indoors, haunted mansion puzzler type game. but very well produced in terms of visuals and sound. And I mean, even the puzzles were pretty good here. Like I felt like the overall quality level of this game was actually a lot better than I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely walked away with some mixed emotions. I thought it was a fun game overall, a good game overall. But yeah, it was the I'm trying to take down everything you said one by one. The puzzles specifically felt very like early Resident Evil, because it was sort of just like, oh, like what's missing on this wall or whatever. You just kind of walk around and sort of try to put the pieces together, even if it doesn't like make a ton of sense. The puzzles themselves sort of make sense on their own, but not in some larger contextual sense. So they felt like outdated puzzles, which was good because they felt like they were from a specific time, the mid 90s, which was a really good time for these horror games. It was good overall. I mean, yeah, it was nice visual style and dude, some really some just like a creepy vibe overall. Like constantly there's like floorboards creaking and sounds moving, constantly looking over your shoulder. And not every game can make you do that. So I think that's what Overdark probably nailed better than anything else, was just a creepy mansion, a creepy location. And you guys were talking about Riven earlier and saying, oh, it needs to look good because sometimes you're just wandering around trying to figure out what to do. And I think Overdark does that. Right?
Yeah.
Because it's a good looking place to be. And so even when you get stuck trying to figure out what you're supposed to be doing next, you don't even mind that much because it's a nice looking creepy place.
And then some legitimate moments in this game too that I thought was really cool. Like it's a pretty run of the mill game in terms of what it's doing. They don't really reinvent the wheel, but it had a pretty cool story to it, and there were some legitimate, creepy moments in this game. And like one of the parts I remember specifically had to do with like some chanting and some items moving on their own, and the way it was done was uh, a really clever way. I don't want to give too much of away and spoil it for some people, but in the over the course of just kind of wandering around and trying to figure out what to do next, leaving the same room and coming back to it can sometimes change things up quite a bit. So I'll just leave it at that. Roots, if I remember correctly, you were pretty impressed with this one as well, right?
Yeah. I was trying to remember. I mean, there's so many games that I didn't get a chance to go back into this one, but I do remember it being actually liking it and being impressed and feeling like Brian was said that it's kind of like an old school type of Resident Evil type of game, and the puzzles aren't that hard, but that's always good for me. Was this one that this isn't the one that Eric hated, was it? Or no, I know that there was one that you did.
No, I actually like this one.
Okay.
There was one that I wasn't super happy with, but yeah, and I didn't hate that one. We just did, yeah. But this one I liked a lot actually because I actually played this one. I think I played this one like a long time ago, like one of the first GDCs I went to. Met the team. They had a small booth. They had a really small booth there. Like I think it was the year the PSVR2 was like announced or something like that. So like I kind of like have seen the progression of this one. So yeah, I was actually pretty pleasantly surprised with it when it finally came out, and it was cool to see like what it looked like way back then, and then like what it eventually came out to be, and like yeah, like I said, that progression. But yeah, I thought this was one of the better looking games this year. I thought it was played really good. It had a very spooky feel to it. They did a lot of things right. Like this is a good team.
Yeah, I think you played this when it was still Do Not Open, I believe.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Dude.
this, yeah, it was a while back.
Dude,
I think I played it on the Rift originally.
Yeah.
This was an example of and I'm guessing it was Nox Noctis that made this decision and it wasn't the publisher. But initially they were going to do Not Open, which was a flat screen game, very kind of similar to this, a lot of puzzles. and they were just going to bring that into VR, but instead they decided to make like a whole new VR game, and that's what Overdark was. And so I really respect them for that, because I played Do Not Open, and I played it on the flat screen, and it was like impossible. I was playing it live with like 5 or 6 people watching me, and we all had to get out notebooks and pen and paper and try to do like some math and figure out like answers to specific puzzles. And so we were like, this is gonna be terrible in VR. And so somebody at Nox Noctis must have realized that too, and been like, we'll just make an actual VR game for you guys, which was like, all right, that's quite the undertaking. So you got to respect them for making a smart decision like that.
Sometimes it's knowing what not to bring into VR can be like, because like you literally like, oh, I want to do that in VR, but like the problem is not everything translates. Like what you just said, like who the hell wants to do that in a VR headset? Like,
nobody.
Right.
Can you imagine having to pull up your VR headset and write something down? And like, I mean, that's what I felt like with Myst. Remember with Myst, you know, like
Last Labyrinth.
Last Labyrinth, like with the freaking calculus that you had to go through to do that thing. Like nobody wants to do that, especially in a VR headset. I mean, maybe if you're sitting there like in front of your computer eating popcorn and you're like drinking a drink and you're like all comfortable, but who's doing that in the VR headset? So yeah, but I mean that's a huge point, Brian. Like sometimes knowing what not to do, like it was probably an easier transition to do Not Open, but like at some point they were just like, we just can't do this. We're gonna have to build something from the ground up.
Which is why more games need an in-game notepad that you can write on. Right, because it's okay. I think it's okay to like give people really hard puzzles that you need to write stuff down for, but give me something to write on.
Or like some of the ones that let you take a picture of stuff if you need to. There's good ways to do that, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh. Very good ways.
Anyway, this was a solid release, and I think in terms of just like pure horror games, probably a firm number 2 for me in 2024. You know, I'm not trying to sit here and say that it's like Resident Evil or anything, but I think RE4 was more, just as much of, if not more of a action game as a horror game, where, you know, games like Overdark, this is a pure horror game, right? Yeah. Anyway, we move along to our third nominee. This a PCVR exclusive, a game that was in early access for years, finally launched this past year, Forewarned. And this is one that we just kind of stumbled into, Eric, because we had it from years past. We played it when it first went into early access, long time ago. And we just needed something to cover one week, and we decided to go back into Forewarned because it had launched. I don't think that either one of us were expecting to enjoy it quite as much as we did. They have put a lot of work into this game, and it really shows.
Yeah, I completely forgot about this game until you just brought this up right now. Like literally, and this was a game that we jumped into, and we had like, I had the lowest expectations of this game. So like, when I went into it, I'm like, this is not going to be good. And then we went in there and we had a blast, and we were like, oh, we're just going to check it out for an hour. And I think we ended up spending like 2 or 3 hours, maybe even more in there, just trying different things and going to different places and like trying to figure out like what you have to do to like, you know, get the spirits to, you know, or whatever you have to do at the end to get the spirits to go away. But yeah, I thought this was super cool, man. Like, and it's a shame that I forgot about it. Like, and that's what happens to a lot of these games is there's a lot of things to play and because it's PC only, you forget about it. But this is a really good multiplayer. Like to me, this is better than, I had more fun in here than I had in Phasmophobia. Like
yeah,
I'm not a fan of Phasmophobia. I like this better. The gameplay is better.
Well, I will say that Phasmophobia is better now than it was when we played it way back when, and it is worth another look. I will say that.
This is deeper, Brian, though, I think, than Phasmo. Like,
it's much deeper. It's much deeper. Yeah, that's right. And that's what I was going to say to you, Brian. Is I know that you're not a PC VR gamer. You have a PC that's capable of playing VR, and you've got a headset capable of doing it, but you just don't like it. I think that this is a game that you would really enjoy because this is a Phasmophobia style game. But the twist on this is you're like exploring tombs, like in ancient Egypt style tombs. And there's a lot more different types of spirits in this game, to the point where like each tomb has multiple types of spirits, but then there's like one big bad spirit that's in the that's in each one that you have to figure out what it is to escape. But there's a treasure and artifact collecting element to the game. It isn't all just about figuring out the spirit and escaping. It's about surviving and collecting things and exploring as well, and hanging out as long as you possibly can before you try to leave. But every minute you stay is more rewarding, but it's also way more dangerous. So it really kind of takes that Phasmophobia uh, gameplay loop and takes it to the next level on multiple different facets. So hopefully you get a chance to play this one day. I think you'll like it.
Yeah, man. Well, you got me curious at least, because I mean, I'm one of the biggest Phasmo fans there is. I mean, I've got, you know, probably 150 hours in there already, and I still haven't learned everything. You know, it's like it's insanely deep. And you're telling me that there's a lot more going on in Forewarned. Like I'm on board. So now I'm going to start pestering the developers to bring the PSVR 2, because I'm like, I'm not going to play it on PC. Bring your game over so I can play it.
I mean, even to the point when you die, you can help your team still. Like that's not, you can't do that in Phasmo, right? I'm pretty sure you can't. Yeah, like you can't come back.
You find ways.
Oh,
find ways.
But like like there's a whole part of this like that is actually deep part of the game, which is if you die, you get a chance to come back, but if you and you can only come back like one time during the mission, but if you die again, you can actually just come back as a spirit, or you can and you can affect things. So it's not just like helping your team out, like telling them where stuff is or go here or go there. You can actually do shit, like, which is cool. Like you can affect the way the game is played and help your team through.
Nice.
It's a really good game. Roots, I'm not sure if I think we may have covered this while you were on your hiatus. Is that right?
That I would imagine so, because I never played it, and I'm not a big fan of Phasmophobia. So if you would have brought it up, I would, and said it was anywhere near like Phasmophobia, I'd be like, yeah, no, I've had enough. But to be fair, I only really played it back when you were saying it wasn't finished.
Yeah, it was
there was a lot of jank to it. So
we just figured out why Roots and I only hang out once a year.
Well, to be fair, Roots it was broken when we played it. Like we went into Phasmophobia when it was new, and the voice chat didn't work in game, and it's a big part of the game is communicating with your teammates.
Yeah.
But which we did a workaround. We went into Discord or something like that to work around it. But at that point, voice command was a big part of the game as well, to the point that the game wouldn't start unless you ran a successful test of voice command at the very front. And it took us probably 45 minutes to an hour just to even get in the game. And then when we got in it, like people were dropping out and we had to start over. It was a bad experience.
I'm shell shocked. But I'll tell you what, I mean, as much as I say I don't like it, I continue to run into people that are like Bryan Paul that just say they love it. And so there's got to be something to it, because even in the voting, people were saying that they really love this game, right? A lot of the patrons. So.
Yeah, no, it's way better now. Not only is it not broken like it used to be broken, but there are a lot more levels to now, a lot more spirits. I think the tools are pretty much the same. You still have the same tools and the same upgrade path, but there's a lot more variety to it now that wasn't there before. Anyway, we move on to the winner of the Nope Award for Scariest VR Game, and I think everyone at this point knows what the winner of this category is going to be. The Scariest VR Game of the Year is the Scariest VR Game of all time, Madison VR. Brian, this is one of the best VR games I've ever played, and it's certainly probably the scariest game that I've ever played. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's when we say it's one of the best VR games we've ever played, and it controls the way that it does, like, and it has like a weird inventory system, and like there's certain like weirdness and jank to it, and still somehow one of the best VR games we've ever played. Yeah, dude, from top to bottom. We did a whole spoiler cast on this on the channel, and I had so much fun like diving deep into it and talking about the lore, like everything that was going on with Lucas. What's the character? Is it Luca? I forget the character's name.
Yeah, it's Luca, that's right.
Yeah, but I mean, oh man, what like terrifying, right? It's like Resident Evil 7 had always held the crown of the scariest game I'd ever played, especially in VR. But at least you have something to fight back with, right? You've got lots of weapons. You got knives and guns and whatever, and you can run away. You're a pretty agile character even without a hand. Well, Luca's screwed, man. Like, Luca's a 16-year-old kid with a Polaroid camera. Like, that's not something that's not the proper equipment to go into this game with. Like, you need more protection. Somehow the game makes you feel that way too. It makes you always feel underprepared to tackle whatever's coming next. And just when you think you're getting comfortable in that house, they throw something different at you, and you're just like, I am not ready for this. And it just somehow goes from terrifying to horrifying to don't know if I can keep playing this. It's
from the start. From the start, I mean, you wake up in a room, there's blood all over the floor. Your dad's on the other side of the door saying that you're not his son, that he doesn't know you, and from that moment, that just sets the tone for the game. And Eric, I've talked about this game so much at this point, I feel like I'm a broken record, but I'm going to say it again. Every moment that you're in this game, whether something is happening at the moment or if you're just creeping your way down a hall trying to come up with the courage to walk into a dark area, you always feel uneasy the whole time that you're playing this game. And that's for a number of different reasons, be it the environment, the sound design, or the absolutely terrifying and heartbreaking story that they're telling here. This game does not pull any punches. It's terrifying.
Yeah, this game's incredible. And for horror games, like for me, like they have to. Like, we talk about games that have to have the whole package, and this is like a horror game. This game has the whole package. Like for a horror game, for me, like jump scares are great, but like if they're a cheap jump scare, like I'll quickly like, okay, it's a cheap jump scare like that. But this game has jump scares that are like significantly scary, but then it also has like the deep story, and then it has the atmosphere, and then it has the creepiness factor, and then it has the audio that's so freaking good, and then it puts you in situations where you feel uncomfortable, which is like it's like the perfect thing of a horror game. Like, and this game, what the immersiveness of this game and what it will make you feel inside of a virtual reality headset is unlike. I mean, I have had experiences like this, but this one's been different for me. Like, I don't know. There's just some things that happen in this game that like completely freak me out. I'm not a person that will like scream in the headset, but there's some shit in here where I was like, holy shit, like literally freaked me out. This game has it all for me. Like it's probably the perfect horror game, I think.
Yeah, it's great. Roots, you spend probably the first hour or so of this game just kind of trying to escape the area of the house that you're in, and along the way, not only are you seeing like these creepy pictures and stuff, but you keep reading like these newspaper clippings and things that are describing these horrific murders. And then when you finally start to make some progress and feel like you might be on your way out of this mess, that's when you start finding these cassette tapes. And you listen to these cassette tapes. There's a priest on the tape, and the priest is talking about demonic possession and some of the symptoms, so to speak, that a victim of possession might experience. And then these developers, and not just the developers, but Team Beef, who ported the game, they in a very realistic way portray your character exhibiting these symptoms. It's pretty much as soon as you learn about what the symptoms are, you start to experience them. And they use the haptics, that they use all of the tools at their disposal to really make you feel like you're having those symptoms in a way. Um, Again, it's a different game and a different way to go about scaring people than I've ever experienced.
Yeah, I think that's what makes it actually a scary experience for me, because I do believe in the devil. I believe in demonic possession and all that comes with that stuff. For me, it was just, I don't know. I can only go so far because, you know that I've had issues with my son and a lot of weird stuff going on in the last few years. And it just kind of hit home, and I just put him in that position of that character, and I've seen some shit in the last couple of years that he's done, and so yeah, I could only go so far. Not too into horror games these days, but it got to a point where I noped out just because it became too real. So, but that's a testament to how fucked up this game is, how creepy it is. It's definitely crazy. And I always say this: if you can scare Wes, you did your job, because he's looking for a game like this that's going to scare the hell out of him. So,
yeah, I mean, Brian, I gravitate to VR horror games because the reason I like VR is because sometimes the game will affect you on a physical level. It makes you feel something, and that's why I go to the horror games, because I hope that once or twice during the course of a campaign that it'll get my pulse up and make me feel a little uneasy. Like I said at the top, this game has me feeling uneasy the entire time that I play. And then there were multiple points in the game where it just scared the crap out of me. And that never happens. And beyond that, like it's not like a short little 5-hour jaunt through this game either. It's a pretty lengthy journey through the story here. And then, like you said before, like when you get about 2/3 of the way through the game, it takes a complete right turn. And it's almost like they crammed a DLC on top of the regular game here, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, I mean, I play horror because being scared is an emotion that I still feel just as strongly as I did when I was 12 watching Stephen King's It on TV. Right? It's like I feel like a lot of my other emotions have dulled over the years, but horror and being scared is something I still feel very strongly. What I didn't expect from Madison was the empathy that I felt for the main character, the character that we were playing as. And like kind of, now that I'm older, like I felt like a sense of needing to protect him. Again, even though I'm playing as him, I'm like, I need to protect this kid, man. Like he's in a situation, he's way over his head. I didn't expect that from this game. I expected just to be scared, a bunch of jump scares. I didn't expect like me to actually like care for this kid. And in Roots, the story you touched upon with your own son, it's like I get it, right? I don't have any kids, but like this game made me feel like I had one. It made me feel like I had to protect this kid because he's in a lot of danger, and like it would do everything you can to get him out of this house. Yeah, the story went places I didn't expect it to, and I felt things that I didn't expect to feel. Yeah, I mean, it was for me, it was like the perfect experience. And again, it's so easy for us to talk about this game and how great it is, and ignore some of the jank that comes along with it. And I think that's when you've played a good game, is that when you're not talking about the jank, you're talking about how it made you feel.
Yeah, and for every bit of jank that there was there, you can certainly criticize the game for kind of being a half measure, a half step into VR, because a lot of the systems and stuff in the game still, you can tell that they were designed and meant for gamepad play. But at the same time, the way that they use the haptics in this game is exceptional, especially the headset haptics and the way that they tie that in with certain events in the game and certain things that you do with the camera. They they make it so that the jump scares work nearly every time, right? And jump scares are something that I typically don't really even care for in games because after you get me once, you're not going to get me again. But this one, you know, like AJ said it earlier, you know it's coming and it gets you anyway
Right.
because of the way that they use the haptics and stuff in the headset.
It's also a stunning looking house. I mean, like we're
Yeah.
talking about as photorealistic as things come these days. And I think that helps a lot, you know, when you really feel like you are somewhere, when you believe that you're someplace, because it looks so real. I don't know, am I off base? It's been a little while since I jumped in. Is photorealism a little over the top? Is it hyperbolic?
Close.
No.
I don't know if it's photorealistic, but it's damn close.
Close.
Yeah.
I mean, I can
think
tell you. I'll tell you a story. So Baggy, you know, who's part of Team Beef, who did a lot of the work on this game. He had to spend a lot of time in this game, you know, of course, in the headset, playing and testing and developing for it, especially for PlayStation. And he said that he had some absolutely terrifying moments and had to like talk himself into going back in the headset to continue to work on it. That's a guy who's in it constantly, right? For months and months, he was in it constantly, and he would have to like beef himself up, like, you know, just like, okay, I'm gonna go in this time and I'm gonna spend some time in here, and like he would still get terrified. Like he knew, like he tell the story, but like he knows where the jump scares are, right? Like he's been through this whole game, and he said they would still freak him out every time that he hit one. So that's a testament to the game, I guess.
It's great.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely great. Did you finish it, Eric? I don't remember.
I didn't. I'm pretty close. I will finish it because I know the ending's it was pretty amazing. Like the whole
Yeah.
you know, the way it wraps up. So yeah, I only think I have like maybe like 45 minutes to an hour left. From where
you
I'm
need
told
to.
I am.
It's so brutal, and then Brian, you'll back me up on this too. Like the ending, the ending's absolutely gut wrenching, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to handle. And honestly, you know, the more I think about it, and the more I've been floating a theory that, and I feel like we've gotten like heavily into spoiler territory here. So, you know, so I don't feel too bad about saying this, but you know, like I've watched a lot of horror movies over the year. I've watched a lot of things about demonic possession, and you know, you talk about the stages of demonic possession. You know, and they're listed and they're very specific about how things go down. And I really think that if you play through Madison with those stages in mind, you can actually see Luca going through the stages throughout the course of the game. And so when you hit that last stage and you get to the very end of the game, you're like, it's over, man. It is gut wrenching, and you're like, there's nothing we can do. Let's just push forward and get it over with.
You know, it's interesting that you say that because I did love this game and I played it all the way through, start to finish. I don't mean in one sitting, but this was one of the rare occasions where I started a game and I couldn't stop playing it until I finished it. But when I finished it, I was done with it. I didn't go back to it. I've only had the one playthrough in it, and I feel like it's been enough time now that I could pick it back up again. And even though it is like a linear story driven game where I already know what happens in it, I feel like I could get a similar experience and enjoyment out of it again. And it makes me wonder how much more I'll notice on the second playthrough, now having the perspective of knowing what the game is and where it's going, and starting over again and from the very beginning and knowing what's happening and
I think
how
you need
I might
do that and do a deep dive breakdown like you did with what's that one game that the developers came
Here
to
They
show?
Lie.
Here they lie. Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you why. After this episode, 2024 show is over, I would imagine that our next episode is going to be Game of the Month for combined December and January, as those are the first 2 months of the new year heading into the 2025 show that culminates at the end of the year. This month, Madison VR stealth dropped on Quest out of nowhere. Quest 3 exclusive, Madison VR. They didn't even tell anyone it was coming. It just showed up on the store one day. And I hear it is a very good adaptation on Quest. So I don't know. I haven't tried it yet, but I've got a review request in for it. So hopefully we'll have access to it soon, and that's a perfect excuse to get back into it and check it out. And if it's a big step down graphically, maybe I'll play a couple hours of it and then switch back over to my PlayStation version. But like I said, I think it's time for us to play it again, and it's an excellent enough game that I'm actually quite happy that the Quest players, the people that only have Quest headsets, get to experience it, even if it is pulled back a little bit for the standalone hardware.
Here's an idea. You should take it on the wireless Quest 3 and play it at midnight in the graveyard and see if it's
that's Paradise the case though.
Yeah,
man.
PD it. See if it hits you any different. That'd be a great video to watch.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm down. I'll watch that.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, yeah. So congratulations to Perp Games and everyone who was involved, Team Beep, on an excellent VR game and an excellent port, and definitely a deserving winner of the Nope Award for the scariest VR game. So we move along to the main event, one of the big ones, PSVR Game of the Year. The reason why Bryan Paul is here to talk to us about some of the amazing games that came out on PlayStation VR. And we do have a handful of them here, and just as many of them that are listed here, there were others that got removed from the list. Games like Arcade Paradise, for one, was one of the nominees that was on here. Shit, I'm trying to remember the games that I took off of here now. There were quite a few of them. Anyway, I guess it doesn't matter. Let's get in. I mean, we went through all the nominees on our last episode. It was a 7-hour episode where we just went through all the nominees, so people know. Let's get down to what I feel like are the best of the best in 2024 for PSVR2 Game of the Year. And just a reminder to everyone that the nomination window starts in December and ends in November. So we're aware that some of these games come out in December 2023. That's just how our nomination works. And I think that this first game actually might be an example of that, as Arizona Sunshine 2 released for all VR platforms, including PSVR 2. I'm pretty sure in December of 2023. Or actually, no, it was a 2023 release. But with that being said, Bryan,
Yes.
best selling new release of 2024 on PlayStation VR was Arizona Sunshine 2. After everything that we had all year long, when that list came out the other day, Beat Saber was on top of it. I think Pavlov was number 2.
Shocker.
And number 3 was Arizona Sunshine 2, which just goes to show you just how popular this franchise really is. And I can attest to this when we were voting with the community, with the patrons. This was a game that came up time and time again as a favorite. A lot of people really like the sequel to Arizona Sunshine.
Yeah, I mean it's great, man. It's very straightforward in terms of just you get to run around and kill just thousands and thousands of zombies. It drives me up the wall though that there's no boss fights in these games. Like that's insane to me. Right?
Yeah,
it's
like
like
kind of weird.
It's like just give me a giant zombie. Just take one and scale it up really big. It's like you don't even make a new character model. But because I don't know, I just need moments in these games. I'm here we are. We're talking about like why it's one of the best games of the year, and I'm like immediately like, why doesn't it have bosses? Right? It's not what I meant to do. But I hate that. I hate that when I think of a great game, and my mind immediately goes towards the thing that I wish that it had. Right? So in my head there's something wrong here. Right? Like Arizona Sunshine 3 needs to at least have some good bosses in it for me to be like, okay, I'm still on board with this series, and also give me more reasons to craft. My inventory was always full of explosives, and so like they're on the right path, right? I thought this was a good game, a very good game, a lot of fun to play with friends or with a friend. So give us 4-player support on that too. After the fall had it, why doesn't this have it? So yeah. So listen, I think Arizona Sunshine 2 is really, really fun, but like, I don't know, man. Like, you look at something on the flat screen, like Dead Island 2, that like is clearly a 7 out of 10 game. If you brought that into VR, it would be a 10 out of 10. You know, it would blow this away, right? So I think this is one of those times where like, yes, it's a fun game, but a lot of it has to do with the fact that it's in VR, and that's fine too.
Well, definitely a lot of it has the to do with that, and I've said it many times. Shooting zombies in the face in VR is something that just never gets old for me. Like I can do it endlessly forever and have fun with it. So I'll certainly, I'm not going to sit here and say this is the perfect game. Absolutely, there is room for improvement here, and I think you did a pretty good job of pointing out what some of the most glaring areas of improvement are. With that said, Eric, a clear step up from the original Arizona Sunshine here, not just in terms of, graphics and production, much less janky than the original, although there were still some traces of interaction jank here. But the weapons, big upgrade in terms of the way that they handle and the way that they feel. The melee getting added into the game, the way that you can dismember the zombies now versus the very simple Gen 1 zombie mutilation that you had from the original game. I think that this was a pretty notable step up from the original Arizona Sunshine in more than a few ways, and it's because they built a whole new engine out for it.
Yeah, I mean the differences are here, like that does make this an improved game over the original. But the reasons I love this game are that it's more of what Arizona Sunshine was. Like there's not like there is improvements here, but this is not a departure. So if you're like, it's been like how many years, I want to see a completely different game. That's not what this is. Like, and I went in knowing that this wasn't what this is, and I was okay with it. Like, this was one of the other games I actually completed last year, and I think I completed it in 2 sittings, and like 90% of it was in 1 sitting, just because I loved it, man. And like this game carried me through. Are there shortcomings in this game? Absolutely, but it's Arizona Sunshine. I mean, it's like you're getting all the great stuff I loved about it before. They made some improvements to the gameplay, to the mechanics. The visuals are beautiful. There is a few things I would have preferred, but damn, it's damn close. Like it's way better than a lot of the other games out there. Like I am not a fan of like Propagation Paradise Hotel. This game is way better than that game. Like there's not even
I
a
know that's
comparison.
crazy, right?
And I know, but I know that people are comparing it out there, and they're saying, "Oh, Propagation Paradise Hotel is a better game than Arizona Sunshine 2." And I'm just telling you, it's not. Like it's not. Like this game is like superior in almost every way to that game. So for me, like this was one of the best games I played last year. And I'm not going to kill it because it's more Arizona Sunshine. It is. You just have to go in knowing that it's going to be more Arizona Sunshine. And if you go in with that, I think you'll be okay. If you go in thinking this is going to be a different game because it says 2 next to it, that's not what this is. Like it's an improvement, but it's not a different game.
Yeah, it is definitely an improvement. And while I will agree with Brian that the crafting certainly could have been better, more well done. Like the crafting's kind of basic, and I think the bigger shortcoming is in the inventory system, because the you get to collect all of these resources and craft explosives and things, but you don't have anywhere to carry all of this stuff at. Like you run out of slots very quickly, even with the dog having some inventory slots on it. But at least there's crafting now. There wasn't even crafting before. So the fact that there's crafting now gives you a reason to explore a little bit. Certainly would have liked for that to be more, but I think it's an improvement on a game that I already loved. And not to mention that, Roots, but There's a dog. There's a dog in this one, and dogs just make everything better, don't they?
I don't know, man. The jank of the
What?
dog for me. I think the dog is the one thing that if I could change something, that dog would be dead within the
What?
first 5 minutes, and then you'd
That's
have no
terrible.
companion. I just didn't care for it. And my biggest problem with this one is I wanted it to be more like the first one story wise. I thought the story was so unique, and I really enjoyed. And maybe I'm jaded because the last time I played the Arizona Sunshine one was the remake. And so it had all of the good things from the second one, and it had the melee. It wasn't janky. It looked amazing, even on the quest. I just preferred the first one to the second one, and I just didn't care for the gimmick of the dog. I just felt like it kind of made things, in some ways, the dog, I don't know. It was just weird for me, but I mean, people really liked it, but I care for I like the first one better. Personally.
But you're talking about the remake, though.
The
which
remake
was one of.
Yeah, if I was
Yeah.
to go back to the original one versus this one, I might not like it as much because it was pretty janky, especially with multiplayer. It was, but but I guess the bottom line is, even without that, putting the first one into it, I feel like that's where this one lacked a little bit. It was more of the first one, but the story wasn't as good for me, as compelling as this guy that just wakes up, or I guess, well, you just wake up in his situation and he's kind of losing it, right? And he just wants to get the fuck out of there, and just keeps progressing down this thing where he's losing hope. And I just really enjoyed it, but I still think this game's really good. I just didn't care for it as much as I did the overall experience of the first one.
Yeah, and for the record, the remake was nominated as well. I just didn't want to have both of them listed on here and talk about both of them because they're both made in the same engine and they're very similar. And this was the one that I felt like more people voted for. And like I mentioned, this was the most, the highest selling new release on PlayStation VR in 2024.
And I do want to add before we move on from this, I agree with Bryan Paul and Wes. I think Eric's crazy for not liking Propagation Paradise. I thought it was really good. And Wes and I had
the craziest conversation ever.
Isn't it crazy?
It's the shittiest, like, just like, I want to be Resident Evil, and I don't even care. I'm not even going to apologize for it. Like, I'm going to steal everything. Like when I went and saw the save system for the first time, I'm like, you're shitting me, right? Like, come on, like you didn't even fucking try. Like, at least give me make it not a typewriter. Really, I don't know, make it something different. Like, this is just like so bad. The acting was so terrible, and look, I played through the whole thing and beat the whole thing. Like, so I mean, I made it all the way, but like, I got to the end and I'm like, okay.
At least I had boss fights. Jesus Christ.
I will give it this. The ending boss fight is actually really good. It kind of like brought me back to that like old style gaming where you had to like figure patterns out to like beat a boss, which I thought was pretty cool. I'll give it that. Everything else.
Wow.
I want my sequel. I want to say that. I'm ready for.
Oh, you want to see where the sister is? Like, you care enough, like, for a sequel?
Yeah.
Like,
I just want some more game. It was only like fucking 3 hours long, if that.
Yeah. I want to see Owen come back to life. That's what I like.
That would
He died so early. I love that guy.
We were all broke up about that.
What that prick gets for keeping the gun.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah, I'm going to keep the gun. You go first. that was my favorite part of the game. They're going down the hallway, and he's like, yeah, I got the gun. You go first.
Chivalry is dead.
Yeah.
Oh, listen. I agree with Roots. Arizona Sunshine 1, especially Arizona Remake. We can forget about the original Arizona 1. Better game. I think it was more tightly designed, better story. I can't believe that Arizona Sunshine 2 like touted this big Rob Yescombe, pen script. And then we just played and then it was just like a Last of Us ripoff, like substitute dog. It's like, what? It was, I couldn't believe, I was like, we fucking just played this a few years ago and it was way better when it was called The Last of Us. So I don't know, like it was, I feel like they focused on a lot of interesting things but they didn't make it interesting enough. This is why I'm really excited for Arizona Sunshine 3, right? Because they've added a lot to it, and now once they refine it, I think they're going to have a killer game on their hands if they have a good inventory system and make the crafting system like, you know, maybe you can have like permanent stat upgrades or something if you craft the right thing. I think they're on the right track. And so that's what I loved most about Arizona 2 was that it was like a step in the right direction for the series, even though like it didn't quite land for me or Roots as well as the first game. So like I think Vertigo is on the verge of having like an amazing zombie series. I just hope that they nail it with the third one.
Yeah.
I mean, if they did crafting like Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners did crafting and that kind of progression, and
that would be crazy.
That game, it would probably come close for me of equaling, maybe not, but I mean, it would have been damn close to Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners, and I think that's one of the all-time greats. So, but yeah, I think they missed on that.
I still kind of held Saints and Sinners, the collection, as maybe the best VR game that you can buy in terms of just all around gameplay and, you know, the total package.
Maybe.
I think that's fair. I think it's a fair argument for sure.
I'd like to see faster zombies in Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners. You know, like what was it? The zombie one where they were the movie where they were in the mall, and like those zombies where they were like sprinting, running down the street and shit, chasing the cars and stuff. Like I just feel like the slow zombie. That's not scary to me. You know, like I want that. I want to turn around and this fucker's sprinting at me, and I'm like, oh shit. You know, you're pulling your gun out and it just gets crazy.
You want 28 days zombies?
Yeah, something like that. But what was that one with? I can't remember the one.
Day of the Dead? Was it Day of the Dead?
Dawn of the Dead, I think it was what it's called, or something. Yeah, where they start and they get held up in the mall. Like the beginning scene shows this guy's like driving down the street, and this lady walks out, or somebody walks outside, and kind of like looking around. All of a sudden, this zombie just sprints out of nowhere and just attacks her, and then it's chasing the car, and it's crazy. It's like how you would imagine a rabid dog would be acting, which would be to me would be more realistic about, because I think zombies are kind of like the undead possessed. I don't think they'd just be slowly lumbering around. I think they'd be like sprinting around and trying to eat your face off. You know, that'd be cool.
Probably. I'm with you, man. It's definitely time for a change.
Yeah.
Anyway, it is time for a change. So let's move on to the next nominee.
Sweet.
Here, and this is a game that, you know, low key for those who were in the know in the early part of the year, we were really expecting that this might actually have won Game of the Year because it was such a solid release. Legendary Tales from Urban Wolf Studio. Brian, a really pleasant surprise and a timely release when this game came out. We really needed something like this that was just a substantive game you can get in with friends and just sink dozens and dozens of hours into it. Seemingly endless progression here. A game that you can play through start to finish 3 times and have your character be completely different every time that you play, and still have options upon options and upon options for your 4th playthrough if you want. Just an uncommon amount of depth in this game, maybe one of the deepest games in the VR catalog.
Yeah, we played this obviously pre-launch, and so there was a lot of changes made that people don't even know that were made. But pre-launch, there was not a lot of signposting in the game. It was sort of just like, oh, here's some sort of crafting area, and here's some sort of other upgrade system thing going on, and here's a tree stump. Good luck with that. It's like, what is all this? And I felt overwhelmed to the point where I was like, I'm just gonna go fight some goblins, and I'll be back and figure this shit out later. And that's what Legendary Tales did for me. It made me fall in love with the unknown. When you get in and you're like so overwhelmed with the amount of stuff that you can do that like you don't even know how to do it, because You just think, oh, maybe this is something that you do later in the game, or maybe I don't have the materials to work with yet, or whatever, right? But what happens is you go out and you start fighting these smaller enemies and collecting stuff and leveling up and start figuring out how the basics work. And then the next time you come back to your base, you go, oh, I get this thing over here. And then and that opens up another level of depth to the mechanics and the gameplay. And you go, whoa, this game's bigger than I thought it was. And then you go out and you do the same thing. And 5 hours later, you come back to your base and you're like, oh wait, I get this other thing that's over here now. And then next thing you know, you're 40 hours into the game and you've finally figured out how the game works. It's like, I used to hate that. I used to be like, why don't I understand how to play this game? But now I've sort of fallen in love with the idea of I'll figure it out later and it'll be so rewarding when I do.
Yeah, really a lot to this game. And, you know, when I first played this game, was 3 years prior when it first hit early access on Steam, and it was ridiculous. The tutorial took over an hour to play through, because they literally forced you to learn all of it before they let you start playing the game. All of that stuff that even the stuff that's optional in the game now that you really don't even have to learn if you don't want to. Like, it was all mandatory and all in the tutorial the first time around. It was so crazy. They've really put a lot of work into kind of reworking the game and determining, you know, what's necessary versus what is optional. And they've done a really great job here of creating something that, you know, if you like hardcore action RPG progression and mechanics, this is the game for you. There's something for everyone in here, whether you're a mage or a barbarian, whatever you want to be. This game will let you be and it's not all black and white. While there's like 6 or 8 main classes and then variants on each class, it's not black and white. Like, you can take traits and attributes from 2 different classes and kind of make your own unique character that's good at one thing and then a completely different other aspect. Like I said, just severely uncommon depth of progression in this game. I fail to think of anything else that's kind of on the level with this in the VR catalog. Eric and Roots, I'm pretty sure that neither one of you guys actually made it into this game after it hit full launch, which I think is a tragedy because it's so well done. Do either of you guys have anything that you'd like to say about this?
Yeah, no, it sounds cool. It sounds really badass. Like, I like what Brian's describing. I love that kind of stuff where you go in there and you're just after 30, 40 hours of playing through, you're just then discovering stuff because there's that much to learn about it. Sounds like an actual RPG, which there isn't very many good ones, if any, at all in VR. So super cool.
No, I think you would like this game, Roots. I mean, especially at the time. That's why I kind of campaigned to have you guys get into it, because this was at the time that you were really heavy into like, well, I need games with depth and progression and stuff, and like here it is, man. This is the one. It is an indie game from an indie studio, so it's not perfect. But if this game had a fully realized story, which it has story, and it has lore, but it's all told through kind of reading. If this had a fully voice acted story with like cinema scenes and stuff, this might have won Game of the Year this year. It really is exceptional.
And I kind of want to start a new character and take Roots through the game with me.
Yeah.
Is it multiplayer?
Yeah, four players.
We
Oh, wow.
played this game a lot, Roots. Like, I don't know if you remember, but like
you
I
played
remember-
it years ago.
we played it a lot.
I remember
with
jumping
me
in
and-
there with like a couple people now that you're
Yeah.
saying that, but it was like
Yeah.
very early on, and
It was very early.
there was
it
not
PC,
much.
It was PCVR only. It was janky, but you could tell where they were going with it. And it was still super deep. And like Wes said,
When we played
you
it,
couldn't even do multiplayer until you made it through like 17 hours of like, you know, building up your character and learning stuff and
Yeah.
tutorial shit. Like it was hard to get through, but we did it. Like I remember we had like a whole bunch of people from the community in there, and we played it a lot, like many different sessions. Like it was that good back then still, and it was so early. It
it's
was janky, but it was good.
completely different game now.
Yeah.
When we played it, there was like the tutorial that you played through, and then you found yourself in this like common area where you met up with your friends to do multiplayer, and then the game at that point was you go into a tower and you fight your way up the tower through levels after level after level after level until you get to the top. Um, I haven't finished the game, so I don't know if that tower is still there or how much it has to do with the game. Now this game is all outdoors. Like there's a whole world now that you play through, different areas of the map. Some of it's like caves, some of it's like open air outdoor camps and things like that. But I played hours and hours and hours of this game after it launched in the full release, and I never got anywhere near that tower, which was the whole game before. Um, Brian, spoil a
No
little bit
comment.
for us here.
No
That
way.
is that tower
Come
still
on, do
there?
it. Spoil it.
Yeah, the tower's still there.
How long did it take you to get to that?
Oh my god, dude. So at one point I got really stuck in the game, and I just had to grind and grind and grind and grind for hours. So I think I don't know, 50 hours or something.
50
Well,
hours
my
before
memory is also terrible. So
Wow.
50
Don't-
hours
don't trust me.
before, or we'll just say dozens of hours before we even get to the part which was the game before. So think about that for a minute. It's crazy.
Is it still a looter crawler? Well, early on the PCVR, it was still all about like getting in and like you know, going in, doing what you're talking about, getting through the tower. But it was getting through that part of that level and then getting as many cool weapons as you could
There's
get
a
out
lot
of it,
of
because you'd
that.
have the legendary chest, right? And then you'd get like some cool weapons, but you lost them
It's
if
like
you died.
Diablo, man. It's like Diablo. It's like the amount of loot you get is just crazy. The amount of time I spend in menu screens comparing attributes and stats is just, it's not something I usually do in games. Usually in like Diablo, I'll just say, I'll hit the button to just automatically have the best stuff and ditch everything else. But I didn't want to do that in this game. I wanted to dig through the menus and dig through the stats and figure out what was the best weapon for me. It was crazy. I'm not that kind of gamer, and Legendary Tales made me into one.
You have
Yeah, I
an
like that
endless
stuff.
inventory. You could pick this stuff up, and it's a ridiculous amount of weapons and shields and just everything. And that got to the point for me that I almost just quit paying attention to it. I just kept the stuff. I would go every now and then and just get rid of everything except the very highest statistic stuff, and just
Yeah.
trade it in for whatever gold or currency or whatever it was.
What's better, this game or Dungeons of Eternity?
Oh, this is like 1,000 times better than Dungeons of Eternity.
Wow, 1,000 times better.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not even.
does
same
Dungeons of
class.
Eternity, does it have any point to leveling up yet, or is it still working
No,
towards that?
No, it's still just a pure looter. DOE is. This has campaigns and like quests and things that you go on.
Yeah, that sounds cool to me, for sure.
Oh, it's great. Anyways, we move along to another great game, especially for PSVR 2, and a timely release on PSVR 2 this year. Max Mustard. This was a game that was, like I said, very timely and very much appreciated by the PSVR community, as we were shunned by Sony and Team Asobi, and we didn't get the Astrobot game that everyone had been expecting and looking forward to. Luckily, Eric, we didn't just get some second-rate replacement in Max Mustard, but we got one of the best platformers that we've ever seen in VR.
Yeah, man, this is a proper platformer. It's just really good. And this game kind of shocked a lot of people of like how good it is and like how deep it was and how many levels there were and how many cool like like different maneuvers that you could do. Yeah, I mean it's super cool. Looks great. Like I don't know. I'm a sucker for platformer in VR. So Lucky's Tale, Ven VR Adventure. There's not a lot of them, but when you get good ones, man, and Toast did a really good job with this one from start to finish. It's got some of the cooler levels in it. I wish it was maybe a little harder, but man, other than that, like there's not much to complain about this game. It looks awesome, especially in a PSVR2 headset. It looks amazing. The colors just pop so well in this game. But like I don't know, the level design, the whole idea of like some of the movement and maneuvers that you can do in here, and yeah, this is again another whole. If you're a fan of if you're a platforming fan, this has pretty much got it all for me. I mean, I think it's really, really good. I mean, I don't know if Max is my favorite character, like overall, but like other than that, I don't think there's much to complain about here.
Yeah, so it's kind of got all of the elements that your typical platformer would have in it. But what it has on top of that, Roots, is progression, right? Like you're picking up the coins or rings or whatever in this game that you would typically be picking up to get extra men, but instead this is actual currency for you to take into the store and buy new moves and new abilities in the game that really kind of open up your move set and add versatility to the game.
Yeah, that's the biggest takeaway for me is that there was actual reason to collect the coins, made you want to collect the coins. And I like the idea of having different abilities that I didn't have before and unlocking stuff. I thought it was super cool. So, and the gameplay's fun. I'm kind of like Eric. I love platformers of all kinds. And still a little bummed that Astrobot 2 didn't come to PlayStation VR 2. Although, like I said in the earlier segment, and don't hate me for this, Brian, I think it's amazing flat. And I'm enjoying playing it, but I look forward to hopefully someday, either it comes to PC and somebody mods it, or
that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, because it's probably one of the best platformers I've ever played, next to Mario. And I'll tell you what, the DualSense, man, like you were saying earlier, Brian, that the controller, the way that it feels, the same technology, it's magic. Like what they do with that little character and make you feel like you're running across things and metal, and it's just super crazy what that technology that Sony has in their controllers. And to me it's why people say Sony is not as good as Xbox, and I'm like, no. Like have you used their controllers? Like it's just crazy.
Yep.
Level variety, on top of everything what we've said here about Max Mustard, Brian, there's a ton of levels in this game, which is another great thing about it. 3 major overlying worlds, but there's like 20 worlds in each of them almost, and while it is a little bit easy to start with, the game actually gets pretty challenging toward the end, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, listen, I think I had mentioned in the review that it wasn't maybe as challenging as I would have liked, and that it does there are some challenging moments near the end, but I never felt there was never anything that like really tested my platforming abilities.
Yeah, but it's because there's no game over. There's no like fail state. I think that's what really kind of took away the real edge on the challenge of it is that you can try over and over and over and over, and there's no penalty to it.
Right.
But that's how Astrobot is too. Astrobot 2 as well. Like
Astrobot's more.
Well, it's harder.
It's harder.
But there's still no penalty to dying. You can still play it over and over and over again. The penalty is you have to run back and do something over a second time.
Can you imagine if like Astrobot or Max Mustard played like the old NES platformers, and like after you lost all of your guys, like you just got a game over screen and you had to start back at like the very beginning level? right? Well, but there would be I kind of want that too, but there would be outrage. Like gamers are so
Soft.
pussified. Yeah,
yeah,
they're a bunch of
that's
pussies now.
that's kind of where I was going with that. I didn't want to say it, but that's exactly how it is. Because dude, even when I complained about the challenge in Max Mustard or the lack thereof, the comments revolted against me. They were like, Brian, not everybody likes a challenge in a video game. And then what are we playing them for?
Yeah,
fuck are we doing
exactly.
here, then?
What's the point?
Right. We're here.
Every game should be a walking sim then.
We're here for the Max Mustard story, really?
That's
Come
why
on.
we loved Ven VR so much, is because it was so hard, and I think maybe a hard mode. Like I would love to play. I'm like Eric. I would love to play a platformer where, exactly what you just described, like old school, where you die and you got to restart, or there's some penalty, versus just restarting at the beginning. But that would be the biggest flaw I would say with this game is it is a little too easy in that respect. But I did find there was areas where I died a lot. Where I just,
a couple.
But.
Yeah, dude, I'm just really happy that Toast Interactive came along and showed Monologic Games how to make a good platformer. I mean, I think Ven is awful. I really do. I think Ven is just
Really?
garbage.
That's crazy.
Eric, it's the Propagation Paradise Hotel of platformers.
Oh my god! Oh wow, that's rough.
It's bad, and dude, and I was so happy that Toast came along and like, here's how you make like a proper control scheme, and here's how item interaction should work, and here's how collision detection should work, and like everything just felt like a classic platformer, like a good studio would have made, whereas Ven felt always a little bit wrong. And when I finished Max Mustard, I wanted more. Like I wanted more of everything. I was like, I want more worlds. I want more variety. I want more, there's the minecart stuff, but I was like, throw me in a plane. Like give me all sorts of like different things to do. And I want it to be almost more like Astrobot, right? Where like you got like the plunger gun in Max Mustard and the vacuum gun. But I think those are kind of the only two I remember. Like I want like 20 gadgets to use throughout the course of the adventure. And I think I think again that's the mark of a good game, is when you finish it and you want more of it. I finished Ven and I said, thank fucking God, I'm never gonna play that game again.
It's hard.
I want
some
more.
of those levels.
I love it. It's so hard. Yeah.
I didn't think Ven was that hard. I just thought it wasn't fun.
So for me, like there's like levels, like and I put Max Mustard in the middle. Like there's Lucky's Tale, which I found to be like childishly easy.
Yeah.
Like it was fun, but it was just childishly easy, and like I'm not going back to that game. And then
Agreed.
probably probably Max Mustard, like way up on the other side of the scale. But for me, I'm putting Ven up as probably the best VR platformer, unless you're going to consider like Moss a platformer, which I think is fairly close. Actually, you could almost consider Moss a platformer. But if we're talking with like what a traditional platformer is, I think these three are probably it. I think I'm going to put Ven up at the top and then put Max a little bit below it.
An Astrobot Rescue Mission is.
Oh yeah, okay,
there.
that's number one.
Come on.
Yeah,
Astrobot's definitely the top.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
was
it's
so
the gold
innovative.
standard.
All the different levels, the water levels, and
Yeah.
it was cool.
Yeah, I might be an eternal optimist here, but I honestly think that we're going to get a PSVR2 exclusive Astrobot game. Like that really takes advantage of the Sense controllers and really gives us something to do with our two hands in the game. So Team Asobi during the interview said we never wanted to make Astrobot a VR game. We never, like the one they just made on PS5. They were like, that was never our intention. Like we want it, whenever they make an Astrobot game or whenever they do something, they want to take full advantage of the platform that it's on. Right. And so just kind of shoving it on the PSVR 2, like, yes, we'd all enjoy that, but I don't think that's the game they wanted
That'd
to
be great.
make.
Sackboy was awesome.
It wasn't a bad decision for them, though. I mean, that was their game of the year. It did,
I don't think
it did
yeah, I don't
very
think
well
anybody-
for flat gamers. It just sucked that we didn't get to play it in VR.
Yeah, I don't. I never argued that it was a bad like financial decision for them. Obviously, it would have been a bad financial decision to make it a VR exclusive.
Right.
But I think that it would not have taken much to make that into a very compelling
Probably not.
VR platformer that surpassed even the first Astrobot, which is universally held as the gold standard in VR platform.
I'll tell you what, Wes. If they just brought the game as it was into VR and didn't have any extra stuff that you could do with the controllers and stuff, I think it's a better, like that game is doing things that, and I played platformers my whole life, that I'm like trying to figure out exactly what I need to do because it's so unique and different, and it's just so done so well, that I would love to see it in VR, and hopefully it will. Maybe someday, maybe they'll just bring it into VR onto PlayStation VR too. I don't know.
Yeah, either
If
they
only it
will or
was a studio
Lucas
that
will.
took flat games and brought them into VR. or something like
Yeah, that
That'd
would be
cool.
nice. That would be cool.
That would be awesome. Moving along to the next nominee, we've got a long-held PCVR favorite, which eventually made its way to Quest, and now, with the help from Fast Travel Games, has made its way to PSVR 2 into the Radius. Man, I don't know where to start with this game. It seems like I talk about it at length once every other week at least. Brian, at the end of the day, I mean, I always end up saying the same thing. This is one of the very best games in the VR catalog, period. A very unique game that not only has a great challenge to it, it's got compelling action, it's got creepiness, it's got great survival mechanics to it, it's got a unique story. It's just really kind of a unicorn of a game. And yeah, it's just awesome and definitely one of the best games that came out on PSVR 2 this year.
Yeah, it's so smart in the way that it was developed because it's not that big of a game world, right? But it gives you so many reasons to traipse back and forth through it, on new missions and giving you many things, like new things to do every single time you head out into the world. It's just so smartly developed. It's like, well, they knew what their limitations were, and they worked with them, and ended up creating something that feels like so much bigger than it is. You know, you gave a quick shout out to Fast Travel Games. I'm going to give a quick shout out to VR Monkey. They were the port studio behind this, and
yeah.
dude, I mean, what a amazing step forward for them, right? They had done plenty of PSVR 2 ports prior to this, but this is the biggest one, the deepest one mechanically that they've had to port, and I think they did an amazing job. I played the Quest 3 version of Into the Radius, and I think that the PSVR 2 version actually plays better now that it's got a couple of patches under its hood. It's giving us performance mode, giving us fidelity mode. So being able to play it however you want to is really nice. But man, what I'll say, I know I'm just rambling, and this is the same stuff I say on Gamescast. You say you talk about it at least every other week in depth. I feel like I talk about it like 3 times a week in depth. It's the kind of game that, again, I shouldn't be interested in. It's so technical, or it can be so technical if you choose to allow it to be, in terms of, the ammo and reloading and all the stuff, all the ways that you prepare, and even like the what you decide to take with you out on each run, and the stuff that you're willing to lose, and it can be so technical, and again, I shouldn't like it because this just isn't the stuff that I'm into. But it's done so well that I wanted to learn. I got in there and I learned, different types of weapons, and I learned how to. I learned the difference between a clip and a magazine finally, and and how to reload bullet by bullet by bullet, and how to clean weapons. It was crazy. It gave you so much depth that was unnecessary, and that you can skip if you're not into that kind of stuff, which is also cool. Again, just giving you another way to play the game however you want to.
Yeah, I never clean the guns and stuff, man. I always just go to the
throw it in the
place
locker.
and throw it in.
Yeah.
Let them do it.
Yeah, here's $5. Clean my gun for me. Yeah, exactly. I do that too.
Yeah.
And so, but that's the beauty of it, is that you can do it. Like if you're low on cash and you need to save every penny because you're saving up for some weapon or something, or you've just lost all your shit out in the field. If you got nothing, like you can do it manually. There's just something very, very cool about this game. It doesn't feel like anything else I've ever played, and some of the missions are just so memorable, which they don't feel like they should be. Again, like it's just because it's low on narrative, right? but some reason I still feel like there's this epic story that's going on, and
Right.
it's just told really, really well. It's told very smartly to the
They
player.
hide bits of lore everywhere in it, right?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Eric, Brian's right. It's not the biggest map in the world, but I feel like it's one of the deeper games in the catalog. And you don't really need a big map if you have to mind every step that you take to do anything. They send you out on multiple missions in the same map, but it feels like every little area on the map, every little small area, um, is a journey to get there and then to get back. It's not just about getting there and completing the mission, but it's about getting home afterwards and managing your ammo and managing your food and your water and it's a tedious gameplay style, right? Survival, but they integrate enough elements from other types of games as well to keep it fun, even though it's uber challenging and very slow paced in terms of movement and progression through the missions.
Yeah, this is not an easy game, and it's not for everybody. And Brian, you would have hated it when it first came out, like on PC,
Yeah.
like
We all hated
PCVR.
it when it first
It
came
was just
out.
because it was so fucking hard. Like, and it was unforgiving, and it was a little bit. It was not a little bit. It was janky,
It was
but
janky.
it was still compelling enough that we were like, this is a freaking great game. And then they really, really worked on it. And to their credit, I really think the Quest version of Into the Radius put them on the right path. Like, they had to make some decisions with the Quest version that actually made the PC version better, and actually probably made, ended up making the PSVR 2 version better. And I think that, that definitely, to their credit, got them to where they are now, to where they are today. And we'll talk about VR Monkey for just a quick second. Shout out to John Hibbins. John Hibbins introduced CM Games to VR Monkey and recommended them to go do that port. I just happened to see John this past week, and he told me the story, and I actually saw one of the team members from CM Games at PC Connect in England, and they're very, very happy with what they've done so far on the PSVR 2. So yeah, shout out to John for another person in the industry helping another game company out, which is pretty awesome. But yeah, I mean, Wes, this is what you're talking about is level design and game design, and the way you put things into a game, and you think about them, again, small things, making a map that's not super huge, but figuring out ways to make it feel like it has, size and scope and be epic, but not boring, you know what I mean, or not like tedious. And this is the things that you put into game design. Again, it's not just about making a VR game and putting something in the VR and be like, oh, or wow, it's just in VR, so I don't care if it's any good or not. Those days are over now. Like, we have to have depth in game. We have to have depth in games. We have to have depth in gameplay. We have to have a good hook. We have to have challenge, and that's what this game has. It has all of those things, and they knew and found out what they did wrong early on, and they fixed it all. To me, they're like a Hello Games almost. Like, they put so much time and effort into this game of where it was originally. I mean, we're talking years now after the original game, and they put enough into it, and now it's paying off. I mean, look, Upload wrote an article the other day. They've sold over 800,000 copies of this game across all platforms.
800,000 copies of this game, and it's not a cheap game.
No.
I think it was $40 when it launched. I think it's $30 now. So that's
Bargain.
a lot of copies, and that's a lot of money. So congratulations to CM Games on all their success. Roots, what he says is right. I think the Hello Games comparison is a good one, because this game was garbage when it started, and they kept working at it, not only until it became good, but they've worked on it now probably more since it got good than they did before. Like, this is a game that became very good, 3 years ago probably, and it's had many updates since then, but probably two major facelift makeovers where it was restructured in a very meaningful way twice over since the game got very good. And that's why the game is what it is today on PlayStation. This ultimate version that's completely polished out, that uses all of the PSVR2 functionality and stuff, and even gives people that option whether or not they want to use reprojection or have the 90 native with a little bit less detail. Um, it's just, this is a perfect example of perseverance and from a small team that has basically set out to make it the best game that they can, and yeah, they deserve every bit of the success that they've had.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why a lot of developers should take note of this success. You know, everybody wants to sell games, but how many developers pump out a game and then they dust their hands off and they walk away? They're like, okay, we did it. It's like I've said in the past. It's the difference of somebody that wants to make a mark in the industry, wants to take a game, and they want. If you're creating something, because this is art in a way, right? It's a game, but it's art. It's a lot of things, and you want to. At least I would, when I would want to be proud of my game and say, you know what, this thing is fucking amazing, and so you keep working on it. And what you said is true. It was patch after patch after patch, and we knew, because we knew Scion was on the inside helping iron out all this stuff for 2 years, and they had so many updates, like ridiculous amounts of updates, because they care and they wanted to make a really good game. And I'm glad that they've sold 800,000 copies. And I'm not even a big fan of this type of a game. Like, it's just too much for me. But it's not lost on me how good it is and how many people love it. I just think kudos to them, and I think a lot of developers should really look at this studio and say, okay, how can we be more like them? Because it's a small team. They don't even have the excuse of we don't have that many people working on it. It just either you're going, like Eric was saying before the show, and I've said this before, there's just a lot of developers in the near future that are going to fall off. They're just not going to be able to make it anymore, because the level is rising for what people expect. It's not 2018 when I first got into VR, and you need a lot of things to get a game to be good, and they really have. They've done a very good job. So
Excellent. But not the game of the year. So that's 4 very good games: Arizona Sunshine 2, Legendary Tales, Max Mustard, Into the Radius. What is the game of the year?
Clearly Subside.
Not Subside.
Right.
Could it be Madison VR? No, it's not Madison VR, but for every reason that we covered in the previous category, this I thought would be game of the year. This was the game that got my vote for game of the year on PlayStation VR2, and we actually had a pretty close vote on this one. But I don't think that we need to rehash everything that we said about it. We just did a pretty extensive segment on it just a few minutes ago. But that leads me to what actually was and is our PSVR2 game of the year, Resident Evil 4 Remake. And yeah, again, we've already done a long segment on this game as well, so I'm not going to rehash all of that. But Brian, as much as I would have liked to have seen Madison win here, as you know, again, redefining a genre almost, it did. Mm-hmm. I can still see why the votes went the way that they did here, and how this one edged out, because in terms of all around scope of a game, like these Resident Evil games, and it doesn't matter which one you point at, like they're all amazing games, and this one's no different. This is an excellent VR game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's easy to look at Resident Evil 4 and say, "Oh man, the third person stuff really bothers me." Um, but those things are so few and far between, and I got used to them very quickly. What I will say about this game is that even though I think I like Village better, just from a personal standpoint,
I do too.
yeah, like the story and the VRF interactions and all that, I think Resident Evil 4 remake is just as good, but for different reasons. It gives you sirens on my end. That's the first time this whole really the first time. That's crazy. Um, it gives you so much more replayability. They fixed some of the things that Village had a problem with. Like we have full trophy support this time around, and so if you're looking to get the platinum, then you're going to play this game multiple times, and you can do it all in VR, and that's great. You know, some of the very cool things that we talked about earlier, like the boat, or even defending yourself against a guy wielding a chainsaw with that knife. Like that's your defense, is holding up a knife against a chainsaw. But you know what? It's a video game, and it works, and it feels awesome with the Sense controllers. It does all sorts of things that Village didn't do. I mean, and the weapon upgrade system alone, and all like the little side quests that you can do, man, it's a complete game. This is the difference. Too frequently we use the term AAA too loosely, right? I don't think anything Skydance has ever done is a AAA game. I'm sorry, like Skydance is as close as we get to AAA in VR, and that's nowhere close to AAA. This is AAA, and I don't think we should be changing the terms that we use when we talk about VR, because VR is going to catch up to flat screen eventually. And as we get more hybrid games, which apparently one a year is the number we're getting, you know, then our VR catalog will be filled with more of actual real AAA games, right? And so then what do you refer to these other games that we've been calling AAA as? You don't. Those are really good indie games or single A games at best. And so this is the game Roots is looking for, right? When he's looking for big, full, deep games with replayability, full 20-hour campaigns, like I mean, this is it. This is it. And I don't even care if you don't like horror. I'm so tired of people being like, oh, all there is on PSVR 2 is horror, or I don't like Resident Evil because it's horror. Resident Evil 4 is not scary. This is the scary game, man. Right? No. This is when Resident Evil stopped being scary. Like this is when it took a 10-year break from being scary. And so, like, if you just love action games or adventure games, this game's for you. This game's for everybody. If you don't like Resident Evil 4, then I mean, I feel, or if you don't think it's for you, I think you're missing out.
Yeah, I agree. Roots textbook example here of the hybrid model. Right. This is what we say that so many more of the big studios should be doing, because, I mean, Capcom put this thing together very quickly. Like the game came out, and I don't even think it was 6 months later that we had this VR version of it working as well as it does. And as is always the case, VR adds so much to the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and I would second what Brian said. That's exactly what I said when I voted for this game for the game of the month or the year. Is one of these games is not like the others, and that's this one. It's in such a good way. It's got everything that you would want in a game, and it's just a full-fledged AAA game that's it's amazing. So yeah, it deserves to win. Although everything on that list was good, it just wasn't. That's why none of those other ones, in my opinion, had a chance to win, even though some of them are amazing. Madison's, like you said, one of the best horror games ever. But then you have to consider some of the jank that it had that we overlooked. Well, this doesn't really have that jank, right? Because it's very polished and amazing. And I would agree, it's not scary, but it is fun. That's cool.
Time.
Eric, the vote in your absence didn't always go your way, but this time it absolutely went your way. It was a close vote, as I recall, but the yays have it. Resident Evil 4 Remake, PSVR Game of the Year.
I'm shocked. I actually am a little bit, because I mean, and not that it doesn't deserve it. Of course, it absolutely does. I just didn't think that enough people would vote for it. There are a lot of people out there that just don't get it. Like, I don't know. Sometimes there's a disconnect with Resident Evil, and they're like, I don't like, because what we just said, like, I don't like horror, so I'm not going to play it. But like, for me, this was the break. Like, this was the changeover for Resident Evil. This was like, and this is one of the reasons I love this game. Like, this was a genre defining game when it originally came out, and so I don't know, it just stands the test of time with these types of games. But like, that's the only reason I really thought that nobody would go for it.
It's a beautiful game. It's so well produced, and yeah, I mean, it's kind of undeniable, and it just goes to show that while recency bias is a thing, it's not everything, man. This was the least recent game on the entire list of nominees for us, and the list was twice the size of what we've talked about here. But despite it having come out so long ago, everyone remembers just how good it is, and it just goes to show a great game is memorable forever. So
Yeah, and
Well,
for
man,
to
I
me,
voted
like
for
I could have
Arcade
saw
Paradise.
Madison get this one too. Like for me, like the list is great, but like there's two clear kings on this list, and that's Madison
Oh, yeah.
and Resident Evil
Yeah,
4
yeah.
for me. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Brian, what was the PSVR without parole game of the year? Did you guys do that yet? Like, did you
No,
guys
we-
do your vote?
No, December was nuts. We had like 3 different games come out in December, and I was still catching up from Behemoth, and and things just got crazy, and I was like burnt out, and so I
And
said,
you were
well, I
playing
can spend.
Batman too. Don't forget about
And-
that.
How dare
it's
how
been
dare
bad.
you? What?
Yeah,
How dare you?
yeah.
But like so, but
yeah.
you wouldn't consider this game because when you do your voting, this is a 2023 game, right? For you, not a 2024 game.
No matter how many times we've done it, like we've never stuck to any kind of specific schedule. It's like, oh, do I have time to do this right now? Cool, then we're cutting off the timeline right here. But I do think that if we get back on the horse and do a Game of the Year show this year, then yeah, we'll have to cut things off at the end of November, because it literally takes a whole month to put like an award show together minimum. So yeah, we've got to do it.
So that's
But yeah,
why we cut it off with November. But it's funny, man, because we've done this for two years, pretty much. We started this last year, and both last year and this year, it was the end of January before we ended up doing the damn show anyway. Like we could have absolutely included December both times, because we ended up getting delayed by CES and other things, in
Right.
life.
Well, that's the alternative, right? You just have the show a little bit later. You have it at the end of January, beginning of February. It's the end of the year show anyway, so it's not like it's once you cut that deadline off, doesn't matter. Does it really matter if it's in 2024 or you're having it December 29th versus January 29th?
I want to do it on New Year's Day. That's always been like my goal, is to do it like on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, but it never, here lately, it hasn't worked out that way.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I brought it up too is like, so for me, if we took Resident Evil out of the equation, I don't think there's a ton of discussion here. I think it's Madison as the game of the year. So
Well,
I
mean,
think Madison probably came in second, right?
again,
But-
all of those games are good. Like, there's not a bad game on the list, right? But I just there are things that stand out. Like this game and Madison stand out to me so starkly over every other game. Like I those are the only two that I would want to fight for.
But
Like
we
the other
would be
games, I would be
adding-
like, you can talk me out of it. These games, that you're not talking me out of it.
But we would be losing Resident Evil 4 remake. We would be losing
no,
Arizona Sunshine 2.
Yeah.
But we would be adding Behemoth. We would be adding Alien. Like, it wouldn't be so cut and dry. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. No, it's for sure. It's true.
I don't know. I would have voted for Arcade
Anyway.
Paradise. You guys are crazy.
Arcade Paradise did win its award. It won what award? It won
Laundry
what award?
game of the year.
No,
Laundry
what did
washing
it
game?
win? It was
Retro.
It
Oh,
was
best-
the best.
brought into VR or whatever.
Yeah,
adapted.
best flat game
Oh.
adaptation. Yeah,
Okay. Wait, over Resident Evil 4?
over Resident Evil 4. Yeah,
Sure.
and Madison.
Okay.
Whatever.
Sure.
I'm-
Okay.
I'm just here for the giggles.
Oh man.
Anyways, deserving PSVR2 Game of the Year. Very much so. So let's end this this wonderful lengthy segment off the way we always do by giving something away. And obviously, Capcom didn't send us any keys for Resident Evil 4 to give away.
What's up, Capcom?
So this is what we're going to do. We're going to give away a PSN gift card. Only one this time for the live viewers. First person on my screen to answer the question will win the $30 PSN gift card, or whatever the equivalent of $30 is in your local currency. Again, first on my screen to answer the question will win. And the question is this. Resident Evil 4 is the 2024 show PSVR Game of the Year. Name any other of our past PSVR Games of the Year, and you will win the $30 PS Store gift card.
I can't answer this, can I? I know one right off the bat.
What the bat?
Yeah, what the bat?
Oh my God, that's the Ven VR adventure of PSVR games.
Anyway, congratulations to whoever got that. I'm sure someone got it rather quickly.
Looper.
Looper probably.
It's Looper. Yeah, because he loves. Oh no, sorry, forget it. Looper knows everything. That's what we've determined.
He does. We're bringing him in actually to be a contributor to the channel this year.
That's awesome.
Yeah. He's going to come on during the Game of the Month episodes to help us cover some of the games that we don't necessarily have time or even desire to cover. He's going to be the guy to come on. Him and D. Yeah.
Nice. Hanging out with him at PAX East during the GameCat Meetup 2024 was awesome. You know, one of those many people that you feel like you know because you interact with their screen name so frequently, but then like you meet them in person and you're like, oh, my impression was completely wrong because I just made up a person for you and you're a different person.
Yeah, it's definitely a realignment when you meet all these people in real life, isn't it?
Yeah, big time. Big time, except for you. You were exactly what I expected.
yeah. Same to you, bro.
Nice.
Thank you, Bryan, for being here and staying up late with us once again. It's another one down. These years go by pretty quickly, don't they?
Yeah, they do, man. They do. And I do apologize. I feel like I should have taken a nap or something before we did this. I feel like I was a little out of it. So apologies.
It wasn't noticeable.
It is 2 a.m. for you, right? So
yeah,
it's getting ready to be.
I'm ready to go back and play some more Resident Evil 4 right now. Forget it.
I think you should go do that. I think your wife would love you for that.
She would love it. Yeah,
you just walked in
a 10-hour plane flight.
You came straight to the computer.
I'm going to play Phasmophobia.
Oh, there you go.
I'd love to be able to jump into VR right now, but I'm going to take a 30-minute break, and I'm going to get right back to work on building out the format for the rest of the show today.
Do you have to film more segments?
No.
This is the last pre-recorded segments, but I have to get all the scenes and things ready for the live segments tomorrow.
Right. And I got to still do that too. But you know what's funny is I went to go clean that office that I clean on the weekends, and the doctor was there, the chiropractor, and so I couldn't do it. So I got to do that before tomorrow.
Oh, you got to do that tomorrow?
Tomorrow morning. I'll probably get up at like 6 o'clock and go do it.
We might have to push the start time back a little bit then, so you have time to get ready for everything.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully not, but hopefully it's everything should go as planned. I just have to get up early.
Hey, you know what I will say though, Bryan? Like, you're talking about Phasmo, and somebody who absolutely loves Phasmo, I got a chance to kind of hang out with him in person this past week, was Miles Dyer, and he's been trying to get me into Phasmo with him on PlayStation for like the last month. He's like every time we're gonna go do something, he's like, let's just go into Phasmo, and I'm like, I don't really like Phasmo, but like he loves it. Like,
I think you need the right guide.
Yeah.
If you go in there with Miles, he might show you the ropes.
You definitely got to have the right guy.
It's so deep. And the funny thing is, like, you know, like I said, I've got probably 150 hours in. I hang out with a lot of people who, who don't have to review new games, and so they can stick with a game when it comes out and that they like, and really, it's just like they're teaching me stuff still. You know what I mean? It's like how what game can you say that you played for 150 hours, and then other people that you play with are still teaching you so much stuff? Like, I mean, just endless. The depth in Phasmophobia is. Wait a minute, why wasn't Phasmophobia up for Game of the Year? I demand a recount. This is ridiculous.
It was on the list, right? Wes?
I don't even know. I don't even think it was actually. I don't know.
What?
Maybe
This
it
whole
was.
thing's been a sham.
We-
It's been a
we
sham.
Well, I'll just tell you this, man. Like I picked the base nominees for all of these games. I go down and I choose them, but I always leave it open for the public to add. So like the community can nominate whatever they want. So if one person thought that it should be nominated, then it was. So, I don't remember exactly if it was or not, but I don't particularly remember having a conversation about Phasmophobia during the voting. So
Think we should shoot this entire segment over and put Phasmophobia into the.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously. Definitely needs to be discussed during the best horror game segment. Although we did end up talking about it just during a different game, so close enough. Yeah. Cool. Well, thanks for having me. This was awesome, and I will definitely call in sick next year.
yeah, we'll make you sick next year. We'll have you playing PCVR by this time next year.
Oh, you think you're talking to someone else right now? Well, who do you think I am, AJ?
Yeah. AJ would have said something similar 2 years ago.
Ryan's going to get his
but
50-90. I'm
look at
telling
it
you,
now.
it's coming.
It's not happening. It's not happening.
Anyway, thank you,
Oh.
Brian. Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Roots. I guess it's time for us to throw it back to those jerks in the future, those lazy bastards.
Lazy
They have a
bastards.
2.5 hour break now.
Get to
Wes
work.
still- but it's-
Wes is still sleeping somewhere. He's not ready to come back. He's not going to be here. It's going to
Probably,
be me
yeah.
and it's going to be me and Roots in dead air. Where the hell's Wes? Somebody
Eric's-
call Wes. He fell asleep.
I'll be sleeping, and Eric will be on a call or on a flight somewhere. Yeah, right. But no, thanks, Brian, and we'll see you. I would say we'll see you next year, but we'll see you next week most likely.
Absolutely. And shout out to every game cat in the chat right now. Hopefully they're all here watching the show. We love you all.
Oh, hey, where's Eric? What the hell?
Well, I said it just 30 seconds ago on the on the show there that Eric would be on a call or on a flight, and he's not on a call quite yet, but in 9 minutes he will be. So
Yeah, he's going to be in
I have
Japan, kind of,
yeah, Japan.
technologically.
So I have the gift, and you have the gift too, calling out Looper as the winner of the giveaway, pretty much right on time with us awarding it to him in the chat.
That's crazy.
Pretty incredible. We've been doing this for a while. I guess we know how it's going to go, right?
Yeah, that, and I kind of have a feeling that the I don't know. I was a little upset listening to that a little bit because the past Roots and Wes think they're so much better than us,
That's true.
and we're like the real Roots and Wes. They're like they're stuck in time forever, dude. They don't know what's going on. So
Yeah, well, there's a reason why we only had them on for 2 segments this year instead of the typical 4 like we always
that's
do.
right. Yeah, they don't deserve it. Yeah, it's a good point.
They don't appreciate it. They don't appreciate anything.
Yeah. No. Well, that's what they do. So
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We are coming down the proverbial stretch here now that we have named the PlayStation VR 2 Game of the Year for 2024. And it actually Roots is a 2023 release, Resident Evil 4 Remake. It was a close vote. Madison and RE4 neck and neck. But at the end of the day, Eric gets his way, and the community does as well. But I don't think there was a wrong choice there at all.
no, and it wasn't a wrong choice to get that 2-hour cat nap, man. I woke up from my nap and I'm like, what is going on? Oh crap! Oh, and is the show still okay? Everything's going good. That's my that's my fear. Is like somehow, some way the show is gonna have stopped or something weird happened.
Right.
But yeah, no, everything's good. And
I thought it might have for a minute. Like my computer locked up. It didn't crash. It didn't crash, but the stream literally stopped. And my wife, who was sleeping over there, noticed that the audio stopped. And she's the one that kind of alerted it to me. I came over here and started clicking things frantically, and nothing was responding. But we got everything kind of restarted and back up and running, and everything was fine.
well, here's the reality. I don't know why the OBS just crashed earlier when it just disappeared off my screen, and I didn't even think about this. But you know what happens if that happened like an hour into the interview? I'm like sleeping, and yeah. So I'm glad it all worked out.
For what's worth, I did not. I slept for about 20 minutes. Had a little short nap, and then I got right back up. But I'm wearing down, getting close to the end of my rope here. So it's a good thing that we only have a couple more categories to go, and it's the big one, right? The big ones: MetaQuest Game of the Year, PCVR Game of the Year, and then all platforms VR Game of the Year. Those are the remaining categories. We've got 2 more giveaways to give out, and then we're gonna wrap it up and go home and
get some real sleep. Let me ask you this: you know who loves the big one, extremely big one?
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, she's a little greedy, Wes.
Yeah. Well, you know how she is. She's just passionate. She loves with all of her heart.
That's right.
All of her other things too.
And Miles Dyer's just waking up, I guess. Says good morning.
Oh, good morning, Miles. Welcome back. We're still here, still doing it. Eric had to type out. He had a call with Jasmine, but we're still here, and we're still going, and we're about to put a bow on this thing. How about the people, Roots, hanging in there, staying with us for how long have we been going now? Over what? 14 hours?
We I would say we did it, but we didn't do it. We said it was going to be less this year. Yeah. And it just
we tried. We made a good effort. It was somehow longer this year. How the hell did that happen?
I don't know, man. We even got rid of a couple of our segments, and but we actually live stream longer. That's crazy.
Yeah, I blame Eric. I completely blame Eric.
I do too, because he's easy to blame because he's not here, and makes it easy. Yeah, it's all his fault.
Barglesif says so much for aiming for 10. Well, we did aim. We completely aimed for it. We just missed. We missed by about 4 hours.
Yeah, it's like aiming for the toilet, and you just kind of somehow missed, and it's all over the floor now.
You know what we're gonna have to do is do like actual award shows do, and they have their big awards which they present live during the show, and then they have their kind of secondary awards where they don't even tell you what the nominees were. They'll just come up and say, earlier in the day we gave out these categories, and that's when they give us the VR Game of the Year. That's where they put it in that, and then a few of the other things. But they just knock off like 10 categories in about 2 minutes, reading off winners only. And that might be what we have to do to finally get this thing under 12 hours next year.
Yeah, something like that. The unimportant ones, right? So
I mean, they're all important. That's the kind of thing you don't want to shortchange anybody. But let's be honest, man. By the time we get halfway through this, show, we have already talked about 90% of the game. So, do we really need to read off the nominees for those? Probably not.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And just reading off stuff is dangerous for us. Because we start getting spun around, and all of a sudden we're talking about something else. So, but it's been fun, It
has been fun. Yeah. People have hung in there again the whole time. Like, we're still 75 strong in the chat right now, all these
wow.
hours later, and this is as low as it has been. Like, we stayed over 100 for most of the well, the entirety of part one, and we stayed up around 95 for a long time on part two. So we've done well. A lot of generous donations.
Oh.
We've gotten again 90% to the goal for the fixed or the fake frames fund. The link is in the description below if you guys want to help get us over the line. We started at right around $400. We are now at $900, even with a target of
Nice.
1,000. So we're ever so close to getting there. Top 5 donors get to pick the first 5 titles that I will play on the new hardware whenever I secure it. So if you want to contribute to that, just click the link down below. And we appreciate everyone who has donated. Some of them even 2, 3, 4 times. Amazing.
That is amazing. Miles has a good point. It says this is the dress rehearsal, right? The real award show starts in an hour. Yeah, Eric's going to be back. We're just going to go right. That was just all a warm up. We'll make this a 40-hour stream.
We actually did have to do that to some extent one year. The first year that we went over 12 hours, which was 2 or 3 years ago, and we didn't realize that YouTube doesn't archive your shows over 12 hours. So we went over 12 hours, and we realized the next day that all of the Game of the Year awards for every platform and the overall Game of the Year, all of that got cut off. So what we had to do was a few days later, we had to come back and redo the rest of the show that we had already done live. We had to do it a second time just so that we can get our Games of the Year on record for everyone. So we actually did have to do that once. That's how we learned that you have to stop and do a part 2 if you're going to go too long.
That was crazy, right? Like, at least we were experienced and we'd gone through it before, and the conversation was exactly the same. And yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, we had a lot of the same like anecdotes, and it went very similarly. We have a couple donations here. One from Mr. Bean, Mr. Bowen, Mr. Bean. One for the road. Thanks for an epic show. That's €5.99. Thank you, Mr. Bean, for the donation, and thank you for the nice comment. We appreciate it. And then Miles, 19.99 quid. Amazing work, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're very supportive, sir. Lucky to have you as a teammate and as a friend. Really appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. What happened to my Sunday? It just left me, man. I skipped right over it. At least
I was there for every last second of it. I remember when it came. I remember when it left. We remember Sunday well.
We did it.
We did it. Well, we almost did it. We haven't quite done it yet.
That's right.
So why don't we get to it and start talking about the MetaQuest Game of the Year? Again, we've already talked about all of these titles, so we're going to run down the nominees fairly quickly, and then we'll talk for a minute about the winner, what won, and why. But we kick off with a game we've already talked about a few times, a game that won the Lee Van Cleef Award earlier today, and that is Arizona Sunshine Remake. Arizona Sunshine Remake from Vertigo Games. I think we've established through reading what the chat has had to say, I think that this is the more popular of the two. So I think we did a good job in most of these categories, recognizing that one versus the sequel, although they're both quite popular and very good to play. Next, nominee number 2, Asgard's Wrath 2. And with the reading of that name, people's wheels are turning, Roots. They're doing the math. And they might not need need not be so fast because there might be other nominees that you're not thinking of, things you forgot that came to Quest this year. But Asgard's Wrath 2, when it came out in December of last year, we thought for sure a shoe-in to win MetaQuest Game of the Year. I mean, a game with such scope and variety and just polish overall. How could it not win? Well, when you have the kind of year that we've had in 2020, that VR has had in 2024, sometimes things get even better. And that's what I'm hoping for this year as we just received the amazing Arcane Age. And if that does not turn out to be the game of the year for 2025, then 2025 is going to be an excellent year. Anyway, Asgard's Wrath 2, a deserving nominee. We move on to the next nominee. And guess what? Ghost of Tabor came out this year. And, people can say what they want about Exfil. This is the OG. This is the originator. Well, in VR, it's the originator. A game that has had unprecedented success, both in early access and since. And I think Eric's right. I don't think these guys are just going to lay down and die for the contractors crew. So keep an eye out on this one. Maybe it'll be nominated for PSVR Game of the Year next year. And then we move on to Into Black. I feel like a game that has just come up time and time and time again. One of only 2 or 3 titles that actually won more than one award this year. This was our surprise VR title of the year, as well as our indie VR game of the year. Big props to the Binary Mill for a really, really excellent title and a community favorite over the course of the last 3 or 4 months. Then we move on to Metro Awakening. Metro Awakening came out on all platforms this year. Maybe not Pico. I'm not sure about Pico.
Maybe they did. Everything comes out on Pico.
Metro Awakening VR, completing the trifecta for Vertigo Games and their amazing gear that they had this year, bringing a popular traditional gaming franchise into VR in style and faithfully recreating that world and that genre in VR for the lucky VR player base. Excellent title and a deserving nominee. But if none of those games were the actual winner of MetaQuest Game of the Year, what could possibly be the MetaQuest Game of the Year? Well, we all know by now it is none other than Batman Arkham Shadow. Roots, how could any other game be the MetaQuest Game of the Year? This is literally their pack-in title with MetaQuest 3S. Anybody that bought a 3S or a MetaQuest 3 after October got this game for free. And there's a reason why Meta made this game free. They want to put their best foot forward. They want to show Quest gamers in 2024 what standalone VR can be in terms of the pinnacle of VR gaming. And they absolutely did that with this title. Camouflage, who has done great work in the past, really leveled up in a big way on this, and not only took the superhero action genre to a new level, but took standalone gaming to a new level. And I had a fairly well substantive interaction with Ryan Payton about this game a few weeks ago. And I basically told him that he and his team should be proud. The fact that that you and I and Bryan Paul are sitting here gushing over a standalone VR title means that they really have changed the game with this one. And yeah, it's pretty remarkable, and they should be proud.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just can't believe how good it was and how much Radio Runt is missing out by no superhero. I don't like superheroes. Like, dude, the acting, the gameplay, just everything about this game was amazing. And yeah, I think it's definitely good that it came with the headset, because it's for once we actually have something in VR to be showcased, right? All these three Quest 3 players coming into VR. So
It's an excellent game, and I'm glad this is a pack-in title. Hopefully, traditional gamers everywhere are having their weird VR friend put them in the headset and just making them check it out for a few minutes, because if that's happening, then we're going to sell some headsets this year.
yeah, absolutely.
Miles in the chat says he hasn't played it yet. Oh, dude, you
How
got to play
dare
this.
you.
This needs to be the first ever MetaQuest game that Miles Dyer has streamed. Which I don't know. Maybe he's streamed another one. Maybe he streamed Trombone Champ or Oktoberfest or something. But I vote for Miles Dyer. Miles Dyer's first reaction to Batman Arkham Shadow should be recorded or live streamed for the masses. I want to see that.
Absolutely. And this is the good news, because Meta and Zuck have finally put chats, right? YouTube and Twitch chat into the headsets. Oh wait, that still hasn't happened, right?
That has not happened.
Like, why can't we live stream Zuck and actually interact with our chat? What is wrong with you? I don't know, man.
He says he needs to work out how to do that technically. It's actually easier than you might think. The only problem with it, Miles, is oftentimes the game audio is out of sync with the game video, and there's not really a whole lot you can do to that. You might be able to go into OBS and put an offset on the audio and fix it up that way. But it typically isn't a huge problem. Like people get used to that pretty quickly and zone it out. But it's a pretty easy thing to do. There are multiple ways to go about it. The way I go about it is there's a streaming function in the built into the headset where you can stream your gameplay to a web browser. Basically, you hit the stream button in the Quest menu, and it tells you to go to a website like oculus.com/casting. And when you go to that, it'll show you your gameplay on your computer monitor. Now, there's a few things you have to do. You have to unmute it for one. You have to unmute your microphone so that people can hear you talking, and then you have to put it in widescreen, because by default Quest captures and streams in the square format. But there's a button, like a little cogwheel settings button right there on the screen that you can click on, or you may have to do it in the headset in the settings. But you can set it to do widescreen format, and it'll also let you, in the headset settings, it'll let you set the bit rate to whatever you like as well. So all you gotta do is set your settings up, cast it to your computer through the web, and then you use OBS to capture that window and stream it. So it's actually quite easy.
It's just that easy. As I'm listening to you say it, I'm thinking, man, if I was listening to this and didn't know what you were talking about, I'm like, that doesn't sound easy. And again, in a serious tone, Meta, please, like, do you think it would actually, Wes, it would actually be like advantageous for VR and for Meta in general to be able to showcase their games on Twitch and YouTube? Super easy, just an easy button, quick cast, like you could to Facebook, even though nobody streams to Facebook for anything.
Right.
It's just there should be two buttons, YouTube and Twitch. Automatically links it, and then it just streams it straight. You've got a Twitch chat, and you can say, "Hey chat, cool, let's play Batman," and oh, Looper, I see you showed up. You know, like it just I think it's pretty much straightforward. And I don't know why Meta hasn't figured that out yet, outside of trying to force people to stream to their platform again that nobody streams to.
Yeah, it's so weird, man. Like, they've been doing this now for years. What did the Quest come out in 2018? And they still haven't done this. And We're talking about them, a company that literally burns billions of dollars each year on VR research and development, both on the software and the hardware side. So, like, if they wanted to figure this out, they could figure it out and they could integrate with YouTube. I think what probably is a big part of the problem with it is YouTube is Google, and Google does not cooperate with Facebook. They are very much competitors.
That's true. And it's just weird that, and I didn't even think about it from this standpoint. But Corporate Zombie says you want to stream, just buy a PC, and like a lot of these Quest players don't have a PC. You know what I mean?
You're not gonna stream Batman, like, unless you again cast it from your headset through the web and put your audio out of sync.
Yeah, it's just weird, and I get competition. I just, it just sucks because it's the main reason why when I did like to stream VR, I never streamed Quest because what's the point? It's such a nightmare. Even if you could sync everything up, which sometimes it does, I want to be able to read my chat in the headset. That's a big disadvantage to not. Same thing with PlayStation. I want to be able to see and interact in real time and not have some audio thing reading it. I just
I would never do that. I always just keep my phone in my pocket, and then every time there's a break in the action, I'll raise up my visor and read off the comments and interact that way.
Yeah, that's okay. That works better than reading it. I guess having the chat thing read the chat would make me get impatient with the people that are watching me, and that's not cool. So.
Well, what happens when you do it that way is the comments queue up because they can't obviously just read them all at the same time. So they queue up, and then by the time you've streamed for 20 minutes, the comments are 5 to 10 minutes behind. Still just constant, nonstop reading old comments to you while you try to play a game.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah, very much. Anyways, I digress. We move on to the PC VR game of the year.
Lord Gaben.
PCVR. People have long been talking about the demise of PCVR gaming, and I'm here to report that PCVR is live and well. Not only because of the amazing modding scene that we talked to AJ about earlier, but much like PlayStation, third-party developers have been carrying it with multi-platform titles. What multi-platform titles, you might ask? Well, let me tell you. First of all, as we said before, we have Arizona Sunshine Remake. Great title, all platforms, popular choice. Everyone loves Arizona Sunshine Remake, and that was great on PCVR. Next, we have Vampire: The Masquerade Justice, and this actually is a game that was nominated for a lot more than what we actually ended up talking about it. I shaved this off of quite a few lists because this was one of the unfortunate few titles that I feel like probably deserved to win something this year, but didn't actually get voted in to win anything. A game that people have forgotten about, Roots, just how solid this game is and how much fun it is to play, how unique it is with some of these special attacks and things that you can do at playing as a vampire. And hopefully people will see this. People will remember what an awesome game Vampire: The Masquerade Justice is and go back and give it another look.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about it. to case in point.
There you go. Virtual Reality Gamer says this is underrated. It absolutely is. It absolutely is an underrated title, and especially on PC. Like, it's a very good version of the game. Like, some of the other platforms had a little bit of jank when it came out, which has long since been fixed, of course. But I don't think PC ever had any of that. I think it was just good out the box. Once again, Ghost of Tabor. Ghost of Tabor, the original VR extraction shooter, and as high as people are on other titles right now, still has probably the most loyal following of any VR multiplayer game that I know of. literally tens of thousands of people on their Discord server chatting it up about this game on the daily, and thousands upon thousands playing the game. So excellent title that I'm sure we're going to hear much more about in the years to come. Looper says, isn't GOT still in early access on PC? I don't think so. I think it launched. I'll verify that real fast, but I'm pretty sure that Ghost of Tabor launched into full release on both Quest and PC concurrently. If I'm wrong, we'll denominate it right here in real time.
It says the Steam page says early access.
It is early access. I guess I was wrong about that. Screw you, Ghost of Tabor. You don't get the nomination.
No, good thing that they didn't win.
Yeah, right.
That'd have been awkward.
I'll also point out, strangely, that recent reviews of this game have been mixed, not even positive. 45% of the 200 new user reviews over the last 30 days have been positive. So more negative than positive here.
Somebody was saying yesterday, or I guess it was yesterday, I think it was in this actual episode, that Ghost of Tabor was the physics. They said that they're kind of worried about this game because the physics and the guns still feel weird. They haven't fixed it yet. So I don't know. I haven't been played for so long, but I don't know.
They put Escape from Tarkov and DayZ right in the description of their game. They don't hide it, do they?
No. That's why I was saying I don't feel so bad about other competitors kind of doing what they're doing, because they're clearly copying other games. And I mean, that's what gaming is. Like, it's not like it's a bad thing in a sense. They're very open to what they're trying to do. It's just that's the name, like you said earlier, the name of the game.
Anyway, shame, Ghost of Tabor. You are denominated. Maybe you'll be Game of the Year next year.
Yeah, that's true. It opens it up to where they could. So,
indeed. Moving along. Once again, talking about games that got nominated time and time again, but never ended up actually winning anything. Metro Awakening. Again, I know it wasn't your favorite game in the world, Roots, but I liked it, and a lot of other VR gamers liked it as well for its highly immersive environments, highly interactive gadgets, and great storytelling. Solid title from Vertigo Games.
Mission accomplished. I came into this thing saying I will not let this thing win anything. No, just kidding. But yeah, I'm just one man, and there's several people that really enjoyed this thing, and so I will concede that 100%.
So what is the PCVR game of the year? Well, thankfully, after the way the voting went for PlayStation VR game of the year, this award actually went to the rightful winner, Madison VR. Madison VR, again, a genre redefining horror game that showed us new ways to scare people inside the headset. Not only that, we've said it repeatedly, excellent storytelling, excellent pacing, excellent port from flat to VR. Even if it wasn't perfect, it worked quite well. And just a game that does so many things, not just good, but great.
Yeah, absolutely. Roy Short says, fell asleep and you guys are still here. And yeah. Well, let's put it this way. If you fall asleep again and we're still here, like 4 or 5 hours from now, we got an issue, because we're right at the end, Wes. Like, I can see the finish line here.
If that's happening, then we're probably asleep too.
Yeah, sitting here in the chair. That'd be great, actually. That'd be great video. Both of us falling asleep.
Yeah, so PCVR Game of the Year, Madison VR. Congratulations to Perp Games, Bloodiest Games, Team Beef, everyone that had a hand in bringing this masterpiece into VR.
Well
I hope we
deserved.
see more. I hope we see a sequel to this game. Like it's so good. I hope that they continue on with it. I think they've really done a great job of making a name for themselves now, and I hope that they follow up on that properly and give us an encore.
I still think we need an encore to D streaming this. She started to stream it that one time,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
We need it.
yeah. Yeah. I talked her through the first room or two so that we could at least get her in Grandpa's house, right?
That's right. Oh man, yeah, this is definitely I guess it's the scariest game out there. So
It definitely is. All right, so we're gonna give away a game now. We're gonna bring Oprah back in to give away a title here. So here's the strange thing. I lined up our Madison VR giveaway right here because Madison VR just won PCVR Game of the Year. Here's the catch, though. When I went in to count the keys and see what we have to give away, I quickly realized that we don't have any PC keys for it.
ooh,
Our keys are all PlayStation VR2 keys. Literally realized this about 24 hours ago, and sent a message to Perp asking if they could throw us some Steam keys so that we can offer it up on all platforms. But of course, I sent a message on the weekend. I didn't get a reply. I probably won't hear anything back until today sometime. So I can't really sit here and give away Steam copies of this game that I don't have. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to give away 3 PSVR2 keys in the chat right now. Or actually, no. We're going to give away 2 copies in the chat. We're going to give away 1 on the second chance drawing. But if you guys that are watching want to, go ahead and enter the second chance drawing for Steam. So if they do get back to me and they do throw me a couple of Steam keys or even just 1, we'll give away Steam copies on second chance. But I just can't give away 1 live right now that I don't know for sure that whether or not they're going to
right.
to give us one. So we're going to give away 2 Madison VR PSVR 2 keys, region of your choice, but first come, first serve on the regions. And 2 live right now, 1 in the second chance drawing. If you'd like to enter to win this game on the second chance drawing, just leave a comment down below that says, I would like to enter the second chance drawing for Madison VR, and make sure you're subscribed. And in 2 weeks, we're going to give away a 3rd copy of the title.
I think it's kind of fitting, Wes, because for many years, PlayStation VR got the short end of the stick, and they never got any keys. And all this year has actually been a lot of PlayStation keys, which is cool.
That's true. We've never had PlayStation keys like we have had this year. Usually we just get a few, and the ones that I would get, I would have to ask developers for. Like they would send Quest keys, and I'd be like, "Hey, can I get a couple PSVR as well?" And then they would send them over. But normally, what we would end up having to do is just buying a bunch of gift cards and giving away for PSVR 2, just because there weren't any PSVR keys. This year, just the opposite. I think we might probably have more PSVR than we had anything else, which is good. It's good for things to finally even out that way.
Yeah, I think
But
Shiva might want a PSVR 2 key 3 times. Yeah, put it in the comments, and well, I guess you can definitely do the trivia too. But
yeah, so we actually had a pretty good mix of keys this year. We had keys from every platform for so many of these titles. It's been choice of platform. Like we normally aren't able to do that with the majority of our giveaways, like we were this year.
Yeah,
people just can
true.
pick the platform. But yeah, we've had a pretty good year this year thanks to our partners. Anyway, first 2 people to answer this question on my screen will win a copy of Madison VR for PlayStation VR 2. So we got to think of something easy here. It's that people aren't just going to jump all over and try to guess the answer. Let's do this. I don't want to do that. All right, let's just do something simple here. Madison VR. Again, we have held it many times during today's stream as redefining the VR horror genre. Name any other VR horror game, and you'll win a copy of Madison VR.
Oh God, that's pretty open.
That is, it should be a very simple one. Anyone should be able to answer this.
Yeah, but it's like so early in the morning. Well, how many people are actually here or awake? Ooh, that's a
You guys kill me just dancing around these answers. I've been very lenient with the answers I select. What people have been putting in, they've been putting in initials, and I've accepted it. People have been answering Korea without specifying which one, and now here we have people putting in Resident Evil into the chat without specifying which one, because they're not all in VR. But I'll take it. We'll continue to be lenient as we have the whole stream. I guess I'd need to be more specific next year and tell people they have to leave a full and complete answer that's correct. But
what if they spell it wrong?
Yeah,
You're like, I'm so sorry, the spelling, please. We can't give it to you. But I agree, because like Looper says, Resident Evil is Resident Evil 1. But, I also look at it this way. If I'm saying Resident Evil, I'm clearly not talking about, if you assume the person knows VR, they're not talking about the first one, because it's not in VR.
Yeah, they're right. We're not going to be sticklers like that. Resident Evil is close enough. So Roy Schwartz, you have won a copy of Madison VR. And who else? Ryan Brannon won with Afterlife VR.
Nice.
That's a good one.
Ryan,
There we go.
you're gonna be scared. That's definitely creepy.
You will be scared. All right, Roy Schwartz, Brandon VR, congratulations. You have won a copy of Madison VR on PlayStation VR2. If you didn't win, just leave a comment down below that you would like to enter the second chance drawing, and you could win in 2 weeks when we give away a third copy, or maybe even a fourth and a fifth if Perp comes through with some PCVR copies of it as well. All right. With that, we have one category left to decide what is the overall game of the year. And we don't have nominees here. The nominees are the winners from the other platforms. So the nominees for this would be Resident Evil 4 VR. The nominees would be Batman Arkham Shadow and Madison VR. 3 excellent titles. Resident Evil 4, Madison VR, and Batman. 3 titles that Radio Runt will never play. The 3 platform holder, or the 3 platform games of the year.
So crazy.
So crazy. I mean, any one of these would be a deserving winner. These are just excellent games. We had a good year in VR this year. But typically the overall VR game of the year turns out to be some big AAA PC or PlayStation VR game that's super high fidelity with a deep gameplay loop, and basically has all of the boxes checked off. Roots, I don't know if we've ever had a year before that a MetaQuest exclusive, an exclusive standalone VR title was chosen by us and our community as the VR game of the year, but that's exactly what we did this year. And it was pretty much unanimous. It wasn't completely unanimous. It was pretty much unanimous. I voted for Batman. You voted for Batman. So many others voted for Batman Arkham Shadow. Quite simply put, because it deserves it. It's just that good. I had Resident Evil 4 that I needed to play. I had Behemoth and Alien and all of these new releases that I needed to play. I hadn't, well, not Madison. I finished Madison when it came out. But I had all of these Metro and all of these games that I needed to play late in 2024. I couldn't find time for any of it because all I wanted to do is play Batman. And all I wanted to do until I finished Batman was play Batman. This game is good in every way, Roots. It looks good. Putting on the headset, you wouldn't think to look around and say, wow, this is clearly a Quest game, because it's not. It looks like it could be a PCVR game. The combat, excellent. The storytelling, excellent. The soundtrack's excellent. The progression, Roots, the progression with the way that you gain XP with every battle, and you unlock new abilities, and you have skill trees. It has like 3 or 4 different skill trees for you to unlock new skills. This is the closest thing that we've seen in VR, I feel like, to a flat game that actually hasn't been a flat game that was ported. A great game, definitely the best game that came out last year, and a very deserving VR game of the year, Batman Arkham Shadow.
Yeah, and they did things, new things, like with the combat, and the way it gesture-based combat, and they found ways to incorporate VR in a unique way to a flat game genre, but they still at the same time stayed close enough to make you feel like you're playing the flat version. And so there's something to be said for that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Shiva playing video games. Shiva, the comment to enter the second chance drawing for these games. And listen, just because you haven't won anything doesn't mean you won't. We have literally dozens of games up for grabs in the second chance drawing. Go back and watch part 1, watch through part 2 again, and literally every 20 or 30 minutes or so we're giving away a game, and the vast majority of them we're giving away in the second chance drawing. But you don't leave your comment in the chat. You leave it down below in the comments. You have to scroll down underneath the description, scroll all the way down to where you see the comments, and that's where you leave your comment. Let us know all of the games that you're interested in winning, and in 2 weeks we're going to give them all away. We'll probably have another 30 or 40 keys that we give away in 2 weeks from now. So you're going to want to go down there and list them all, and just go back and watch the episodes. I'm sure SpryGuy, I think, just sent me timestamps for part 1. We already have timestamps to put up, thanks to SpryGuy, and that'll make it easier for you to skip through and just get the giveaways if that's all you want. Although I highly recommend that you stay for the commentary, because this is always the best episode we do every year, is the year end episode, or the year start, I guess, episode.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyway, Batman Arkham Shadow, deserving winner of VR Game of the Year. Congratulations to Camouflage on raising the bar for everyone else. With that, oh wait, Roots, one more thing. I think we told Oprah that she could come back one last time and give away one more game. This one we have 2 copies going out in the chat. We're going to give away 2 more copies in 2 weeks as part of the second chance giveaway. Right now, 2 copies up for grabs. Batman Arkham Shadow, the VR Game of the Year, up for grabs in our final giveaway of the stream. First 2 people on my screen that can name another game that was developed by this developer, Camouflage, will win a copy of Batman Arkham Shadow for MetaQuest.
I was so tempted.
Let's go.
I was so tempted to type in Arcanage just to throw people
Miles
off.
Dyer. Miles Dyer and VR Gamer, you already won. You can't win again. Miles Dyer won one, and Chatty, I think, has won as well, but Chatty only won once, if I'm not mistaken. So Chatty can win and trade or trade their other title for Batman. If you prefer to have Batman, Chatty, you can have Batman instead. But Miles and Chatty, congratulations, you are the winners.
Yep. And the good news is,
Excellent.
whatever, I can't remember what game it was Chatty won, but that game is now going to be added to the second chance for people that are in the comments. So that's a win-win for everybody.
So whatever Chatty won before will be given away in the second chance drawing. Like Roots just said, we'll have an extra copy of it. Thanks to Chatty trading up and winning the VR game of the year. Miles in the chat says, looks like I'll be playing it sooner than I expected. Genuinely hyped to have won. Well, thank you for joining us. Again, first thing in the morning, Miles gets up, has some orange juice, goes to the bathroom, comes back to the Virtual Strangers channel, and wins the VR game of the year.
That's awesome.
What a way. What a way to kick off the week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Buscemi, the Panther Game Chameleon, says congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to you, Wes, as well for doing it. We did it.
Dude, I'm so glad. And I know I say this every year, but I mean it genuinely every year. I love doing this. I'm so glad to have it done. Like, this is a fucking monumental. And, you know, as much work as goes into getting this episode done, the previous 2 months of having it in front of you to do is just daunting.
Mm-hmm.
There's just so much that goes into it. I mean, we could blow it off and do a shit job with it, and it wouldn't be anything. But you know how it is. We take this seriously. We want to play the games. We want to have legitimate debates with the community. We treat this episode like we treat everything that we do here on the channel. And we only want to put out original content that is genuine, original, genuine content. That's you know, while we might not have all of the bells and whistles and production that you see on some of the other channels, we feel like we make up for it with the quality of the content and the things that are coming out of our mouth. So congratulations, Roots, on another one down. 6th annual award show and celebration in VR is now in the books. We've done it once again, and I think this is the longest one, the longest episode we've ever done. Rich.
It was going to be the shortest one, and it ends up being the longest one. How does that happen?
I have no. Well, I know how it happens. People start asking
questions,
asking Eric to talk about Flat to VR and
yes.
Sony, and he obliges every time.
Well, it's worth it because those are good conversations. Now the good news is, now that you have this off your plate, you can work on the intro, the new intro. Wes is like, fuck you.
Thanks
dude.
for giving me some more stuff to do. Yeah, that's just what I need. No, actually, we're going to start thinking about rebranding. We've been on the current branding for a few years now.
Yeah.
And it probably won't happen soon. It'll probably take me to the end of the year before we actually start making changes. But I'm going to start thinking about it now, how I want to visually represent our channel in the next few years going forward. And we might not make any big changes, like we may keep our logo and stuff. But I think the look and feel of the channel is going to evolve a little bit probably this year.
Yeah.
Certainly the way we do things is going to continue to evolve, as it always has in the past. The way we're covering games, the way we're doing Game of the Month, we've already announced is going to be very different, as we're going to let Dee and Looper come in and help us cover all these games, which is going to allow us to to put more time into the games that we do cover and not have to rush so much from one title to the next. We can settle in and really do some in-depth coverage of some of these games, which I look forward to.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool.
Miles Dyer says the longest one yet. And you know who loves the longest one, Roots?
My mom!
Yeah, for sure.
She does.
She likes it too much.
Yeah, well, I suppose that is true. Sometimes you can like things a little too much, and I think that's an accurate description of her, for sure. Anyway, before we sign off of this monumental epic length episode, of course, we have to say thank you to a few people that helped make all of this possible. I want to start by thanking our channel contributors, people from the community that donate their time, no strings attached, no questions asked, and donate their time to making the content better for all of you. People like SpryGuy, like I mentioned, who has been working to prepare timestamps for all of you and all of everyone that's going to be watching this episode over the course of the next 1 to 2 weeks, so that they can come in and out at their leisure and pick up right up where they left off, and consume all 15 hours of this a little bit at a time. Shout out to SpryGuy, and a big thank you to him for doing that. Shout out to Chinatown D, who prepares every episode that we do for audio listeners. She prepares the episodes. She breaks the long ones up into smaller bits and uploads them to audio platforms everywhere. I never asked her to do this one time. She volunteers to do it. I get busy. I don't even think about it. She chases me down to get the thumbnail and everything that she needs to make that happen. So shout out to D, who you guys are going to start seeing on the channel, as D is going to come on and start helping us cover some of the games of the month. So you'll see D on the channel at least once a month, coming on to talk about some of the new releases that come out. Shout out to D. And then last but not least, Looper, who is about to have a much more active role in the channel, much like D, coming in and playing some of the games and coming on for the game of the month, to help us cover everything and cover all of our bases going forward. But Looper already does a lot in the background, just helping us out, keeping us on track with the game of the month, and basically being our resident fact checker. And whenever we don't know something over the course of the conversation, we just have to say it out loud and wait about 10 seconds for the YouTube lag to catch up before Looper gives us the correct answer in the chat. So shout out and a big thank you to Looper for all the contributions that he has given so far, and all the contributions that he will be given going forward. We need to thank our friends at the studio. We had yet another epic year of giveaways, Roots, this year. I can't believe it turned out as well as it did. I was actually quite behind on sending out key requests this year. I did a good handful of them right at the front, and that's the majority of the keys we gave out were things that I asked for probably 2 months ago. And then, not wanting this to fall short of the standard we've set in years past, I sent out a last minute handful of requests just 2 or 3 days ago. And we had 3 or 4 of those requests come back and giving us extra keys. I probably picked up an extra 30 keys over the course of the last couple of days, thanks to our partners. So as always, this celebration of VR would not be possible without our generous friends at the studios. And this year, I want to thank Fast Travel Games. We thank Fast Travel Games almost every year because they always send giveaway keys when we ask for them. Toast Interactive, thank you, Richie, for sending over all those keys for Max Mustard. We appreciate you. Vertigo Games, the studio of the year. Three amazing releases this year, top VR games. They sent multiple keys on multiple platforms for everything they put out over the course of the last 12 months. Amazing support from Vertigo Games. X-Real Games. Daniel, thank you to Daniel for sending over those keys for Zero Caliber 2. Sponge Games, with I'm losing my grip on reality. Dead Second. Sponge Games sent over keys for Dead Second just yesterday, actually, and sent over a ton of them. And that's the reason why we were able to give out so many keys for that game. Thank you to Sponge Games for that. I got to thank Blake and Vitruvius VR. You know, as a VR marketing and PR specialist, we have studios come in all the time, and every time a game comes out, a new game comes out, you automatically have of a handful of content creators that will write in and ask for giveaway keys. I always recommend to these studios, not yet. Don't give away copies of your game during the launch window. Let people buy your game for a month before you start giving away copies of it. No sales. Don't put your game on sale, and don't give it away yet. Just wait a little while. And this is what most VR studios do. But Blake Stone and Vitruvius VR, despite this game just having come out less than 2 weeks ago, I told them, I said, look, I'm going to ask you if you want to support us with any giveaway keys. But if I were advising you, I would advise you to say no. But we ask all the winners if they want to donate keys, and I'm going to ask you too. And he said, sure. Just hold on to them. He gave me these keys 2 weeks ago. He said, just hold on to them. Don't announce it. And then when the show comes up, go ahead and run your giveaway. So shout out to Vitruvius for giving us. I think this is probably the first time we've had such a new release. Like, we give away good keys from the last year every year. We always give away banger games, but I don't think we've ever given away a banger game that has come out within the last 2 weeks. That's pretty incredible.
It is.
So thanks to Blake and Vitruvius for providing keys. Of course, Flat to VR Studios. Thanks to the team over there for giving us so many Trombone Champ keys to give away. And then Eric up in the ante and giving us even 2 more to give away. BJ, Urban Wolf Studios. I mean, what can I say about BJ, man? BJ not only gave us some legendary Tails keys to give away. BJ shows up, hangs out with us for about an hour, 90 minutes in the chat, and then donates over $200. Not only giving about $75 to the Virtual Strangers General Fund, but then giving $150 to the Fake Frames Fund over on Buy Me a Coffee. So thank you, BJ, for being awesome. CM Games, developers of Into the Radius. We had copies of Into the Radius 1 and Into the Radius 2, thanks to our friends at CM Games. We appreciate you. Mickey Turode, Perp Games. Perp Games, one of our biggest supporters, not only in having keys to give away, but I never have to ask Perp for review keys. They always just send everything that they have, and it makes doing this a lot easier when you don't have to chase things down to cover them. So shout out to Mickey, and thanks for another great year of support. And then last but not least, a new acquaintance of mine, a new friend, so to speak, someone I've never had any contact with until about a month ago, Ryan Payton and Camouflage. I reached out to Ryan to just to try to get some of these keys, having a feeling that it was going to win the game of the year. I never expected that it would actually work out, though. I mean, at the end of the day, while these guys do come from a nice, humble background as a small indie studio, they're not a small indie studio anymore. This is a Meta first party Oculus Studio. This is Oculus Studios. And I didn't think that I would even be able to get a response from Ryan, let alone get all of this support. So I want to thank Ryan Payton and Camouflage for being so approachable, being so cool, and helping to support this year's stream. We very much appreciate you. I want to thank the people who have donated to my graphics card fund. Before today, these people were Looper, Mad Vegan, Grandpa Barbecuer, Andrew Ehrenreich, Tom Richards, Salvador, and Marcus. I don't know how to say your last name, Marcus. I'm not going to insult you by mispronouncing it. But in addition to those people, again, we have now over doubled what we had coming in and came this close to actually hitting our goal. We were less than halfway to our goal when we started the stream, and now we are almost across the finish line. And I want to recognize everyone who donated during the stream today. So give me a minute while I bring that up.
There was one on the list that got skipped over, and I don't know if that was on purpose or if somehow you just jumped over it for the ones that are listed in the format.
Oh yeah, it's because I was wrong about it. It was not sure Brondo. I told you that there was I thought there was an anonymous donor.
I got
and
you.
I thought it was Brondo, but Brondo sent me a DM saying not me, dude. I don't know who it was, but it wasn't me. So yeah, I don't know who that was. So I guess I can look at their name here on the list, and maybe we can figure out who they are. And supporters. So we're just going to start at the very top. Everyone I just said, and then some. I'll start at the very top of the list I've got here. It looks like we had 13 supporters in all. This says Looper was the first donor. I thought Grandpa Barbecue was the first donor, but I guess not. This says Looper was the first donor 1 week ago with $100. Then we had Grandpa Barbecuer, who gave $20. JT Rocking 5. JT Rocking 5 is the anonymous someone that donated. That
Who stalks you,
Brondo,
JT?
it's not Brondo. Yeah.
Not anonymous, bro.
Yeah. So thank you. I'm sorry I don't know your handle from your name here. I probably should, but I don't. But $25 donation on that one on the very first day. So thank you. We had Mad Vegan, $150 in a single donation 6 days ago. Thank you for that. We had Andrew Ehrenreich, $25. Tom Richards, $10. Andrew Ehrenreich again with $15 2 days ago. And then we had Salvador come through with $25. Looper with another $100. It says 15 hours ago. That was during this episode. 15 hours ago,
That's
Looper
crazy.
with another $100. We have Gabriel, who donated $25. We had Q Creator with $25. Grandpa Barbecuer a third time with $20. Not sure Brondo. After he told me that he didn't donate, he came back and donated $25. So thanks to Brondo. Super Nintendo Chalmers, $50. Then we had BJ from Urban Wolf Games, $150. JPEG Q, $35. And then Grandpa Barbecuer again, $20. Again, so I'll try to get some rankings up over the next couple of days to kind of show you all where the rankings stand. You know, the top 5 donors are going to get to pick the first 5 games I play on the new hardware. I'll try to get a rankings chart up so everyone can see where they stand with that. Anyway, thank you to all of those people. We also had a couple of donations come in on PayPal. That would be Salvador sending another $30. through PayPal. Alfredo Lara sending $50 through PayPal, and then Marcus again who donated through PayPal a couple of days ago, $15. So for a grand total of $900 even. Thank you so much to everyone who donated. Thanks to everyone who donated during the show. Thanks to everyone who gave super chats. We had a ton of money come in on super chats today. Even got $100 donation to start the stream in super chats. And when I say that we're at $900, Roots, that's not counting that $100 donation that we got at the top of from YouTube. So we actually made more than $1,000 today when you consider all the stuff that came in on YouTube. But I'm keeping that separate. That's Virtual Strangers funds. That's not the graphics card fund. That's a different thing entirely. But thank you to everyone who donated during the show. Thank you to everyone who showed up live. And thank you to everyone who's tuning in later to watch this after the fact. Thank you to everyone who continues to show up, who continues to support us all these years later. And thank you to everyone who continues to spread the word, send links to their friends, share on social media, and tell people about our channel. You all are the reason why we're still doing this, and we very much appreciate it. We just got another donation. Right?
Yep, a super chat from Garfield Lasagna, loving Game Cat.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh.
I'm talking about from Matthew Phillips for a locked 90 frames per second, he says, $151 US.
Oh, there you go. Way over the top.
There you go.
And
we are over our goal now. I can definitively say that I will have an RTX 5090 now.
Yeah.
Thanks to everyone I just read off, and Matthew Phillips, you got me over the line. So I should have enough money now, not only to get the graphics card, but to get the new power supply that I'm going to need to push that graphics card. So thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you, everyone. You guys have blown me away with your generosity today, and I can't thank you enough. I can't wait to play, to get in this thing and see what it's capable of. Hopefully I won't have to wait 3 months to catch one of them, right?
Yeah, you'll have to really be on it, trying to get it. But the good news is your job should allow you more time to do it than the last time video cards, or you did it, right? Because you were having to do the other job. Yeah. And thank you to Garfield Lasagna loving Game Cat for is that pounds, 20 pounds? Says, here you go, dudes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, super chat. We appreciate you, Garfield.
Thank you, Garfield. That's cool. I don't see it. I guess my computer must have locked up again or something. I don't even see it in my feed, but
and Grandpa Barbecue or Game Cat, I just had $5 Australian. The thanks goes to y'all.
Yeah, I don't see it. I'm gonna have to reload my chat again, I guess. Close the window and reopen it. Yeah, it's locked. I knew
this
it.
is one more reason why you need this upgrade.
Seriously, dude, this is crazy.
Well, you know what? Since there might be a little bit of extra money, maybe you take that and you get your power supply, or not the power. I guess maybe that, were you talking about that, the UPS or whatever as well?
Yeah,
the backup battery,
battery backup, so I don't fry my next computer the way that the power surge seems to have fried this one.
Yeah.
All right, we've got my my chat reloaded again for the fucking 10th time today. Grandpa Barbecue or Game Cat, $5 Australian. The thanks goes to y'all. Thank you, bro. Thank you for the support. Thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing. Garfield, the lasagna loving Game Cat, 20 pounds UK. Here you go, dudes. Thank you so much. All right, I guess that is our show. That is the 2024 show. One more in the books. That's 6 of these we've done now. And with this being done and behind us, we look forward to another awesome year of covering VR for you all. We're going to be back now, getting into our regular schedule. We probably won't have any shows this week, but that's okay because you guys have 15 hours of footage to go through. If I do get time, maybe I'll pop in and maybe stream some gameplay. But I think what we're going to do now is we're going to take the opportunity to prepare for Game of the Month. I think our next episode will probably be a Game of the Month episode. We're going to get D in, we're going to get Looper in. We're going to see what keys we have and get the ones that we don't have that we need. And we're going to take a couple of weeks because when we do Game of the Month, we're going to do 2 months. We're going to do December, we're going to do January. And December should be a fun conversation, Roots, because we had Behemoth, we had Alien, both come out in December. So that's going to be a fun conversation to have right off the top, and figure out what the game of the month's going to be for December. And then January's had some cool stuff too. Anyway, we're going to take a couple weeks and get ready for that. We'll be back in around 2 weeks to do game of the month, to give away all of the second chance keys, and then after that we'll be back to our regularly scheduled programming, doing Strangers in the Night on Saturdays and Virtual Strangers on Mondays, as our schedules allow, of course.
I got another
All right.
super chat from Classy Grandma.
Classy Grandma, gone to bed and come back. Good morning. Bet you guys are tired. Here's for coffee, $20 US. Thank you so much, Classy Grandma. What is that? $47 from Classy Grandma, at least I can think of. Two $20 donations, the $2 donation, and then she gave us like a $4 or $5 donation after that. Thank you, Classy Grandma, for being here, and thank you for the generosity. We love you and appreciate you.
Yep, absolutely.
Anyways, with that said, friends, we would like to thank you all once again for watching. For Roots and Eric and AJ and Bryan Paul, I'm Wes. We'll see you in a couple weeks. Bye now.
Take it easy.
Talk to y'all later.